Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Croft. Welcome to the third round and Sunday action in the 2026 No Limit Racing season. We had a great day of action yesterday, including a popular 12-hour endurance, and now plenty of sprint races coming your way today. We are running all the way through to hopefully just before 6 o'clock without any delays. Fingers crossed it stays that way. We can clip all of our action. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, Rae, alongside me here at Croft, both on LRTV, live through all afternoon and trackside as well. Lewis, we're in emergency practice at the moment, so we're not quite racing just yet. We're about 10 minutes or so away from our first action of the day, but a fantastic day yesterday. The rain we were all expected to come hasn't come, so bit of darker here and there, but nice and sunny, nice and warm for the most part. A bumper crowd, as always, here at Croft. We're really excited to kick the thing up. Super excited to get Sunday's action underway, of course. Yesterday, we've seen plenty of random spells as well, and some technical issues, and that's what this practice session's focused on at the moment. But it's about a minute and a half till it's finished, and then, of course, we're loading up the first grid of the day today. We've been here for races 9 all the way to races 23. Races 23 should get another way on 26. All things being well yesterday, we've seen, of course, one red flag over the course of the day and an endurance race. We've seen one safety car, and then actually, well, two red flags going there for the end of the endurance race early. But in terms of sprint action, we've only seen one safety car, one red flag for the entire day. So it's been a great day of action so far this weekend, and we cannot wait for Sunday to get going. A big weekend here at Croft. No Limits Racing being the premier motorcycle racing championship comes to circuit still, and well, it's a beautiful venue, it's a historic venue, and plenty of voting opportunities. It's high speed, as we see yesterday, which is some of the best racing on the calendar. Now that riders can finally just focus on the sprint action here today, and what's going to be longer races too. Keep in mind, 10 lap races here today rather than yesterday, just a 7 lap and then a 500. These are 5 lap after their red flag restart. So long race here today, we're still expecting the same good old racing. Yeah, indeed, should be a lot of fun. Long races, hopefully we can stick low, don't have to cut anything short, and it means there's more action for you to enjoy at home or here trackside as well, of course. So they were late to start here at Croft on Sunday. We're not allowed to go far ends up even until midday on the dot due to noise restrictions, and again that's why we do have a hard cut off at 6 PM. So again, we'll hope everything goes accordingly, goes planned, no delays, and we can side them through today's action. No problems whatsoever. But it's great to see so many people here enjoy the emergency practice at the moment, which will be getting very, very short. In fact, check flag is out now. We're not far away from our first race of the day. As you said, Luke, this is the premier bike racing event of the year here at Croft. So even this morning, there's no action until midday. At 9 o'clock, we had crowds turning up at gate, finding their seat, finding where they want to watch the action from. And it's been great to see a busy weekend. Been a bit limited space down in the paddock, but at the same time, it's always fantastic to see so many people here to enjoy No Limits Racing and the best club racing available in the UK. Check flight is now waiting in the emergency practice. For anybody who maybe had any issues in the loss yesterday, just want to make sure that the bikes are all okay this morning. You do have to go and sign up for it and get about 10 laps to make sure everything's okay on bike. You're feeling okay if you got a bit banged up potentially, and you can get going for your 2 races that you have scheduled for today. First race of the day coming up will be the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dutch Motorsport Premier Power Cup. A 7-lap race yesterday, of course 10 laps this time, but a little bit longer. But we're hoping it's going to be very, very fun indeed. Race 1 yesterday, Tommy Fielding taking his 7th race win out of 7 on the season. Wasn't a complete domination, only 4.5 seconds clear of Tom Norton on the Aprilia, but he just once he held that lead, got the hot shot out of the opening couple of corners, just able to slowly bridge that gap further and further ahead. Norton, as we've seen often this season, though, a fantastic ride from himself. He had about a 6-second gap back to third place rider Brandon Petty. So we expect it to be a similar story for race number 2 of the week for these guys, where we expect those front 2 pulling away. The question is, can anybody stop Tommy Fielding from making it another clean sweep? And I know we haven't only had one race, but it's looking like ever more likely each and every passing moment. Yeah, it wasn't a dominant performance yesterday, but it was certainly a convincing one, of course. 4.4
course, second edge went over Tom Norton. Tom Norton, he usually goes quite well at Croft, of course. The Premier seems to work quite well at the circuit as well. The February, it was the same last season as well. Although Tom Norton, I believe, did have a crash here last year over Tower Bend. So, kudos to push. Well, let's be smart. And the left back to the paddock. So she's there on emergency practice. So hopefully she can get that bike fixed. Now, of course, we race later on in the 500 championships. And luckily for her, that is going to be the last race on schedule. Plenty of time to get that bike fixed.
Certainly is, and of course we see her first weekend back after an injury at the opening round of the year at Neston. Great to have her back in to see her back on 2 wheels again. Got plenty of time to get that sorted if there are any issues. Only the one rider take part in urgent practice this morning from Pro Super Series Power Trophy and Dartmouth Rally Power. That's Jack Morgan, Army rider who had an off coming through the complex section in the race yesterday. So again, he's only running it really didn't have a problem or question which he practiced. I can see him out of country box window. Looks okay, he's ready to head out to the week relay. Well, Lucy smarts under, and indeed Lucy herself is recovered by the van. And then it'll be getting those guys out onto the grid, one exciting lap. And then it'll be 10 laps from light to the check flag for a second race of the weekend for these classes, and race number 9 overall. And 8 races yesterday, including our 3 hours of Croft and our bike at Lowe's endurance categories. Went pretty clean overall, really solid win for the JA Miss Ellie guys out there who were very professional organised outfit. We hope to see a bit more of this season, especially some we had to angle in to help around time for our 12-hour endurance, the biggest endurance event we'll have. In terms of riding, though, look at Brands Hatch of next round, the endurance event there. We've all got a guest championship today. That's looking like it's going to be very big as well. A big thing in store for the next couple of months for Bible endurance classes. But they haven't dusted yesterday. Most of those guys have already got him, quite frankly, and they're racing the sprint as well. It's all sprint action today. Hopefully 10 laps for every single race. Not quite as shortened off as yesterday, but should still be elbowed out, really aggressive racing.
Yes, there should be some great racing out on the circuit as the recovery operation in big news. Michelle and Phil, of course, loads into the van, hopefully in a few moments' time. As you mentioned, the jurors all wrapped up here at Croft, and with a busy couple of months in store, it's going to be interesting to see how teams handle some quiet garages here today with the endurance riders being the only riders that are allowed in the garages here at Croft. But, of course, to get things going on this opening race of the day, with Tommy Fielding planning on starting from pole position in the Prelude Super Series Power Trophy. So, what can he do this time out? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out, of course. The 556 has been super impressive from start to finish this year, and Glentour just waiting at the front of the grid this time around. But yeah, Tommy Fielding away from Tom Norton and James Alderson on this opening race. So let's not forget as well, Luke Jennings yesterday, he got away with one. I mean, he stalled on coming off the grid, and somehow he managed to not get collected by anyone. He put his hand straight up in the air and managed to get going again, pick up a few positions, and now he's worked his way to P4 on the grid with some competitive lap times in race 1. But the yellow flag's just out on the grid at the moment while everyone tries to work out exactly where they're going to slot in. And then, of course, we should be able to get things going for day 2 of round 3 here at Croft. A little bit of a breeze here today as we begin the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy in the Dart Premier Power Cup. But yeah, so race 1 of the day, race 9 of the weekend's going to have Tommy Fielding starting from Tom Norton and James Alderson, Luca Jennings, Liam Murtagh and Brandon Petty starting from row 2. Gavin Watts, James McLaren and Stephen Duncan take up P7, 8th and 9th, with Jamie Boyce, Wilfred Turner and Jack Morgan on row 4. Paul Charman, Scott Stone and Curtis Milburn round out our 5th row of the grid, in the top 15 out there on circuit, as Chris Taylor, Michael Stansfield and and James Skeldon take up row 6. Further back, David Williams and Andy Buchanan round out the top 20. They'll go alongside James Crow in row 7, with Phil Abel, Kieran Nicholson and Ralph Turco taking up row 8. Steve Frizzell, Michael Needham and Robbie Gibbons on row 9. Meanwhile, further back, Paul Bowerbank. Now, I do believe he ran some wrong numbers yesterday on board his bike. I had the 43 on it instead of the 128. He was telling me about it this morning, and hopefully he's at least applied the right numbers here today. He should be going from P28 with Nico Cipriano starting P29, and Harry Denson rounding out the 30 bike field. But of course, as we know, Harry Denson, he's out for the weekend after a crash on Friday, so hopefully we can have 29 riders taking the start to this one, Ross, because it's looking like it's going to be a good race with Tommy Fielden starting from pole.
It certainly should be. Of course, this is, by all intents and purposes, our premier category here at No Limits. It's the best riders on the best bikes, on the fastest bikes, are 1000cc superbikes. There are a couple of others out there that choose to run maybe on slightly lower capacity engines, but it should be very exciting. Can anyone top Tommy Fielding? Of course, that's the question that will be on everybody's mind as the riders make their way round the final hairpin and find their requisite grid slots. Fielding, Norton and Alderson on your front row once again. James Alderson, of course, a local rider here at Croft. It's his first time joining us this season and showing some very, very impressive pace so far this weekend. Maybe he can introduce himself into the conversation up at the front of the pack. But of course, plenty of very strong riders out there. Qualifying looked like it was a bit of a mishmash for a few people. Some riders a bit further back than they would have liked to have been. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to work their way through the field. Green flag is at the back of the pack. Glentor, our flag marshal, will get out of the way. It'll be all eyes to our red lights and we'll kickstart Sunday's action here at Croft. The red lights are out and we'll go. Great launch there from Tom Norton from second on the grid. He may well have the whole shot on the way out to turn 1. And look at the lead. He's already got a couple of bike lengths on Tommy Fielding. Alderson looking to the inside. No room there for him. He'll block his way behind him and hold on to that third place. It will be Tom Norton who gets the lead. Tommy Fielding to get the lead in the race as they come to the opening chicane for the first time, then onto the back straight. Time to unwind that power, time to unwind the engines underneath you. We know the Aprilia's got a lot of waft in a straight line, but Tommy Fielding in the slipstream, tucking it in and on the brakes into Tower Bend. Let the bike settle over the bumps, but he should be clear and dry on that one. Fielding regains the lead then, but Norton still right there with him, similar to what we saw in race 1 yesterday. Front 2 already starting to break away from the rest of the pack.
A great start from Tom Norton, but losing first position now. Can he regain ground in this final sector that we're about to enter? Of course, heading towards Sunny in and Sunny out. And well, Tommy Fielding on the Honda Fireblade, Tom Norton on board the Aprilia. The Aprilia, well, it's known for having a little bit more corner speed. You can carry that mid-corner speed better than what you can the likes of the Honda and likes of Ducati, of course, out there on circuit. But continuing to battle as we head into the final corner now with Tommy Fielding, well, leading the way after lap 1. They were running within the low 120 bracket in qualifying and also in race 1. A 122.5 was the fastest lap of the race from Tommy Fielding in race 1. What are they going to do this time around? Of course, this is from a standing start. I did see it at the start as well. Things got pretty tight between James McCarran and Brandon Petty in the mid-pack, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that mid-pack battle for the final couple of spots inside the top 10. But as we said, heading out, she came back down the straight and towards Tower Bend yet again, and we know how well Tommy Fielding is on the brakes.
We certainly do, and let's see if he can extend his advantage there as they come to Tower Bend once again. Looking comfortable at the moment, but Norton's certainly there with him. Looks like Alderson as well has broken away from the pressure behind and is starting to at least try to catch up to the leaders. Let's see if he has it in his back pocket, but of course it is a longer race. There's more opportunities to gain time. At the same time, more opportunities to make mistakes, more opportunities to fall backwards as well compared to our 7-lap affair in the opening race of the weekend yesterday. And I tell you what, I know it's only early doors, but Fielding has not quite broken away from Norton as much as you would have expected given yesterday's form. Yes, of course, Norton did get him off of the line and down into turn number 1, but for the time being, the Aprilia keeping the Honda Fireblade rider very, very honest indeed, as we see the riders in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th further on Very close battles between that group. We're looking at Murta down to around about Boyce in 9th place. Very close there. Big pickup of the front wheel for somebody, and there should be some change of position. Brandon Petty could be under a bit of fire there, as there we see a move down into the opening turn. Nice and clean. I mean, that's just textbook stuff early doors. You don't want to get the air walls out too early on. Don't want to ruin your race on lap number 3, as it is a fastest lap from Tommy Fielding, a 1:22.588 on the second tour. So similar pace already to what we saw yesterday. Pretty similar conditions at the moment. Maybe slightly less wind overall, but for the time being, running very well are all of our riders. It's 6/10 back to Norton in second. He himself has a 1.8 second gap back to Alderson in P3. We'll focus on this battle though a little bit further back in the pack at the back end of the top 10. A lot of riders very close together.
Yeah, a real difficult final sector there for Murta. Of course, the first losing position to Petty over the complex, and then going down the main straight towards turn 1. Watts managed to get ahead as well, and now it looks like James McLaren, he's going to be the next rider to try and attack. There's Luca Jens at the head of this field. Actually, James McLaren, he has got through, so the Kawasaki rider now has dropped all the way back to P8 out on circuit. So a big shame for him, and he'll be looking to regain a couple of positions if possible, because, well, next up it's going to be Boyce on board the Suzuki, and then potentially even Duncan having a little go. But Luca Jennings, always good to see him, nice and competitive out on circuit. Both himself and Brandon Petty moving up from the 600s on to the 1000cc's this year. Luca Jennings on board the Fireblade, Petty on board the S1000RR as they tip into turn 1 yet again. No room in the end this time around. They're still pretty spaced out, is this group, but who knows, maybe a good drive out of the chicane and winds up the power yet again. Maybe a little help from some slipstream. Then, well, a move can be well and truly on the cards. But, well, it looks like Petty, he's going to have a couple of bike claims to eat up before he can even start to think about it.
Of course, Petty, it's a bit of an outlier with his weapon of choice being on the S1000 instead of the M1000, which almost all of the BMW riders here in our 1000cc categories will be using, but he's making good use of it. Even if it is maybe a slightly slower bike, he's still up there, still fighting and holding on very well to that P5. Could be under a bit of pressure though, because what's right behind him is getting closer and closer and closer. Petty, of course, leading the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. And then it is Boyce in P8 overall, who is second, and then Duncan in P10 is in third place. Of course, our front 3 overall in this race in Fielding, Norton and Alderson, they're leading the way in the Pirelli Power Series trophy. So a little look to the inside there from Jack Morgan. Couldn't quite find anything, the Army rider, currently in 14th place. Just a little look at the complex, but nothing quite there from, of course, did have an off in race 1. Bike may not be quite back up to scratch. He may be a little bit banged up, a little bit sore as well. Luckily enough for him, no inter-services race this weekend, so doesn't have to do that extra race on top of it. Of course, the inter-services races normally a little bit longer as well than our other sprints. Jack Morgan, of course, one of our front runners in that championship after the opening 2 rounds. As we go back to our race leaders, there we see Tommy Fielding and Tom Norton still very close together. So it is a different picture from race number 1 as we approach the halfway mark in this event, because it's still very close. It was around about half a second at the line last time. Tom Norton and that Aprilia keeping Fielding on the Fireblade. Very, very honest.
Yeah, keeping him honest in this one. He's not letting him get away, and well, he's got a nice marker ahead of him. Of course, well, we've seen yesterday it was a 4-second gap. When it starts to get to that, it can be quite difficult to follow. But when you're this close as well, on the other side of things, it can be very, very easy to get sucked into a corner if suddenly then Tommy Fielding makes a mistake. So yeah, we're continuing on out on circuit. Lap 5 out of 10. And well, this is the battle for first and second out on track. We did see though Gavin Watts having a look over by the complex, and well, he was able to turn that Honda nice and tight. It was seriously impressive stuff as we exit the final corner to tick off yet another lap here in the opening race of the day, race 9 of the weekend, lap 6 out of 10 as I should say. But Tom Norton, what can he do this time around? It is the fastest lap of the race as well that he holds in the low 122 bracket, consistently in the 122s.
Certainly is. Those two still very, very close together. Alderson behind as well, not too far away. He, of course, is on a Triumph 765 compared to the Fireblade and the RSV4 in front of him. So he is significantly down on power. but at the same time, still running incredibly well out there on the Triumph. Of course, he does have super sport experience up in British Superbikes and a local rider, Croft's home circuit, coming from Durham. So plenty of test days here. I'm sure he probably knows this place better than anybody else out there. As I say, that Tommy Fielding, also a local circuit for him. And it is a well-loved circuit. It's a circuit that a lot of riders know very well. It's a circuit that some riders aren't particularly big fans of. I know we spoke to Dean Turner from the Old School 1K Trophy yesterday. He said it was his bogey track despite winning the race. But all these guys up the front, lots of experience. Alderson, though, doing incredibly on that Triumph to hold it into P3, finishing where he would have done yesterday as well. And still there in the conversation. You can see him not too far away from our two front runners. And if Tommy Fielding and Tom Norton do start to fight and swap places, that's just got to invite him in. And then we've got a three-way battle for the race lead.
Yeah, it's just under 2 seconds as things stand. So a little bit of time to eat up for that, especially with Croft having such generous straights, as we said, pretty much for the entire weekend. As they're surprisingly long around this circuit, but lap 7 of 10, he's going to need them to start fighting pretty soon if he wants any chance of getting second or first. And of course, let's not forget, if they do begin to get tangled up in the last couple of laps, it could be a case of maybe a little bit of red mist coming into play as well. But a few position changes further back. That's Gavin Watts. He's lost the position to James McLaren now. So the two Hondas trading blows out on circuit, and McLaren now up to P6 out on circuit. It's always good to see him back on track, and it looks like he's finally finding his ground after a difficult start to 2026 as a season and as a campaign. But Tom Norton, well, he's well and truly on the back here heading into the final sector. He has closed in ever so slightly. It was just under half a second at the timing beam last time around. And well, if he gets a good final sector through sunny in, sunny out into the complex, then who knows, it could be at 2-3 tenths. But Tom Norton, seriously impressive stuff. I mean, we see that last season as well, just how strong that Aprilia is able to be. I mean, look at it turning as Tommy Fielding goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, he does indeed. You can see how hard Norton's pushing as well. We've seen the last couple laps, the front wheel picking up on the way out of the sunny bends. He's being really aggressive, getting on the throttle. We'll move a little bit further back in the pack. There we see Petty and McLaren trying to fight over 5th place. Of course, Petty is leading the way in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. So this is technically not a move for position. They're in two different classes, but the racer in you, as we always say, you see another bike in front of you, you just want to get through them. You want to be the one that gets to the checkered flag that little bit sooner, even if in the grand scheme of things it makes no difference to your race and to your championship.
Some bragging rights.
Yeah, absolutely, bragging rights. You want to get the elbows on and you want to have a bit of fun as well and feel confidence in yourself. Getting through somebody always sparks confidence, always makes you feel that little bit better and that little bit stronger in your own abilities as well. So McLaren will continue to put the pressure on Petty in front. BMW leading the Honda, and then not too far in front of them is Luca Jennings as well, also on a Fireblade, the 63. He's not too far away. He's got breathing room. Those two behind him may be starting to fight as well. Means he should be safe for a P4 at the moment. But of course, anything can happen. We're quickly approaching the last couple of laps in this race. And here at Croft, it can bite back and things can change at the flip of a coin, at the snap of your fingers. We'll just have to wait and see as we see our front three. Alderson is caught right up to the back of Tom Norton. I wonder maybe if Norton's not quite able to find a way through Tommy Fielding as they come around the hairpin to start the penultimate lap of the race. Maybe Fielding struggling a little bit out there, falling backwards. Norton not able to get through. That's invited Alderson in on that Triumph 765.
Just 2 laps remaining. It looks like we're going to have a freeway fight all the way to the line. Fielding from Norton, Alderson in 3rd, and it does look like Gavin Watts has retired to pit lane as well. So a big shame for him on board the Fireblades, and it was looking like it could have been a top 5 finish. Now though, he's going to drop all the way down the order. Meanwhile, Petty and McLaren, they have closed in as we mentioned, so it's been a good couple of laps from McLaren. But this group, well, first and second anyway, the gap has stayed pretty steady over the last couple of laps. But is Norton just leaving it all for the final circulation around this Croft circuit? Obviously, he spent all race gathering information. He has all the information on Fielding, where he's stronger and where maybe has to make up a little bit more time. Or is the surprise of the party going to be the number 19? Alderson, of course, has well and truly closed in now in this final set to the complex. It's tight, it's twisty, it's technical. It's the perfect chance for the Triumph to try and have any kind of legs over the big 1000cc machines. Now though, the probably of Tom Norton, it has closed in yet again as we prepare for the final lap. Alderson Alderson down the inside, looking for P2, and he has made that one work, but what's it going to be as we head towards turn 1? Because Norton, he's going to have the power advantage on him, and look at that, like he's standing still out on track, pulled 3-4 bike lengths on him, and now gaining it all back on the brakes is Alderson, and this is all going to help your race leader. Tommy Fielden, this is stretched the advantage for him, so the 5.56 could well and truly be on for race victory here if one or two more overtakes take place between second and third. McLaren's now up to 5th, and further back as well, Turner has overtook Liam on board the Kawasaki, so pushing him down to P10 out on track. Through Tower Bend though we go yet again, back towards Jim Clark S's, and then winding it up for the final half a lap of action. Lap 10 of 10, the final chance if Tom Norton wants to take victory here at Croft. Obviously there'll still be one more race later on this afternoon, but still, race to bragging rights. Who's it going to be? What way is it going to go? Is it going to go the way of the Honda, the Aprilia, or even the Super Sport Triumph behind the front wheel in the air of Tom Norton? He dives down the inside, heading towards the complex, and so tight. That was the front wheel shut in front of him, and Tom Norton a moment on the rear as well. He runs wide and allows Alderson through. He is going to have the inside line though at the final corner, and dives down the inside on board the Aprilia, using the horsepower at the final corner. It is going to be Fielden to take victory. Tom Norton in second, and Alderson defeated in third. He gave it absolutely everything he could, but you have to wonder what could have been if he had an extra 50-60 horsepower underneath him. Such a brave ride, 7/10 of a winning margin for Tommy Fielden, and another victory, 2 for 2 so far. James McLaren does get up to P4 in the finish up. Luca Jennings in P5, and it is going to be boys taking victory in the Dart Premier Power Cup. Meanwhile though, Petty, Duncan and Turner are going to round out our top 9 finishers. So impressive stuff there. A great way to start off Sunday. So, Fielden does take victory, as we said, by 7/10 of a second. Tom Norton does take the fastest lap in second place. Alderson rounds out our podium. McLaren and Jennings round out our top 5, as we said, with Boyce and Petty finishing 1 and 2 in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, and 6th and 7th overall. Duncan claims 3rd in class and 8th. Meanwhile, though, it is going to be Turner and Murtaugh rounding out the top 10. Paul Sharman does take P11, with Jack Morgan in 12th, Scott Stone in P13, and Curtis Milburn in 14th. Stanfield rounds out our top 15 runners as Taylor, Abel and Williams round out our top 18. 19th and 20th go the way of Kieran Nicholson and Andy Buchanan, as Crow takes P21. Luterco, Bowerbank and Frizzle round out our top 24, and Watt sadly retiring to the pit lane. So luckily, we can hear from our race winner as Ross has a chat once again with Tommy Fielden.
What a fantastic way to kickstart Sunday's action here at Croft. We're going to try and speak to Tommy Fielden once again, a little bit closer that time. We'll jump around the right-hand side to let the mechanics do some work on the bikes. Tommy, another race win for you. A little bit closer that time, though, than yesterday. Had to work for it a bit more.
Yeah, definitely had to work for that one a lot more. I noticed quite early on that I didn't seem to have the traction at some corners in particular, like Hawthorne, the long right-hander towards the start of the lap, and I felt like it was really affecting me, and I think the doubt started to creep into my mind, and definitely towards the end I was struggling with my brakes and just felt like I was being hunted. So the last lap I just parked it on the apexes and tried to defend as much as I could, which was enough to win.
Still managed to hold on and keep Tom at bay, and James as well, who was pretty close behind you two at the end of the race. So race number 3 could be another close one potentially, or you're just going to relax and get your confidence back?
It seems like it's going to be a close one. Hopefully it's not as close as that, but I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was in second hunting, because it gives you a bit of energy, whereas when you're the one at the front being chased, you've got everything to lose. So I hope it's not as close as running the next race, but who knows.
Well, that's still 8 out of 8 so far this year. Tommy, another great ride. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Let's run and speak to Jamie Boyce now, who's just back here, our Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup winner. It'll have to be a swift one, unfortunately, due to our time limitations. But Jamie, a couple of words, another class victory for you. How are you feeling?
I feel all right. Yeah, that was hard work, that one. The bike's not quite how we need it, but we'll get it in a window, I think, for the last one today. Fair play to Brandon, because he done well as always. But yeah, no, good race. Happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, you were pretty comfortable in terms of the class win, but there was a lot of other riders around you giving you a bit of stick. Must have been hard work.
It's hard work when you've got the other riders. They're in their race, I'm in mine. I just have to tell myself, don't get involved with them guys, because I don't need to be getting caught up in anything I don't need to be. So yeah, just focus on my championship and head forward.
Still, really solid ride and look forward to race 3.
Me too. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Great to hear from our 2 race winners then. Let's head back to you in the commentary box, Lewis. It's time for our second race of the day.
Time for race 10 of the weekend, race 2 of Sunday of the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limit Pre-Injection 600. So, on pole position for this one, we're going to have J. Orchid James going from Laurie Myers, who crashed out yesterday in race 1, as Ethan Sprout rounds out our front row. Ryan Billman, Gareth Files and Josh Pickard take up row 2 with Paul Beard, Lewis Adams and Carl Vickers. Let's not forget as well Lewis Adams, the spectacular blow-up that happened at Donington Park, but he did prove the pace was there. Steve Lester starts from P10 on board his pre-injection 600 machine, as Jimmy Cox and Joshua Galazzi takes up P12. Grant Taylor, Ben Campbell and Matt Alderson take up row 5, as Matthew Round, Ethan Hall and Simon Massey round out the top 18. Over in row 7 we have Josh Crawford, Tony Rose and James McHugh, as Thomas Brands, Kurt McGuinness and Alistair Core take up row 8. Fit starts in P25, you have Adam Ross. He goes alongside Matthew Smith and Matthew McCready, as Dan Cobb has Natalie Crowe and James Johnson for company on row 10. Dwayne Tismore takes up P31 as we go for Aidan Golich on P32 and Stephen Burke on P33. Setting low times though, and actually starting at the back of the grid, if they're able to take part, it's going to be Jake Griffiths and Gavin Hooper, as well as Daniel Lovejoy, who starts in P36 if they're able to take to the grid. Now, we're not too far away from getting things going. The bike's just coming through the final section now, where they'll load up onto the grid, and then we can hopefully get things started here at Croft. It's going to be an exciting race here for race 2 of Sunday. You can see the classes on your screen at the moment that will be taking part in this one, but through the final corner we go now. And already the front of the grid has formed. Awesome to see Laurie Myers back out there, of course. He lost the front going through by Sonny and the complex yesterday in the final sector and, brought out the red flag. So it was an early end to the race for them, but it was J. Orchid James that took victory. So you can see the medical car that follows the bikes just at the very start of this race. Once the green flag waves at the back, it does mean we are all ready to go. And, of course, the red flag removing itself from the front of the grid. But with this being the Metzler freshman class, as the name might suggest, we do sometimes have a couple of riders going into the wrong grid slots. And that looks like Gareth Files. Well, he's done exactly that. So hopefully he can get his bike slotted in P5 on the grid, and then we can get things going. I mean, the steering lock on these bikes, not necessarily the most generous things in the world. But nonetheless, it looks like Glentower is now happy and we are ready to get going. The green flag is about to show at the back, and it does now, so everyone else is in the right positions. And now the red lights can go on the starting gantry. The reds will rise, and we will go racing. A bad start from J. Orchid James. He's going to be swallowed up by the pack on the run to turn 1. And it's a great start from Ethan Sprout and Ryan Billman on the grid. And, well, the Yamaha does lead the field through. Obviously, orange bib signifying they are newcomers to it. As Laurie Myers, well, he's dropped all the way back down to P3 on circuit. Maybe even a little bit more as he ran wide there on the entry to the chicane. J. Orchid James looking to pick up another position. He's down to P4 from pole position. But a great start from Ethan Sprout. Ryan Billman as well, sitting in second position for the time being. We tip into Tower Bend now for the first time of asking. And, well, as we said, Ryan Billman, so impressive so far this weekend here at Croft. He's been pretty impressive anyway. All the freshmen are. It's so good to see them progress, so good to see them get extra confidence in their racecraft, and some of their defending skills as well makes them look like some veteran racers. I mean, Laurie Myers, he's going to be looking for redemption today though, after a really disappointing start here today and of course the crash yesterday.
He certainly will be, but there's still plenty of time left to go in this one. It is only the opening lap out of 10, of course, and still another race coming your way later on today. Little look to the inside, coming into the complex section, and that'll be nice and simple for that one. Now, you'll see them getting hard on the anchors, the slowest part of the circuit. Almost a short shoot style run up into the final hairpin after the complex, and then it's just whack on the power and get it to the line and towards turn one. So lap one comes to its conclusion then here in the second race of the day, race 10 of the weekend, and it will be Ryan Ballman leading the way on his R6. J. Ilka James, we saw moving up into second place there, of course, our pole sitter and race one winner yesterday. Laurie Myers down to third. Let's see what he's got across the remainder of this one, though. It's still, as I said, early doors, still plenty of opportunities to make moves, and as long as you can stick with the front runners, you're in a very, very solid position. Looks like we have lost a rider either through a mechanical issue. Yeah, definitely a pre-injection thing, that one. Definitely something out of the 90s, shall we say. Another rider going straight on down at the chicane. They're still on two wheels. That's a little bit further back in the pack. Can't quite identify who that is for you at the moment.
And that must be Gareth Isles.
Oh, it is Gareth Isles, yeah. He was running in P6 at the end of lap number one, so he's either come together with somebody or he's got it very wrong through the chicane and just gone straight on into the field. But luckily still up and should still be able to complete the race. Back to our front runners, it's Ryan Ballman still with the overall lead. Our pre-injection race leader at the moment is Carl Vickers, the number 18, down in P8 at the moment. Not a massive surprise there. Carl, of course, always a front runner in the pre-injection category. Let's see if he can get involved with some of the other riders around him, though. It's quite a bit of time until our next pre-injection rider. That's Cy Massey, the 417, down in 17th place overall at the moment. Looks like J. Ilka James has worked his way back up to Ryan Ballman, so as we get our way onto lap number 3, could certainly be looking about thinking at least about setting up a move.
Yeah, thinking about just trying to get move out there on circuit. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities here at Croft, luckily, both at the end of our straights, of course, and at the final corner, just to name a couple. But, well, with Bowman continuing to lead the field through, Orchid James, of course, starts on pole position, was running 129s yesterday. So far here today, a 130 being his best lap. So around 9/10 slower than what they were doing on Saturday. So hopefully, with a bit of slipstream anyway, that's going to help him. Help his lap time, first of all, and also help a chance to make a move. But Ryan Bowman, great on the brakes there from him. So nice and equal between the top two so far. Laurie Myers a little bit of a gap back down to third position. And of course, well, if you want to have a little look at the pre-injection 600 battle, you're going to have to go down to Carl Vickers in P7. Let's keep in mind as well, his bike still a little bit battered and bruised from his crash at Donington Park. And there is, well, a rider anyway, having some sort of issues over just before the Jim Clark S's by the exit of Tower Bend. As Jericho James, down the inside he goes. The number 7 enters the race lead. Ryan Bowman back down to P2.
Nice move there. Must have been a mistake from Ballman, surely, that ran him wide at Sunny Inn. And when you got an opportunity like that and you're a rider of J. Ilka James caliber, you can't really turn it down, can you? Regains the race lead after a disappointing launch away from the line, and the number 7 will try to streak away as we go onto lap number 4 here at Croft, and already has a pretty hefty advantage.
Laurie Myers is there too.
And he certainly is. Laurie Myers will be too far back for a move down into turn 1, but certainly could think about setting something up. You can see he's already looking at different lines, taking it a bit tighter to see what the opportunity is. Also to get a better visual advantage on what his opponent's doing, where his opponent's braking. So he's clearly in the, okay, I'm going to spend this lap, gather information mode, so the next lap he can then go on the attack. He's going to know where he's stronger, what his opponent's doing, what his opponent's bike is doing, and how it's behaving through certain corners as well. So smart riding from Myers on the R6, and it could well be that in a couple laps time the number 13 moves up into second place overall. Of course, second place in class as well. It is still Carl Vickers, who has moved up to 6th place overall, now leading the way in the pre-injection category, and Galacevic in pre-injection now up to 10th. He is second in that one, and we'll just try and figure out, looks like, coming to a stop, that's one of the RAF riders, the number 19 to my eyes has come to a halt. Hopefully everything's okay. That is Matthew McCready on the Kawasaki. and hopefully he'll be able to rejoin, but whether that was an off and trying to rejoin or a mechanical problem, either way he's dropping down the order. Has rejoined, but a bit slowly. That's down through the opening couple of corners, whether that's a case of just letting faster bikes through, or if he's just trying to find an exit point that he can safely get out of the way.
Yeah, rejoining back on circuit in a safe position anyway, credit where credit is due. Also great to see Matthew now up on the 600s, the ZX6 this season for himself, but we're looking now at this battle for second and third. Bowman and Myers out on circuit, separated by about half a second at the line last time around. It's going to be interesting to see how this one develops over the next couple of laps. Obviously, lap 5 out of 10 so far. And, well, further back, Lewis Adams, we did speak about him, of course, his spectacular blow-up over at Daunton. He's picked up yet another position, so that's going to be moving into P8 for himself. Ahead of McHugh. As, McGuinness, Crawford, Simon Assay, everyone else is going to be picking up positions as well, with Hall now running into issues, it looks like, out on circuit. He's dropped what is at least 9 positions over that last lap, so clearly some issues for himself. And actually, well, I'll say that, I just look outside the commentary box window and I can see the number 95 machine with a little bit of crash damage, it looks like, for himself. So disappointment there for the Honda rider, and hopefully he can get those issues fixed before race 3 later on. Now, lap 5 out of 10, a 1.4 second advantage for Orchid James. He's now broken into the 129 bracket, the bracket that we knew he would be able to do, and you can see the airbags went off as well in the number 95 suit. So a big shame from Hall, but he is up on his feet and walking away and getting the help from the marshals. So hopefully he can get that fixed for later on as battles further down the order. And so pre-injection still having a good scrap out on circuit as well.
Yeah, it looks like that 95 is damage on the right-hand side. Not a lot, though, so it's probably just dropped it coming into the complex number 2 right-hander, the penultimate hairpin, and just had a very slow one. But luckily, again, not only can we see it because it's right out of our commentary box window, but it's right by a marshal post there as well, and great to see that he's up on his feet and okay. Back to the racing action out on circuit. Those following some of our pre-injection riders out there, someone being chased by one of the RAF riders, it would seem. That could well be Crawford inside Matty. Potentially we'll cut away to some more racing action everywhere you look here at Croft. Of course, we are on lap 6 out of 10, over halfway through this race now, as we see a lot of riders making their way down towards turn 1 at Clervaux. That awkward, not quite a chicane. You want to try and straight line it over the left-hand curbs as much as you can without upsetting the bike before the first real turn here, the right-hander of Hawthorne's. That big 180-degree sweeper through there. You can carry a lot of speed, much more than you might think initially. There is our overall race leader in Orchid James, now 1.3 to the good, although it was a slow last lap from a 131.4, similar for Bullman and Myers as well, so potentially held up a little bit by some traffic. Laurie Myers has actually just dropped back a little bit from Bullman in second place, so maybe he doesn't quite have the pace to catch up to the rear of them at the moment. There we see the 2 riders we saw a moment ago. It's Aidan Galatovic on the MV Augusta on the 127. He's fighting with Sismore on an R6. They've just swapped places, in fact, down the back of the order in the pre-injection category, of course, making their way through. As we see now, you can see the traffic starting to become a massive issue for some of our riders, having to work your way the long way around, even with blue flags waving, of course. But you just got to try and get through it the best that you can, and it can disrupt the battle. It can make you lose a lot of time if you're unfortunate enough to catch traffic in the wrong place. It's one of those things that you can't really escape in the world of motorsport, and you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Battle on circuit, of course, so not for necessary position, but Steve Lester has lost 2 places last time around, so he's dropped to P9 in that last lap, and that was Adams and McHugh that both got ahead of them. Of course, McHugh right here, centre on screen, the number 30, and then just behind him you have Lewis Adams, of course, on the black Kawasaki. So I wouldn't like to know the repair bill of his bike after the last round. And we say that, but he goes on the grass, so nearly that repair bill for this season got a little bit more, but luckily keeping it on 2 wheels as he heads back down towards Tower Bend. And, well, obvious to say, he's definitely lost some ground, definitely lost some positions from that one as well. Some of the fans tried to get involved, cheering from trackside. Number 94 as well, continuing their run out on track. And, well, under some pressure as we're looking at the lead fight yet again, and Bullman is definitely closed in now. I mean, 0.8 of a second. Laurie Myers has definitely dropped back as well. Actually, Laurie Myers, where is he? We see some yellow flags out in the background, and the number, who was running P3? There he is right there. So Laurie Myers, a disappointing end to his race, it looks like. He was sitting in third, on for an overall podium, and another bike as well involved there, over by Sunny in, Sunny out. So a massive shame there for them. But Laurie Myers, 2 races, 2 incidents, no luck at all.
That's a real shame. I believe it was Matthew Round that he may have had a coming together with as they were trying to go through. Potentially Myers had an issue and Round had an issue trying to avoid him. He was a bit further back in the pack as there we see round the outside. That's bravery from Jay Orchard-James to get through the traffic there. And it's got to hold up Bullman as well. I think Orchard-James knows that the 712 has a little bit more pace as we get to the latter phases of race number 2 of the weekend in the pre-injection 600s and the Metzler Freshman Sports Challenge. So Orchard-James starting to up the pace. Of course, initially a disappointing start, then managed to pull away, and then suddenly Bullman dropped. Myers behind her, of course, gone down. Yellow flags out still in that section. That will be for Laurie Myers still, whose bike is probably still on the outskirts of the Sunny Bends. But we don't know the situation, of course. They could be running scrub tyres, there could be issues with the bike, it could be losing focus or riding a little bit tight, potentially. It's all of those little factors. We'll just have to wait and see what they're saying post-race. And as I say that, it looks like Orchard-James has had a rough run through the Sunny Bends. Whether that's just he's let off a little bit more because of the yellow flags in that section rather than Bullman, or if he's had some sort of a problem, been held up by another rider. So as we are coming to the penultimate lap of the race, it's going to be tight between the pair of them. So 2 to go when they get to the line this time. It is still the 7 of Orchard-James on the R6, ahead of also the R6 of Bullman on the 712. They've got a huge lead now in P3. It's Josh Pickett on the 131 on his Triumph 675. And with Lies going down, there's nobody else in sight. This is a dogfight for the race victory, for the overall victory, of course, for the class victory as well. It's still Carl Vickers leading the way in the pre-injection 600, looking to make it 2 from 2 so far this weekend. He took the race on victory with a 6th place finish overall, and it's a big gap back to the next pre-injection rider. That is Steve Lester in P8. He is some 10 seconds back with other riders in between them as well in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge class. So we'll follow this lead battle still. Bit of lap traffic ahead of them. Looks like the yellow flags have subsided heading into the sunny section. Bit of lap traffic ahead of them though. Orchard-James already pulling to the inside, thinking about going a long way around and here to the inside. In fact, they've swapped places already. Orchard-James, in fact, has dropped behind Bullman. Look at Orchard-James though to the inside, but the traffic has to set the bike up and drop back behind. Ryan Bullman must have got through when we missed it. So it is now the 712's race to lose. What has Orchard-James got left though as we come into the complex section? Bit more track in front. Orchard-James looks to the inside, thought about poking a wheel, but knew that that gap was going to disappear. Great drive on the run into the hairpin, but there will be traffic in the way. Could get held up big time, but no, he's going to try and go the long way around. Is that going to pay off? That is ridiculous from Jay Orchard-James, and he's gained about 10 bike lengths onto the run to the last lap. Yellow flag with the black cross is shown. Jay Orchard-James with a moment of genius to get through the lap traffic, and it's cost Bullman dear. He had to get off of it. He had to sit the bike up on the middle of the apex of the corner. Orchard-James just trusting his tyres, trusting the rubber, and trusting his gut to go the long way round, and got it done. But there will be more traffic. There's still a long way to go round this lap, just a touch over 2 miles here at Croft. Most of it is absolutely blitzing fast around this place in North Yorkshire. But it looks like Jay Orchard-James has that breathing room. He's comfortable. He's got about 5 to 10 bike lengths back to P2 of Ryan Bullman. Can Bullman find something special? Will there be more drama with the lap traffic as they come into the back end of the circuit? Up next will be Barcroft. A quick roll off and tip it in before you're on the brakes for Sonny in. Just get it in and stick with it there. And then they'll come to the banking section. So many fans watching along. Are they going to get a grandstand finish here? Or is it clean to the end? There is a couple of bikes a bit ahead of them, but I think they could be clean, and I think Jay Orchard-James is going to have made something magical happen into the complex section for the final time. Bullman trying everything late on the brakes. He's throwing the kitchen sink at it, but it's too little, too late. The number 7, a disappointing start, managed to get the lead back, then dropped it, but then a moment of genius means it is going to be the 2nd race win of the weekend for Jay Orchard-James. Magical stuff round the outside of the lap traffic at the final corner. Ryan Bullman will be disappointed, understandably. We have got a rider down. That's the number 30 at Sunny in by the looks of things, and that was McHugh, who had an issue there. He was running in P6. James McHugh
in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, and he's dropped, looks like the front of the bike. That's going to promote Carl Vickers up into 5th place. So it goes one better than yesterday. Vickers, of course, does take the victory in the pre-injection 600 class. Still a whole gaggle of riders making their way through the complex section to come to the end. We're looking at Galatovich, Cox, McGuinness, those running in the top 10. Looks like McHugh is up and okay. And on his feet, we've got another rider who's just stopped to the back of your picture as well, coming out of Tower Bend. So lots of problems for the riders out here today. No changes in this battle. Maybe a change right at the line. But looks like Massey, Crawford, Ross Brand all stayed as they were, even if it was a little bit tight. Only 2/10 between the R6 of Adam Ross on the 64 in P15 and P16. Thomas Brand, the 44 Kawasaki, 3/10 back. That was very, very close indeed. As there we do see the 178 making his way back to the side of the track. But let's get a word out of our race leader. Over to you, Lewis Rae.
Thanks, Ross. We're down here in Park Fermi now, and we've got our race winner, who we'll quickly describe, because, Jay, what a ride that was for yourself. You've got to be buzzing.
I'm buzzing. Yeah, I thought I wouldn't be able to hold on again with my arms, but I dug in at the last. I think someone overtook me, didn't they, just on the one before? Yeah. And it made me, because I didn't know, I don't have I got these two here, but I don't have a pit board yet, so I'm struggling to know how much time I got,
And, it wasn't the best start for yourself, but you definitely made up the time anyway as the race went on.
Yeah, I'm not very good at the start, so this is a new bike. I've only rode it once, so I haven't had no practice starts or anything because we haven't had any here, so I'm just trying to get used to the bike because it's a bit different.
Well, massive congratulations yet again, and P1 for yourself.
Thank you.
And, while we're down here, we'll grab the pre-injection 600 winner this time, being Carl Vickers, and... Carl, we didn't have a chance to speak to you at Donington Park after you managed to make it back out there on circuit, but you can still see some battle scars on board your bike from that crash. You've got to be happy with that result here at Croft. It has to be the emotional one for you.
Yeah, absolutely. The second round at Donington didn't start too well with 2 crashes, and then managed to get a third, crashing out the lead in the second race, and then getting a win was fantastic. Showed real determination the last round. It's been working hard to get the bikes back to where they are. They're nearly there now, a bit of paint needed. 2 wins on the bounce for the weekend so far. 1 race to go.
Yeah, 1 race to go, and hopefully hopefully some extra trophy wear for yourself anyway.
Yeah, hopefully so. It's good for the team. Steve come in second as well. So vital points for the championship.
Yeah, P1 and 2 for you guys. Congratulations.
Right, thanks so much.
And so that's our pre-injection 600 winner as well. What a great race that was, Ross. We'll hand it back up to you in the commentary box because I believe we're not too far away from getting going yet again.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. No, we are not far away at all. Just a brief delay in the holding area for the riders for the next race as we get the fair few bikes that all stopped or had incidents in the last couple of laps of the previous race. Up next, it will be the Brandfix Club Power Cup and the No Limit Old School 1K Trophy. Of course, it is different from the pre-injection class. Even if people do run occasionally pre-injection bikes in that category, you are allowed newer machinery, normally up to around about the early 2010s is the newest bikes that you can have in that one. Only a small grid for the Old School 1K Trophy. We're expecting Dean Turner, the RAF 123 rider, to be on top once again. He's been very dominant on his Fireblade this season. Riders are now making their way out to the holding area to the grid. Of course, there'll be 1 sighting lap, and then it'll be time to go racing for 10 laps as the sun now beaming down on the North Yorkshire crowd here at Croft. It's been a bit more cloudy than it was yesterday, but still gorgeous conditions and perfect day to go motorbike racing. The Brandfix Club Power Cup, of course, one of the biggest grids that we always have at No Limits, and always a lot of fun as well. A mix of experience and a mix of abilities for the riders in this category. You get some very, very quick individuals indeed, and some riders who are perhaps new to the sport of motorcycle racing. Of course, there are categories in No Limits where you do get novice riders as well. Haven't got their 10 signatures, still got their bigs. Of course, this is for intermediate, novice, or clubman riders in the Club Power Cup. So a step above the novice. There are still a couple with the bibs on. That's probably from the Old School 1K Trophy class. And everyone has at least got a bit of racing experience under their belt, got a bit of a better license than the newcomers, shall we say. They've shown their worth got the 10 signatures, and they're been told, yep, you're all fine, you can now race as you wish. So there we see Glintor, our safety car driver, and acting as flag marshal today. Of course, we don't have safety cars in our sprint races here at No Limits. Looks like we've got a marshal just having to collect a bit of debris. That's coming into the Sunny In section. So once he's out of the way, they'll send them on their way for the sighting lap. And then it is 10 laps of racing, our 11th race of the weekend here at Croft. It's been a fantastic weekend so far. Of course, a fantastic season as well. But we've really enjoyed our time here. It's always special when we come to this place. We do have the green flag at the back of the pack, which means it's time to get ready for our sighting lap, and they'll be sent on their way. This scheduled to be 40 rider grid for this one. Can see a couple of riders missing at the front of the pack potentially. It definitely looks like we're missing P9. That was set to be Craig Macon. Hopefully everything's okay. Maybe an issue with the bike, or maybe he's had an off and is in no state to compete, unfortunately. But we do get going on our sighting lap. Let's have a little run through the grid for you. Jack Cullen, the 97. A disappointing end to the race yesterday with an incident. He's been the dominant rider in the Club Power Cup so far this year. A big group of fans, of course. Massive support from his friends and family. Can he redeem himself after those issues in race number 1? He starts on pole alongside Simon Franklin and Kieran Wood. Road 2 is Jordan Hugh, James Logan and Dean Turner, the 1-2-3 rider, the furthest up the grid from the old school 1K trophy. And of course, race winner yesterday. Row number 3, Paul Spencer, Aaron Nunn and Craig Macon supposed to be starting 9th, but again, did not see him on the grid. Dean Bednarek rounds up the top 10. He's alongside Curtis Milburn and Robert Contreras. Then we have Jeremy Page, Daniel Hill and Martin McClatchy, Mitchell Baines, Justin Coquier and Philip Whitby, Chris Edmondson, Andy Ashcroft and Ian Tune. Row number 8 is Lee Rawlings, Ryan Marriott and Anthony Snowball. Then it's David Dean, Neil Stevenson and Simon Anderson, Stephen Kilby, Luke Coop and Michael Gurnhill, Sean Hodgson, James Gelder and Scott Pendleton, Alan Lane, Keith Stringer, Gareth Evans, Matthew Whitney, Matthew Taylor, Vincent Gibbon and Adam Suttle is scheduled to be our 40th rider and our only rider on row 14 as well. Of course, there are a couple of riders in this race that did take part in our endurance yesterday, so they might be feeling a little bit sore, a little bit stiff from all of that action, but hopefully they're A-okay and hopefully happy to go racing for 10 laps in this one. Once again, a huge grid, the biggest we've seen so far out of the racing that we've had today at Croft. Issues for somebody a bit further back in the pack. Looks like they've had a very slow outlap, and in fact they're not even down at Tower Bend yet, so we'll wait to see if we're going to hold and wait for them or if they're going to pull off the racing circuit. There's a hand up as well for another rider. Are they going to be making their way into the pit lane, because somebody was definitely running slowly and had the left hand up, and indeed that is going to be making their way back into the pit lane. That is the number 84 that we see there, or 64 should I say, and hopefully everything's okay for Simon Anderson. And talking to the marshals, that could be, unfortunately for him, race over before it even begins. But the rest of the riders have made their way through. Not sure if the rider that was having a very slow outlap is going to, well, if he's pulled off or he's still making his way around. But we do have the medical car making its way to the back of the pack. They'll pull into the pit lane, and then it will be the green flag at the back. The red flag at the front will be removed out of the vicinity of the racing surface. And then, of course, as always, it'll be red lights on, red lights off, and then 10 laps around this 2-mile North Yorkshire circuit. The green flag waves at the back. We are ready to go racing. Jack Cullen from pole looking for redemption after that crash yesterday. A rare mistake from the 97 and a potential jump start as we've got chaos. Somebody's been thrown straight off the back of the bike away from the lights. The yellow flags will wave. Hopefully everything's okay. That could be a red flag potentially as it's stranded down at the start-finish line. The rider is okay, which is fantastic to see. Getting assistance from Blintel will stay green for the time being. Cullen will get the whole shot and lead the way ahead of the 95 Simon Franklin, who's got a great run out of the chicane. Their hands are up and it is a red flag. So we will be restarting that one, our first red flag of the day, and we'll wait to see if the race is going to be shortened. But that, Lewis Ray, is not what you want to see at the start of a race. Of course, if you light it up, it can happen. It's normally a bit embarrassed. You normally get a bit of a sore rear end and a bit of red on your cheeks as well. But the rider was up on their feet and okay. That is the main thing.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I mean, that's not what you want to do. Just releasing the clutch, a little bit too aggressively, and the anti-wheelie not doing anything at all. But it was definitely BMW, judging by the front wings. So I would have to say, judged by the grid slot as well, potentially even Paul Spencer on the 666. But whatever the case, whoever it was, a real disappointment there for them, and definitely a smash-up screen. I mean, even if they could get that bike moved in time, you can't go racing with bits of bodywork lying all over the main straight, because the bike's just did a somersault at the start. But a big shame there for Paul Spencer, and hopefully he can get that fixed for later on. Whatever the case, it means that even if you made a bad start, it's going to be a whole new race. Jack Cullen as well from pole position, he's going to have to do it all over again, go through the emotions all over again, because I think he'll be feeling a little bit more pressure after crashing out of yesterday's race.
Certainly was. I think Cullen as well may have got away with that one, because I thought he creeped forward a couple of centimetres a little bit before the red lights went out. So if that had stayed green, that would have been a potential jump start penalty for him. And of course, it's never nice when somebody has a moment like that away from the grid, because you've got everybody behind, and again, a big 40 bike grid here in the Brantford Cup Power Cup and the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Obviously, everybody having to take avoiding action, and of course, it's great that everyone was able to get out of the way and prevent a worst-case scenario there with a rider and bike stranded as everybody trying to get up to speed. So we'll wait to hear from Race Control what the plan is going to be. So that may just take a couple of moments. We haven't had anything come through on our live timing yet, where we get our messages from here in the commentary box. Of course, if you are watching trackside or at home as well on NLR TV, you can head over and follow the live timing over on live timing. TSLtiming.com. TSL, of course, our timing partners. A big thank you to them. Looks like it may have dropped a bit of fluid down as well. We can see the concrete dust or the sand or whatever it is, the particular solution of fluid cleaning methods being put down there. Of course, that's not going to be ideal for anybody who starts right behind that, because that could be a loss of grip as you go over that, as you're getting and building up the pace, getting through the gears as well. So you'll be trying to avoid that patch of of what was formerly fluid and now dust being put down there. Get some sweeping action. Of course, a big thank you to all of our marshals here at No Limits, both those that follow us around the country and the Croft trackside marshals as well. And of course, goes without saying, a big thank you to the medics as well. Of course, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need them, but they enable us to go racing as safely as possible. So thank you to those guys for continuing to do a spectacular job. So now we wait, Lewis, to hear what's going to be going on. I'd expect the race is probably going to be shortened just due to the time limitations. We have to lay any race that gets red flagged or delayed. It's probably going to be a case of you chop the laps off in that race than a race further down the line, because we do just have a hard cut-off at 6 o'clock. And if we go beyond that, we're going to have to start cancelling races, which no one wants to see. Yeah,
a tight schedule here at Croft. And it was good seeing as well, but the boss man, Mark Neat, getting involved and putting some of the cement dust down. As some final checks happened on the track surface. But it looks like we're going to have one warm-up lap and 8 racing laps for this restart. But, of course, we'll wait for confirmation. Time screens, they'll have updated. Giles Oakley having a little look himself on circuit, just making sure everything is all good to his understanding. Of course, Clark of the course for him. But Giles always does a good job for us. Highly experienced as well, both on circuit racing and on the roads as well as Clark of the course. But Jack Cullen, well, he'll take up his grid slot, and it looks like he's just going to avoid the cement dust as well. So I don't think it's going to be a terrible amount of concern for him. And then hopefully we can get started. Boards as well coming out, just to make sure everyone knows exactly what the deal is. Of course, 8 racing laps. A shortened race, Ross, but when we look at yesterday, it's practically the same race distance. It's not going to feel like too short of a race for them with 7 laps completed on Saturday.
So it's a benefit in that instance, I suppose, that you're only doing 1 extra lap compared to what you did yesterday. Of course, we only did about half a race. So I guess that's an advantage. You're not stepping into new territories with the last couple of laps. And again, if you're on scrub tyres as well, you don't need to worry about them so much later into the race and the heat cycle and what they're going through. But it just means you get the elbows out a little bit more. You've got less time now to get stuff done. So we will go back on the sighting lap. We'll run through the grid for you once again for this one. It will be Jack Cullen that starts on pole once again with Simon Franklin and Kieran Wood alongside. Then it's Jordan Hugh, James Logan and Dean Turner, the leading rider on the grid and race 1 winner in the Old School 1K Trophy class. Paul Spencer, we were supposed to be starting 7th, but we saw, of course, that incident a few moments ago, getting sent straight off the rear of the bike away from the lights. That was the red flag, and he will not be starting starting at the restart. Then it's Aaron Nunn, Craig Makin, P9, also not starting in this one. So it's Dean Bednarek rounding out the top 10 alongside Curtis Milburn and Robert Contreras. Aaron Nunn, a very lonely row number 3 for him. They're followed by Jeremy Page, Dale Hill and Martin McClatchy, Mitchell Baines, Justin Cockayne and Philip Whitby, Chris Edmondson, Andy Ashcroft and Ian Tune, Lee Rawlins, Ryan Marriott and Anthony Snowball, David Dean, Neil Stevenson and Simon Anderson, Stephen Kilby, Luke Coop and Michael Gernhill. He's rounding out the top 30. Sean Hedgeson, James Geldert, Scott Pendleton, Alan Lane, Keith Stringer, Gareth Evans, Matthew Whitney, Matthew Taylor, Vincent Gibbon and Adam Southall scheduled to be our final rider on the grid. Looks like there may be some more problems potentially for a couple of riders. Been told there may be a hand up from somebody a bit further back in the pack. So it could be more riders making their way into the pit lane. We saw that before the first attempt at a race start. We had a couple of guys just pulling their way back in. But it looks like everyone's okay and happy to go. Maybe it's just a warning saying we're all bunching up here. Just keep it slow coming into the complex section. But we'll make our way around our final corner and give it a go for the second time in this one. But Lewis, just quickly before we start, again, it's that awkward situation where you have to go through all of the emotions again. You get that adrenaline spike when the lights go out, and then suddenly you've all got to calm down, get focused again before you go again.
Yeah, exactly. It just depends how you cope with the red flag yourself. If you're a rider that just keeps nice and focused, or you're a rider that can, just have a little bit of a relaxation time, a little bit of a laugh, and then suddenly lock back in again whenever it actually matters. Well, we're not too far away from getting going. Hopefully, this will be the restart that we probably need. It does look like 666 is missing, so I would say that was Paul Spencer that we've seen do some acrobatics, but hopefully all is well with him as red lights come on. And the red lights are off, and it's a good start from Simon Franklin from second position. Is the Kawasaki going to take the lead on the run to turn 1? Yes, he is your answer. Dean Turner as well, having a good look up the inside, thinks better of it, slots back into third overall. Of course, first in class for himself is Jack Cullen, your pole sitter. He drops down to second position now, and is already going to be looking away to attack. Through the chicane we go, we wind up the power yet again, down the back straight, and the Kawasaki leads. I mean, Simon Franklin, he was essentially gifted the win yesterday. He still had tremendous pace, but today is the day to try and beat Cullen on pure pace out on circuit. It's Franklin from Cullen, and then in third position it looks like Jordan Hugh has just got ahead of Dean Turner out on circuit.
Not massively surprising, of course. Turner in the old school 1K trophy, so he's going to have a slightly slower bike in comparison to some of the newer modern machinery perhaps that we see for the other riders. But what a launch it was from the RAF Corporal to get his way from 6th to 3rd down into turn number 1. Franklin, though, it's not like he was gifted the race win yesterday. Yes, of course, Cullen goes down and he was there to reap the rewards, but he was still there with Cullen, still pushing him hard. So he did have to earn it a little bit. Now, though, up in front of Cully out here as we come to the end of lap 1 of 8 in a few moments' time at the second attempt of this race. And now Simon Franklin, this time he's got clear of Cullen, and now he has clear air in front of him for the first time, getting through Jack Cullen this weekend, of course. Let's see if he can stay there. Let's see how Cullen feels as well, if the bike's all okay and back up to shape, if he's all okay after his off yesterday. It was a pretty quick accident, but he was up on his feet straight away following it, as we see some of the riders a little bit further behind them. There's third place Hugh, followed by Kieran Wood, who's dropped down to 4th, and then Dean Turner up into 5th place on the Fireblade. So a great start once again for Dean Turner, and still hanging with the likes of Hugh and Kieran Wood on the BMW as well. So the 1, 2, 3 riding out of his skin at the moment. Back to our race leader in Simon Franklin, and looks like he's managed to pull maybe a bike length or 2 extra on Cullen over the first half of this lap.
Yeah, he's trying to pull a margin as things stand. It did sit at just under 1 second last time around at Time and Beam. Of course, we'll wait for that to update in around half a lap's time as we head towards through Barcroft, and then Sunny in, Sunny out. Effectively one long corner on these bikes. Of course, you just set up the bike ever so slightly in between the two of them, cranking a little bit more power before then you shoot it into the complex. A lift to the front wheel from Simon Franklin. Some of the riders obviously opt to run the likes of scooter brakes on board their bike, where it's on the left handlebar, usually above the clutch, or of course the option of a thumb brake, a little bit easier than constantly having to go for your right leg. Now though, you can just see a couple more riders coming through your picture, as that is of course the number 91 having a good scrap. So Bednarek holding off likes of Cockayne just behind. That is a freeway scrap for the final couple of spots inside the top 10. Is Honda Fireblade lean this group, and S1000 also involved in there, and what looks to be a Yamaha too. So the R1 still super strong out on on circuit, obviously known for their corner speed for many, many years. Not necessarily the most horsepower underneath them compared to some of the Fireblades that we've seen out on circuit, but still relatively quick. I mean, we look how impressive Colin's been this year. He is on the older S1000 BMW, but he's still able to put in some lap times, obviously, and still able to dominate races as we've seen at Setterton and at Donington Park. Now though, at Croft, the gap sits at 0.8 of a second. The fastest lap of the race now going the way of Colin at the head of the field. So we see some moves being made, and that does look to be Cocaine just getting that into P10.
It does indeed. Nice move from the BMW rider. That was for position as well. Currently leading the way in the old school 1K trophy. It is, of course, Dean Turner in P5.
Colin's closing.
He is closing down. In second place quickly in the old school 1K trophy, Curtis Milburn. He's up into 7th place. Not too far away from Dean, to be fair. 3rd place is a long way back, though. It is Andy Ashcroft of 45. He's currently running down in P21. Back to our race lead, though, overall, and in the Brandfix Club Power Cup. And it looks like Cullen starting to get it focused in. As look at that from Simon Franklin, front wheel picking up all the way almost to the start finish line. Of course, it is preferable to have a little bit of front wheel pickup on the bike on the way out of corners, but that I think was a little bit too much, and he will have had to manage that, get off the throttle, be tapping that rear brake to get the front to sit down. Was the fastest lap of the race from Cully, the 97 on the previous tour as well, a 1:24.795. That's 5/10 quicker than Simon Franklin's been able to manage as we are on lap 4 of 8 here in the 3rd race of the day at Croft. There is Franklin. Where is Cullen in comparison? And yep, definitely closing in now, definitely going on the hunt. Jack Cullen smells blood, but is he able to try and find his way through Simon Franklin? Of course, it's one thing to catch, it's one thing to follow, it's a whole different beast to overtake.
Yeah, he's going to have to do some hard graft in the next couple of laps. Of course, half race distance effectively now, lap 4 of 8. And well, Simon Franklin is going to be under pressure till the very end, you would have to say. We did think the gap was closing, and it was down to 0.3 of a second last time around. But as we see, Hugh also under some pressure from Kieran Wood behind. And well, Kieran Wood on board the Army BMW M1000RR. So quick. I mean, look at the difference in speed so far. 2 completely different lines. And I think Hugh is just going to be trying to defend where possible. Of course, Jordan on board the Yamaha as we enter the final corner. Now heavy on the anchors, trying to get it tucked in. And Simon Franklin, we've seen multiple times now, the front wheel in there, he's really struggling. He's got those electronics pretty much turned off, you would imagine. Certainly his anti-wheelie, because that front wheel constantly come up in the air as Wood dives down the inside. And well, Jordan Hugh, he's back down yet another position. So down to P4 he goes, and this is the battle for the overall podium spot in P3.
Certainly is. Lovely move there from Kieran Wood. Regains that 3rd place. He lost off of the line, the Army rider. A disappointing start, but he had to work for that one and is back onto the podium places. But it's some 5 seconds up to Franklin and Cullen in front. So in order to be taking a race win at this point, he essentially needs to hope that they take each other out. We'll continue to follow Wood and Hugh out of Tower Bend. And you can see already that Kieran Wood is already pulling a few bike lengths. Dean Turner a little bit further back, some 3.5 seconds. He himself has a 4-second gap back to Logan in 6th place, who splits the 2 old school 1K trophy leaders. Dean Turner, of course, leading the way in P5. Milburn on the Kawasaki, the 996 in 7th place. There are your overall leaders once again. Simon Franklin still holding on from Jack Cullen as they come into the final complex corner, then the final hairpin, and they'll be taking us onto lap number 6. Cullen hasn't been able to work her way through yet, but there's 1, maybe 2 bike lengths separating them. Once again, big front wheel pickup, even in 3rd gear there from Simon Franklin. It's just trying to turn itself end over end as that Kawasaki, but he's riding it masterfully, doing it old school style. Who needs anti-wheelie when you've got your rear brake, your right hand, and the determination to go out there and race as purely as you can. Cullen behind looks calm and composed, though. Looks like he's just settled into a rhythm, starting to reach a bit of lap traffic behind them as well. And they should be getting through, whoever that is on the run into Tower Bend. Franklin certainly will go through. Looks like they're getting out of the way, whoever that was, to allow Cullen through as well. Sportsmanship shown there. Of course, you don't necessarily have to really manoeuvre your way out of the way, but it is the nice thing to do to not interrupt the leader's race. Cullen did lose a bit of time there, though, so may have just been a bit more cautious on the run to Tower Bend with that lap traffic that he had to deal with. So now more breathing room for Simon Franklin and more advantage. Is Cullen able to chase that back up, though? He has been following Franklin for quite some time now, and very closely as well. Oh, big wobble as Franklin, or Cullen should I say, gets on the throttle. Now starting to get aggressive. He knows he needs to push, knows he needs to go, but as I was saying, he was been following Franklin very closely for a long old time in this race now, so he knows exactly where his opponent is strong, exactly where he's weak, and exactly what he's doing. So it should be fairly easy work to at least catch up to the back of him.
I've got to say, that was the first warning from Jack Cullen, and that was the first warning from the rear tyre, just to say, look, watch what you're doing, otherwise you're going to get high-sided to the moon. That did look to be Hodgson on board the 750 Yamaha that they were trying to get by, and there he is there on the 190. Dean Turner now getting through on the lap traffic. But, well, Jack Cullen, after that warning, that gap has risen ever so slightly, over 1 second now for, I believe, the first time in this entire race. So he's going to struggle if he wants any hope of taking victory. Simon Franklin, though, I mean, you cannot fault a single thing that he's done in this race. The injuries he's been through since he started motorcycle racing has been simply astonishing. And the fact he's able to be so competitive yet again is simply remarkable. So over 1 second of an advantage. Wood still in third as things stand. Hugh and Turner round out in top 5 for the time being. Milburn as well on board the 750 Kawasaki. He sits second in class as well in P6 out on circuit overall. As we look at some battles further down the order, a couple of Kawasaki as well trading blows as we're watching out on circuit. They're going to make their way down towards Tower Bend now, though, on the penultimate lap of action as well. Simon Franklin, nice and easy through. He goes there on board his Kawasaki, through on Gurnhill on board the Suzuki. So Gurnhill goes one lap down, and next up it's going to be Cullen's choice to try and get through. But Simon Franklin needs to keep it clean for one more lap now. It was just over 1 second last time around. Now it's 1.1, nearly 1.2 seconds out on circuit. You have to say it's going to go the way of Simon Franklin. And if Cullen wants any hope of taking victory, he's going to need a mistake or the lap of his life. Obviously the 172 as well, running into a few transponder issues out there on circuit, so still no working transponder there for them. They're going to need to get that fixed for race 3 later on. But the final lap of things, just about half a lap remaining, and it does look like Simon Franklin, barring any major errors, is going to be taking victory. He also holds the fastest lap of the race, let's not forget, a 124.6, although through sector 1 it was a personal best from Franklin, and Cullen, well, it was a purple sector 1 for himself. One tenth quicker than Franklin in the lead, but he's going to need to do a little bit more than that if he wants any chance of taking victory on this final lap. That gap is definitely less than 1 second or so on circuit, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Into the complex we go yet again. Cullen is giving it absolutely everything on this final lap, but Simon Franklin, I mean, it's been a faultless race for himself, and with one more corner to round, you would think he should be able to hold on to it. Through the final corner we go, we crank on the power, and the number 95, Simon Franklin, does take victory on board the Kawasaki. He does take the race win from Jack Cullen, and Jack Cullen, the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 123.7. 4/10 of a second is his winning margin. So Simon Franklin is your race winner from Cullen. And well, third place is going to go the way of Kieran Wood. Hugh now crosses the line in P4 as we see them heading into Park Fermi. Dean Turner rounding out top 5. He's going to take the No Limits Old School 1K trophy win, just ahead of Milburn. So Curtis Milburn missing out in second in class, so still for himself. Then we go to James Logan in 7th. A big wheelie over the line for Nunn Bednark as well, and Cockayne just claiming the final spot inside the top 10 on board the number 94. Then of course we have the number 93 in P11, the 112 in 12th, and number 50 of Lane taking P13. Round out our top 15 spots, so we do have Page and Baines, Whitby, McClatchy, Ian Tune and Edmondson rounding out the top 19 as Pendleton takes the final spot inside the top 20. Rollins, Anthony Snowball, Andy Ashcroft, Stringer, Marriott, and well, we're just waiting for Stevenson to cross the line now. He should be coming across the line in P26 with Dean Kilby, Coop and Gurnhill rounding out our top 31. But An incredible race that time around. Simon Franklin is your winner overall. 0.4 of a second over Jack Cullen. Let's hear from Ross.
Well, how close do you want that one to be? What a race at the end of that one. And Simon Franklin, I wouldn't say by the skin of his teeth, but certainly had to hold on to that one. Simon, your second race win of the weekend, but that one, a bit more tricky than yesterday's.
Yeah. Pushed all the way, yeah. I was hoping he'd be a bit sore, but obviously not. But no, it was good. Thanks.
No, I mean, amazing racing from yourself, amazing riding. Did see, though, a lot of front pickup on the way out of a couple of corners. Are you just not running any anti-wheelie?
Yeah, it's got anti-wheelie, but not quite. I don't use back brake. I've tried. I kind of get the hang of it, so I suffer with it. I do suffer with the wheelie at places, yeah. Donington as well, but it's worse here, yeah.
Still, makes it a bit entertaining, a bit of a spectacle for us. But again, what a ride it was from you. Massive pressure from Jack the whole way through after you got the lead from the restart and just managed to hold him off and keep it true. So you're looking to try and complete the hat-trick in race number 3, later?
I don't know about that. I've gone as fast as I've ever gone around here, and he was still right there, so we'll see.
Well, maybe you'll go a bit faster later on as well. We're ready to see. Simon, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Great to speak to Simon Franklin, our race winner. Let's head round and speak to, once again, our old school 1K trophy race winner, the 1, 2, 3 of Dean Turner. Dean, another race victory for you. This one a little bit closer, was a little bit tighter in the category, but still a great ride from yourself.
Yeah, I'm glad they made it 8 laps. I'm absolutely knackered. But no, it's a good race. They just ride into a pit board to just manage that gap and try and do it again this afternoon.
Yeah, cool. Still one more to go. Still to complete another clean sweep, I'm sure. But again, bit more competition within class. There was only one rider separating you from second in class, so potentially a bit of a fight on your hands later on.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to it. It'd be a good laugh having a battle for a change. But I'll say we'll just ride our own race and see how we get on. But I'll say without the help of Moto Tech and all the RAF team, wouldn't be as possible as it is. So hopefully we'll just keep continuing this trajectory.
Well, looking forward to it, Dean. Thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Great to speak to our race winners. Once again, Lewis, heading back over to you in the commentary box. We're ready for our 4th race of the day.
Thanks for that, Ross. Ready almost for race 12 of the weekend. And, the first race of the day for the Club Sport Cups, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler and the Fortis F900 Cups. A whole lot of cups in this one. And, hopefully a whole lot of fun. Paul Holden should be starting this one on pole position, but no Paul Holden out on the grid. Now, we did see a crash in the endurance race yesterday for Mr. Holden, so it seems like whatever damage was sustained in that crash over by the complex, it was a little bit too much to get fixed for today. Meanwhile, those Simon Daniels and Stephen Miller effectively in first and second on the grid. They start second and third officially on the front row with Callum Hurst, Carl Beresford and Luke Stanley on row 2. Finn Page, Fraser Linchenko and Jamie Bayliss take up row 3 with Chris Taylor rounded out the top 10 going alongside Samuel Booth and Roger Lovelace. Evan Brailsford, Andrew Coulter and Thomas Drew take up row 5 with Carl Bayliss, Ryan Arnold and Aaron McGregor taking up row 6. Now, there is a couple of latecomers, and I do believe that's Stephen Miller, who's trying to make his way out on circuit. So hopefully we can get him back out on track. Maybe not in his grid spot, though, as, Simon Biles, Michael Partridge and Matthew Maynard take up our top 21 spots. Joe Culler, Liam Hansen and Liam Sutherland take up row 8 with John Hunt, Chris Rowlands and Mark Felton on row 9. Finally, it's going to be Peter Dugan and Oliver Nunn on row 10, although no time set yesterday, so they're going to be starting effectively at the back of the grid if they are able to take part. Now, as grid comes round, we do have Steve Miller waiting by the Holden area. I assume they're just going to let him to rejoin once all the bikes pass through, and then you would assume back of the grid for himself. But we'll wait for confirmation on that one. And of course, we've seen some excellent racing, to say the very least, yesterday in this one. From start to finish, to be honest. Paul Holden, he was kept honest throughout. Simon Daniels, great at the start as well for him. And Callum Hurst, I mean, it seems like every single race that Callum Hurst is involved in, he somehow finds himself an almighty scrap from start to finish. So of course, he goes from row 2 this time around, P4 for the number 14. Keep an eye for him because, well, it's not necessarily hard to miss. With it being a bright yellow colour scheme for himself. Finn Page and Carl Beresford looking a little bit confused on the grid over what the heck is going on at the moment. But, well, we'll bring you through everything that we have to offer here. And actually, no Paul Holden, no Simon Daniels, and Stephen Miller, well, he's a latecomer, so he's going to be shoved at the back of the grid. So, no riders on the front row. Callum Hurst effectively on pole position alongside Carl Beresford. No Luke Stanley either. So we have 2 riders inside the top six riders of the grid. So Callum Hurst, who's starting in P4, effectively in pole position. I mean, not confusing at all, and that's why number 14 and 74 are looking pretty perplexed at the head of the grid. Nonetheless, though, red lights on, red lights off, and off we go. We may be missing some riders, but, well, the action is sure going to get going. Race towards turn 1 for the first time of asking. Carl Beresford looking up the inside and, well, unable to make that one work on Finn Page, who's managed to take the lead somehow. It's going to be Callum Hurst losing positions. He's all the way down to P5. Let's keep in mind he started P4 in the grid, but that was effectively pole position, as we had none of the front row showing up for this race start. Finn Page, though, has been released at the front of things. He started P7 out on circuit, 3rd row of the grid for himself on board the R6, and, well, the number 30, such an impressive ride yesterday for himself, as well as, of course, brother that's also racing out on circuit. So Scott and Finn Page both out there on track and enjoying themselves in the Croft sunshine. We head through the Jim Clark Hesses for the first time of asking. Beresford keeping himself honest in second position, and Will Callum Hurst diving down the inside, and that is going to be preferred position, so movement for himself. And, well, what was affecting our pole setters, a slightly confusing lineup on the grid for us, but luckily we're all there, and Callum Hurst, well, is back into the podium spots.
He is indeed. That was a brave move there at Barcroft as well up the inside. Definitely the weirdest start of a race we've had so far this season. Actually saying that last one was pretty weird as well, with riders going all over themselves and flipping backwards off the bike. But it's chaos here at Croft apparently as we come to the end of lap number 1. It looks like we have kept it clean though overall. Front 2 are starting to break away just a little bit from the remainder of the pack, but it is not done and dusted yet. It will be Page that leads the way, but not for much longer. Carl Beresford looks like he's got to run down into turn 1. Is he brave enough on the brakes? No. Has to sit back. It looked like he was thinking about poking the front wheel, but ultimately decided against it. But he'll continue to pile the pressure on to the number 30 rider. We have got a faller a little bit further back in the pack. That's one of the novice riders with the orange bib on. Hopefully everything's okay for them. Looks like they're up on their feet, which is
looks like the 24 of Evan Brailsford there, so a massive shame for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, Paul Holden would have been started from pole. He had an off yesterday in the Biker Lawyers endurance race, so clearly not been able to get the bike back up to standard coming into this one. Simon Daniels and Stephen Miller, though, who knows, quite frankly, where they were. So, bit of confusion, especially for the riders out there who maybe weren't aware that they were all essentially getting promoted one row of the grid, even if they were starting in the same place. Look at how close it is suddenly as well between Beresford and Hurst. Hurst is caught right up to the back of the Triumph. 14 could be thinking about getting himself into the conversation in the fight for the podium positions. Also, we have Jamie Bayliss.
Here he comes, and that's Beresford down the inside. Beresford making the move on Page. The job done for himself, and, well, a lead change on the second half of this lap. Great stuff, Ross, as we prepare for lap 3.
Certainly was nice move there, but this could be very much a four-way fight for the overall lead of the race here in the Club Sport Cup, in the Street Bike Cup with Metzler and the Fortis F900Rs, as they're going to go side by side between Hurst and Bayliss on the run down into turn number 1 potentially. Is that a move? Yes. No, it's not. It looks like it's Hurst still holding on to that position. How far ahead is Beresford's advantage? Okay, he's got a couple of bike lengths already at the back of the pack. There we see Fraser Lizarchenko as well, suddenly looking like he wants to get involved on the R6. Pretty of a quiet start from that young rider, who's really impressed so far in the opening rounds of this season. Again, he was a novice at the opening round at Snetterton, then did get his 10 signatures, was able to move up a class after dominating at Snetterton and still performing amazingly well at Donington. Part 2 race wins and a big high side out of the final corner in between them. Fancies getting up there, getting involved. Leading the way in the Fortis F900R Cup is currently Chris Taylor on the 36 in P7 overall. Just behind him in the Sport Bike Cup, 48 of Roger Loveless. He is the class leader in that one. Will stay with this lead group though. 5 bikes, 3 of them very, very close together in the middle of it. And it looks like they're starting to catch up to the back of Carl Beresford as well. Maybe just turning the wick up just a little bit. And just behind them, Fraser Lizarchenko watching it all kick off. Is that a move for Hurst up the inside? Or it will become the inside? Certainly no. Looks like that Page was able to hold on behind as Hurst is nearly thrown off the bike. A big twitch before it gripped up. He'll stay there for the time being. Tries to get the run out of the hairpin. It looks like he's going to have to settle for Peter at the moment. To me, it looks alongside Carl Beresford is really, really strong in the slow final section, but it's getting caught across the rest of the lap. Hurst once again looking to the inside. This time he is close enough. This time he will get it done. Blocks off the exit to the inside as well. Up to second place goes the 14.
I mean, it's such an awkward first sector. As soon as you get through, it's easy to do a block pass on your rival, and then suddenly nowhere for him to go as we head back down the back straight yet again. We crank on the power towards Tower Bend, and well, Beresford, you would imagine he's going to be under some pressure in the next couple of laps, because Callum Hurst, he's looking racy. Finn Page as well, dropped behind Bayliss now, so Bayliss on board the newer CBR 600. Well, he's got some pace in it now. Clearly has took the reins off that bike, clearly learning exactly what you need to get the speed out of it. As well, we spoke about Fraser Lizchenko. Let's not forget as well his accident at Donington Park, exiting Goddard, had an almighty high side, and yeah, it's impressive the fact he's even able to make the grids here at Croft, certainly for such a new rider as well. And such a unique style as well through the corners. I mean, almost like an old school riding style, much more of the upper half of his body is in the centre of the motorcycle compared to what we see with pretty much everyone else, who dangles every single part of their body, looking up the inside though behind, unable to make that move work. And that did look like it was Muller on board the 23. Of course, let's not forget Stephen Muller, he had to exit at the back of the grid, and that was because he came to the home area pretty late. I mean, the riders were already halfway around their warm-up lap by the time Fraser Muller even pulled up. But over the start-finish line we head yet again. What's the gap going to be this time around? 0.8 of a second. 0.2 that's grown by. So Callum Hurst, he needs to get shift on in the next couple of laps if he wants any hope of it. Lap 5 out of 10 as a position change now for Muller as he gets ahead of Fraser Lizchenko.
Yeah, Muller kind of came out of nowhere, suddenly on the back of him again, starting really far back as a result of being late, and now up into 5th place. Lizchenko just got out-driven down the straight, essentially. A better exit, a better drive out of the final hairpin for Fraser Muller, or Stephen Muller should I say. He's able to get on past there. We do see Callum Hurst right on the rear now. Carl Beresford, he's had a great run coming towards Tower Bend, and now could be thinking about trying to set a move up potentially into the sunnies, if not certainly going into the complex section. That is a prime overtaking opportunity. We've seen him make a move there already in this race. Carl Bayliss has also caught up to the back of the Jamie Bayliss, should I say. So we've gone from having a 5-way fight to a 3-way fight, with a 3-way fight just behind them seems to be the current affair of things, and even then the 3 behind still very much with them, shaping up to be a grandstand finish here. Looking to the inside now goes Bayliss, coming into the complex but backs out of that one. No room at the inn on that occasion. And look at Muller up into 4th place now, and on the charge is the 23. Gonna try and side his way through as we nearly go 3 abreast into the final hairpin. The door was wide open in the inside, and the 23 said thank you very much. Up into the podium places goes Muller.
Podium places he goes, and now picking off Callum Hurst before he even arrives at turn 1, so that is job done for himself. Up into 2nd position as well. What kind of pace does he have? He's around 1 second to claw back over the next couple of laps. Run 6 out of 10 for the time being, but here is Bayliss right on his tailpipe at the moment, and yeah, coming out of the corner we go, down towards the back straight. Muller slipping into the behind of Carl Beresford, as I should say, as we see another rider having a few issues further back, so disappointment there for them, and that does look like it could be Adams on board the 404. I mean, he's dropped right back down the timing screens for the time being. But whatever the case, we'll carry on racing at the front of things as Stephen Muller is bound towards a move here. He was meant to start on the front row of the grid. His pace yesterday was faster than Carl Beresford, and he looks up the inside, and job done for Muller. He moves into the race lead, overtaking Carl Beresford and demoting him to P2. Such a fast section of the circuit, such bravery for himself, and now the opportunity to try and extend the margin at the front.
Stephen Muller, how about that one coming through Barcroft? What a move.
He's got his leg out. He's got his leg out.
Yeah, is that almost slipping off the bike? Not an issue, but he got his leg out, then run very, very wide, and going to get overtaken now by Carl Beresford. Is there issues now for Stephen Muller potentially? He didn't get the hand up and pull in, but was that signaling? I'm not sure, but
either issues or confusion anyway out on circuit, you have to say it, because Carl Beresford, I think he assumed that there was something going on as well. He stuck his leg out as well, and then suddenly racing is continuing. I mean, green flag's still out on circuit, so maybe even a little bit of confusion, or just missing a gear ever so slightly for Stephen Muller. Whatever the case, he's going to have to do all the work yet again as he's bound towards a move through the chicane. Is it going to be at Tower Bend, or is this going to be an issue that persists to the end of the race? Hopefully it's just a little bit of confusion. Obviously lap 7 of 10 ground for the time being. Just a few laps remaining before the checker flag comes out, but it's going to be too far back this time out over at Tower Bend.
Yeah, will be for the time being, but again, we saw that move initially at Barcroft, how brave, how strong it was. Is he thinking about doing the same? He's thinking already potentially at the Jim Clark S's, but tucks back into the toe. Let's see the run out of the S's. Is it there at Barcroft, looking to the inside?
Here we go.
Is it going to be a mirror image? No, this time sweeping through goes Beresford, and Muller decides, you know what, not worth it on this occasion. We'll back out nice and early. Looks for the run to the inside, sits the bike up actually before he gets the sun in to see if there's a move to the inside. Can't find it there. Now to the complex section, front wheels picking up from both of them. That is really late on the brakes from Stephen Muller, and he's gone straight on, and he's come off the bike. He gave it too much, too hot in. It looked like he got away with it, but had to sit the bike up.
He was getting frustrated.
See the frustration there from the 23. Just tried a little bit too hard, bit off more than he can chew, and what was turning out to be an absolutely incredible ride ends on the grass as we go onto lap number 8 out of 10. It is Beresford from Hurst from Lizachenko. Now your top 3 overall, and in the Club Sport Cup. Meanwhile, in the Sport Bike Cup, it looks to be now Thomas True on the 73 that leads the way. No, in fact, it is Roger Lovelace still on the 48 in P7, although himself and True very, very tight together indeed. In the Fortis F900 R Cup, it is Taylor in P11, followed by Bayliss down in P14. So, bit of a gap there, but this race at the front still rages on with 2.5 laps left to run. We see our leaders heading through Tower Bend. Stephen Muller, of course, looks like he's okay up on his feet, but frustration for the 23s. He just dived it in too deep, went in too hot to the complex, tried to sit the bike up, tried to control it, get it slowed down, but it wasn't enough. So he's down and out. It's now a 5-way fight for this race lead. They're all still very, very close together in the forms of Beresford, Hurst, Lizachenko, Bayliss and Page. Hurst dropping back a little bit. Is this an opportunity for Fraser Lizachenko? The 38 rider out there at the moment on his R6 doing a fantastic job. You can see Muller's bike being wheeled away by the marshals in the background of your picture. Lizachenko looks very racy, looks like he's got an opportunity to the inside and the hairpin as well. Can he get it stopped? Has to set the bike up a little bit as Hurst holds on around the outside. How close do you like at the exit of the corner? But Lizachenko, brave on the throttle and gets it done, and up to P2 as we go on to lap number 9 out of 10. 2 more to go. Hurst back to the inside, coming to the opening corner. Will regain that position, the drive that he gets out of that Kawasaki 636 looks spectacular in comparison, especially as they get to the end of the straight. You were looking at around about 130 miles an hour for these machines at the fastest point of the circuit, which is on the run down into Clervaux, down into turn number 1. Beresford now under big pressure from Hurst, who's suddenly turned the wick up on the run into Tower Bend. But no moves there just yet, too far back, and you can't really try anything on the exit. It's not a corner where if you get a good drive, you can get it on the straight into the Jim Clark S's. Barcroft, we've seen a few amazing moves here, and Hurst looks like he was thinking about it. He is one of those that was able to stick it up the inside there a few laps ago to gain a position. This time though, he'll have to wait, stay in the wheel tracks of Carl Beresford, who's probably mightily unaware of the pressure he's under and the chaos that's been unfolding behind him. Of course, he did drop down to second place briefly before there was that bizarre incident with Miller sticking the leg out, as we see Hurst once again looking into the complex, but nothing there this time. Then of course he was able to get back through Miller was Beresford with that incident, and then Miller of course going down a few moments ago. One more tour then here of Croft in race number 2 for the No Limits Club Sport Cup, for the Street Bike Cup, for the Fortis F900 R Cup, and of race number 12 of the weekend. Can Hurst find anything? Lizachenko there, looks like Bayliss and has dropped back massively, and I believe we may have lost potentially Page. He's dropped a fair few positions, and Finn Page has either made a mistake or gone off or had a mechanical failure. I think he is still making his way around the racetrack, but I'll confirm that for you if he continues to drop on our live time, and we're still waiting for the next rider after him to get to the line. Look at how close our 2 leaders are, almost touching and almost getting thrown off the bike as Hurst caught the curve on the inside there, and it was all moving underneath him. That then nearly opens the door for Fraser Lizachenko to get through into 3rd place, or 2nd should I say. Was that the moment that Beresford has this race wrapped up and sewn up as they come to the Sunnies for the final time. Hurst still there with him, pushing with all his might. There's 2 opportunities left, complex 1 and the hairpin. But I think that Hurst may be under too much pressure. He may have to go on the defensive instead of the attack. Fraser Lizarchenko will be looking, will be searching, will be seeking. There's lap traffic in the way. They'll have to get right out of it. Carl Beresford's going to win this race. Who's going to be second, though? Is it a miraculous moment for Fraser Lizarchenko as they're all slowing down? Is there problems? Was that another lap rider? Potentially it was. It's as close as you like. Lizarchenko gets second, but Carl Beresford in a crazy, crazy race gets first. What an incredible ending to that one. What an incredible race with the top 5 stuck together the whole way through. It's Carl Beresford that holds on from Fraser Lizarchenko, who got through at the death. And then it was in P3, Callum Hurst losing out right at the line with a last corner move from Lizarchenko. It was Bayliss on the 1-2-4 in 4th place. Samuel Boot, the 69, brings it home in P5. It looks like Finn Page did finish. He just had issues out there and he dropped behind the eventual No Limit Street Bike Cup race winner, the 73 of Thomas Drew. Then in P8, it was second place in the Street Bike Cup in the form of Roger Lovelace. The 48 led most of the race in that category. P9 was Coulter back in the Club Sport Cup. And then we see our F900R race winner in P10, Chris Taylor. The 36 with a magic ride out there for him. Then it's Lewis Adams in P11 and Samuel Biles in P12. McGregor 13th, Dugan 14th. Second place in the F900 is Ryan Arnold on the 18 in P15. Then third place just behind him, the 55 of Carl Bayliss. A bit of an off race for him. You'd expect him to be a bit further up in the order. 17th place is Maynard, 18th Partridge, 19th Hanson, 20th Collier. Then it's Hunt Rollings, who's actually third place in the Street Bike Cup in 22nd, and Felton in 23rd. Looks like Hunt actually dropped behind Rollings. Of course, that wasn't for position, though. Different classes between the pair of them. We lost in that one Muller, Sutherland and Brailsford as we send out the recovery van to go and get some bikes. Let's hear, though, our race winners with Lewis Rae after a crazy, crazy race in that one. Over to you, Lewis.
Thanks, Ross. Down here in Park Fermi now, and well, Carl Beresford is having a good old chat with Callum Hurst. Fraser's already disappeared into the distance, getting ready for a later race. But yeah, Carl, I mean, what a race that was from start to finish. You put on the show for the Croft crowd.
It was hard work, that. I got on pump about 3 laps to the end, so I was just saying to Callum, I was literally just going apex to exit and just blocking their mid-corner pass every time. Horsepower of the Triumph all day.
Yeah, Triumph seems to be working well out there, though. I mean, you look confident on it for sure.
Difficult, it's hard to turn. So towards the end, like I say, it was arm pumpy quite bad, but I just thought I'll set him up mid-corner, use the horsepower.
Still one more race, though, another P1 up for grabs. Well done.
Have a quick nap, some snacks, I'll be alright.
Best of luck anyway. And well, we'll quick grab with Callum Hurst as well, if we don't mind. And well, a couple of races disappearing, but Callum, a small accident there in Park Fermi, but during the race, pretty good ride from yourself, a podium finish.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm buzzing. We've had a couple of issues with the bike this weekend. We've got no quick shifter, and surprising how much hard work that makes it. So trying to keep up with the Triumph down the straight when you can't short shift is just incredibly hard, but Buster rode really good. Then Fraser dogged me on that last corner. I just could not turn it quick enough, and then he got the run down the straight. But to be honest, all these considered a podium. I'm absolutely buzzing.
You've got to be happy about that one. Well done yet again.
Thank you. Cheers, boys.
And I think we have a tiny bit of time left, so we're going to quickly run up and see if we can grab either Chris Taylor. Yeah, Chris Taylor, I think, is going to be the only one that we can grab here. In the F900, of course, F900 winner for himself. And actually, we can quickly grab Thomas Drew as well. Thomas, I mean, what a race that was from yourself. Class victory, nonetheless.
I know. That's what happens when Paul don't turn up. Hi, Paul.
Yeah, obviously crashed in the endurance race for Paul yesterday, but you'll be happy with that one anyway.
Yeah.
Short but sweet, to say the very least. And yeah, the next grid's not quite loaded up yet, so why not? Chris Taylor, if you just want to come over here, how was that for yourself? F900 victory for yourself. You had a busy endurance yesterday and now sprint action here today, P1.
Hard work, I'm struggling today, but glad to get it. I wanted it yesterday. It was my dad's 60th. He passed away a couple of years ago yesterday, so it would have been nice to have it yesterday, but it just didn't work out. So good to get it today.
Yeah, an emotional result nonetheless. Well done, congratulations. Still one more race to go.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, there we go. Top, winners in all classes, and also a nice little chat to Callum Hurst. Back up to you, Ross, in the commentary box for the twins.
Thanks, Lewis. And that was, lovely to hear from Chris there, racing for a great cause, and great to see that he was able to get that race win. As we see crowds watching along here at Croft, we do have some dark clouds rolling over. We're not expecting rain anymore today, but the sun is going away, so it looks like the aviators will stay firmly on the commentary box desk for the time being. We're just still waiting for a few bikes to get recovered in that last race. We did have 3 trackside incidents, and then of course a couple of mechanicals as well, with people conking out and having to send the van out to go and rescue them. So there will be a brief delay, as we also have the fire van out there for some reason. That's probably just making sure somebody's okay. It is also used as a recovery vehicle, not just for in case there is a fire. Of course, a big thank you to everybody helping out here, the marshals, the medics, everything like that. A big thank you to everybody up in race control as well for ensuring that today runs as smoothly as possible. Again, we're a bit tight for time today, unfortunately, due to noise regulations here at Croft. We're trying to cram everything in to the best that we can. And so far, we're sticking well to it, which is fantastic to see. So we're hoping to get the next race underway very, very soon. It will, of course, be the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, the Track Day Addicts Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sport Bike categories in this one. So should be a fun race in this one, of course. Normally pretty competitive. However, if you weren't joining us yesterday, either on NLR TV or trackside, Lewis Smart from pole position is going to win this race. He won by 35 seconds yesterday. He was lapping 4 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else. He claims he's not done anything to the bike. He is on a Super Twin, of course, so it is a bit done up, shall we say. I'm not sure what the exact specs that he's got on the bike are, but he just says he's just riding really, really well at the moment, and he certainly was yesterday. Had a 4-second lead by the end of lap number 1 and just vanished into the distance. It was quite some display, so it's really about who's going to be finishing elsewhere. So it was Lewis Smart that did take the victory overall on his Triumph. Elsewhere, John Coughlin finished in first in class for himself. We also saw, he actually took the Super Twin trophy, Lewis Smart, riding in a non-categorised championship, apparently. Wonder if he's just warming himself up on his Manx GP bike. So it was actually John Coughlin that took the Track Day Super Twin trophy race, finishing second, some 6 seconds ahead of Scott Page in P2. In the Sawn Cover Stock Twin trophy, it was Noah Guillory taking the victory there. And then in the No Limits Next Gen Sport Bike, no, it was Lewis Smart in the Next Gen Sport Bike, should I say, sorry, that took the victory. Not in his own class, what am I talking about? It was Daniel Adams in second, down in 10th place, and Louisa Benny in third in that one. Looks like everybody was classified at the end of race number 1 as well, which is always great to see. Yeah, fastest lap from Lewis Smart, a 1:26.856 on his sport bike. The next nearest fastest lap from them was from John Coughlin, the Super Twin winner and P2 overall. He did a 1:31.5. So Lewis Smart on the 32 makes his way into his grid spot. He's going to be winning this race, right? There's no doubt about it. Pending a disaster, a mechanical issue, the racing gods intervening, it will be Lewis Smart that takes the win. But there's still plenty of action to be seen elsewhere, and plenty of action to be seen. So the fire response truck is just down at the Sunny Bends. Is that them trying to leave the circuit, or is that them trying to pick up someone else? We'll wait and see. We are still just holding them on the grid at the moment. But yeah, should be an interesting one coming into this one, Lewis. Of course, we're expecting Smart to just vanish up the road. John Coughlin as well had a pretty healthy lead to take the Track Day Addicts Super Twin race, but there's still plenty of opportunity for it all to be shaken up as we do get going on our sighting lap for race number 13 of the day, race number 2 of the weekend for the Track Day Addicts Super Twins, the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, and the No Limits Next Gen Sport Bike class. Let's run through the grid for you in this one. It is Lewis Smart from pole position, John Coughlin alongside, and Scott Page in P3. Tyler Viveros is 4th, with Charlie Makuto in P5. Liam Kerr completes row number 2. They're followed by Noah Guillory, your Sawn Cover Stock Twin Trophy race winner yesterday. He's alongside Ian Tune and Alex Cook. Daniel Adams rounds out the top 10 with the Louisa Benny in 11th and Russell Dodds in P12. George Dudson is alongside Lewis Cox and Enzo Laturco. Then it's Martin Crammond, Callan Wren, Fred Driver-Smith, Seb Evenden, Richardson rounding out our grid into this one also. We should hopefully get Blake Didwell and Archie White at the back of a 22-rider grid. So it should be a lot of fun. Lewis Smart, thou's got to win.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see. That's racing, motorcycle racing, anything can happen. But yeah, just on Blake Didwell, obviously, reigning champion in the stock twins. He was due to be on the grid yesterday, but he ran into a few issues in qualifying. The bike was misfiring in qualifying, which meant he was unable to complete the 3 laps required before he could go racing. So without the 3 laps required, he wasn't allowed to go into the grid. So his plan this morning was to go out in the emergency practice and complete the 3 laps so he can actually take part in today's running. So we'll have a little look out for the number 1 rider. There he is, there in the bright turquoise mini twin, as it used to be called. Stock twins now, of course, for them. He's had some good fights in the past with the likes of Callum Rae out on circuit. And Callum Rae, of course, on the grid here today. So let's wait and see what happens with that one as they round the final corner. They'll make their way onto the grid, and then hopefully we can get racing action going. Now, let's keep in mind, after race 1, Lewis Smart, he had over a 4-second advantage over the rest of the field. Is it going to be the same this time around, or is the likes of John or Tyler Viveros on the front of the grid? Are they going to find something pretty magical? They're going to have to find quite a lot if they want the chance to be able to take victory. Just watch Lewis Smart, though, especially in the final sector of things here at Croft. The confidence he has is simply remarkable. I mean, it's next level stuff. You can tell that he's gelling with that Triumph Daytona 660 out on circuit. Keep an eye for Scott Page as well, the fast starter number 30. He'll be looking to do something from row 2, but it does look like we're all ready to go, and the red lights are going to appear on in just a few moments. Time, red lights on. And red lights off. Not too much of a hold for the grid, and race 13 of the weekend is underway. It's time for twin action as Lewis Smart storms into the lead straight away towards turn 1. He will hold the advantage at turn 1, and it looks like he will try and do what he did yesterday and create a nice comfortable margin, just have a good play out on circuit. Scott Page, though, meanwhile, he stayed in position, remaining in P4 so far. Sharp Marcuso working her way up the order. Initial bad start for herself as that looks to be Scott Page now up into second position currently. So race 13 of the day so far. Super impressive stuff for the rest of the field. There's John Cullen just making his way through Tower Bend. A nice gut margin so far for Lewis Smart that you would imagine it's probably going to be in the couple second range already with just half a lap completed so far, Ross.
Well, I mean, he's got no other sport bikes near him on the grid, let alone kind of anybody really near him at the moment. So let's just forget about Lewis Smart now. He can run off and win by 2 minutes and whatever. We'll focus on the action behind and what's kicking off. There we do see the 30 of Scott Page. After that moment we believe he had earlier on in the lap. John Cochran also starting to break away at the front of this pack. So this is very much fighting for second in the Super Twins as it stands. Probably running about Q3 overall. Somebody trying to make a move happen on the way into the complexes. There is P1 in class, second overall, John Cochran. Then we see Page Viveros just behind as well on the 159. Can anybody find anything into the final hairpin? Not on this occasion. Still early doors in this race. Still time to just cake it calm. Maybe you still need to get the bike up to temp, the tyres up to temp as well. It is a 1:33.7 opening lap from Lewis Smart. That is 3 seconds quicker than anybody else. As we make our way down to turn number 1, getting very close between Page and Viveros. Looks like Tuna Makuto may have swapped places behind them on the run into Clervaux as well. Still follow this group through to the chicane and then onto the back straight where you can really unwind. Of course, there is that awkward kick that you do have to roll the throttle off a little bit for to top you really getting to your maximum speed, but it is plenty fast down that part of the racetrack. Is that an opportunity to the inside? It certainly is from Tyler Viveros. Lovely move on the brakes at Tower Bend. The opportunity was right there and he just snuck it on by, kept it settled over the bumps and can move forward. So nice stuff from him to get back up into third overall, second in class at the moment in the Track Day Addicts Super Twin Trophy. And now looking for moves into Barcroft as well is the 17 of Charlotte Makuto, who's moved back up past Ian Tune. So she'll take 5th place overall, 4th in class for the time being, seeing if she can make her way up into the podium conversations, perhaps, as John Cochran himself running away from the rest of his competition. We'll wait to see what they've got in store for fighting over the last 2 podium places. So the 159 also starting to break away from Page behind. That's second in class in Tyler Viveros. Veros with a bit of breathing room, but of course one little mistake is all it takes. There's John Coughlin, race leader in the Track Addicts Super Twin Trophy. He's already 5.5 seconds behind Lewis Smart. Meanwhile, he has a 4.2 second advantage over Tyler Viveros, third overall, second in class. As for Charlotte McIntyre, I'll tell you what, she's looking very, very racy at the moment. Was looking to try and slide up past Ian Page.
Great stuff from our Super Twin runners and obviously from the Next Gen Sportbike runners, but current stock leader being Noah Gilray out on circuit. He's running P8, and Noah consistently running within the top 10 on board a Soren stock stock twin, as I should say. So yeah, always impressive to see how fast he can do. He can always compete with the Super Twin runners, even on these circuits which have longer back straights on it. It'll be down on horsepower. It'll be sitting around 60 horsepower or so on board the stock twin. And yeah, these Super Twins, well, some of them will have close to 100 horsepower in them now. I mean, so impressive the technology that's gone into them in the last 10 years or so. Obviously, it seems like the sport bikes will be the future for sure, but the Super Twins definitely still have their place both at club level and on the roads. Nonetheless, though, we do continue on, heading into the final sector, heading towards the complex. Charlotte Marcuso there in the middle of your picture as she looks to make up some more ground. She sits P5 out on the circuit, as we said, overtaking Ian Tune a few laps ago. That was job done for herself, and now lining up a move on Scott Page, and there is Noah Gilray looking to go another position ahead up into P7. That's Kirk just ahead, and now Gilray launching the move down the inside that final corner. Job done for the stock twin rider.
Wonderful stuff from the 41. He now has yet another bike between himself and second in class. That is Dudson in P11 as they're going to change places coming down the main straight. P3 of the stock twins at the moment is Enzo Laturco, who's just dropped down to 14th behind Duds on the 76 Super Twin. So we'll continue to follow what's going on in the stocks and what's happening with those battles, but it looks like Noah Gilray, pending a disaster, pending a problem, is sitting very comfortably here on lap number 4 of 10. The 41, though, has dropped back behind there, so he'll need to work up and go again.
It's a straight line difference.
Yeah. It's just, you can't really do anything about it, unfortunately, when you're that down on horsepower compared to the Supers, which of course are basically tuned to the absolute wall. It's got to be in the corners. You just got to carry all of that corner speed through. Of course, we mentioned it yesterday, you know, we've known Noah since his mini bike days. We've always known what a strong rider he's been, and it's been great to see him out there. And even though he's on a stock twin, he's able to take it to a lot of the Super Twin riders and really show how strong he is out there.
Showing how strong he is, as is, Scott Page at the moment, defending it and giving it absolutely everything against Charlotte Marcuso. Now, Charlotte, she's putting a lot of pressure on Scott for the time being, but number 30 hasn't made one mistake so far, and I think Charlotte, she's going to have to invent something pretty special indeed if she wants any hope of being able to actually get through. Just ahead of these guys as well, we do have Tyler Viveros, who's sitting nice and comfortable themselves and not really had too much of a threat on the 159. Sure, if Tyler makes a mistake, that's then going to invite an opportunity, but no real mistakes as of yet. Scott Page, though, does look up the inside. No room in at the end this time around. We're half race distance, and well, the only real change inside the top 10 this time around was a change for class position, and that's for second and third in the Next Gen Sport Bikes, as Louisa Benny picks up a position this time around on Daniel Adams. So Daniel Adams dropping back down to 10th, Louisa Benny up into 9th, and that's for second in class. But as we said, we're watching Tyler Viveros, Scott Page and Charlotte Marcuso at the moment as they continue to have a good old scrap out on circuit. Fastest lap of the race, no surprise, being Lewis Smart, 15 seconds up the road to anyone else, a 1:26.6 last time around.
Yeah, he's just flying away doing his thing, isn't he? Can't really complain, can't really do anything about it either, as it looks like we had a couple together. Well. Yeah, that's what's gone on there. Looks like two riders coming together. That's coming out of the final corner at the hairpin, so I wonder if they've maybe just touched. Actually, that's quite far down, so I wonder if they touched on the straight potentially or something along those lines. Hopefully, well, it looks like both riders are up on their feet. Hopefully everything's okay. For, I believe, it would have been Alex Cook, the 95. He would have gone off with Didwell as well. But yeah, up on their feet, that's the main thing. Looks like Viveros now has a bit of a comfortable gap back to Page for second in class. Page continuing to withstand that huge pressure from Charlotte Marcuso, who did finish 4th place in class yesterday in race number 1. I'm sure she would absolutely love to slide up into the podium places in race number 2 on Sunday. Just behind them, though, of course, Ian Tune, the 222, just waiting to see what's going to happen. Here comes Marcuso to the inside on the brakes, gets it done. Can she block off the inside? Doesn't even need to. miles ahead there of Page on the exit of Clervo. Nice stuff to move up to P4 overall, P3 in the Track Day Addict Super Twin Trophy. It's been a wonderful ride from Charlotte so far, and lap 6 of 10, and it looks like she could still try to work her way forward as well, maybe challenging for second place. Tyler Viveros, though, as these two are fighting, has pulled a couple of bike lengths clear, and of course it's not a done deal just yet. Page is still very much with Macuzzo at the moment. We'll have to wait and see what's going to unfold over the second half of this race. Of course, Lewis Smart miles in front of everybody else. He's lapping about 4 seconds quicker than anybody at the moment. A 1:26.6 is his fastest lap time. So he leads the way in the Next Gen Sport Bike category. Second place in that one is Louisa Benny down in P9. Adams in P10 is about a second behind her. Of course, we're currently watching the Track Day Addict Super Twin Trophy with Coughlin in front of this group, leading the way in second overall. Then it's Viveros and Charlotte Macuzzo in P2 and 3. Page and Tune just behind in the Standard Quinn Sorn Cover Trophy. Still no Aguilera, and he's got a couple of bikes between himself and Dudson in second place. Third place is Callum Wren, some way back, P14 overall. That's just a little run through of what the picture looks like at the moment in the podium places for all three classes. There is John Coughlin, your race leader in the Track Day Addict Super Twins, and similar stories to what we saw yesterday from him, really, Lewis. He's kind of out there doing his thing and riding round. Again, Smart's disappeared up the road in a different class, but Coughlin is really showing everybody else in the Super Twins how it's done.
Yeah, he's running his own race for the time being. And, well, we see something quite similar last year in the Super Twin category with Joshua Froggatt, who, of course, has moved on to pastures new as he races in the British Championship on board the Aprilia Super Twin. So super impressive stuff from them. As we do continue on. The 118 sits in P2. P1 in class though for himself. Tyler Viveros sits in second in category. Third place on the podium positions as Charlotte Marcuzzo's moves up in the position a few laps ago. So number 17 overtaking the number 30 last time around is Noah Gilray, as we mentioned, P1 in class for himself. He now is up to P7 overall out on track. But heading into the final sector is going to be John Coughlin, as we've seen on the 118. So yeah, another fast lap of the race last time around for Lewis Smart. We head on to lap 8 of running. Of course, we do have about a 30-second margin to the rest of the field, so it's not going to be too much pressure for himself. So 1:26.4, constantly beating his own lap times. And, well, Lewis Smart will be halfway round the lap already, and it'll be time for him to almost, taste champagne yet again. He comes towards Jim Clark S's for himself, as here comes Charlotte Marcuzzo. Scott Page still battling away as well with Tyler Viveros. Charlotte Marcuzzo now moving herself into the overall podium spots. So super impressive stuff for him. As Dodds as well further back moves up a position into P10. So overall top 10 spots for Dodds. But I mean, this race has all been about Lewis Smart. We've not spoken about him too much, but he's preparing to enter the final sector now and preparing to take victory. Here is Charlotte Marcuzzo, though, just getting on the power again, winding it up as Lewis Smart looks to be rounding the final corner and heading towards the start-finish line, where he will take victory in a couple laps' time, of course. And I mean, it's been unstoppable performance, over 30 seconds of a margin for himself, as we await for the rest of the field to cross. Sunny in, sunny out for the likes of Charlotte Marcuzzo. I mean, Charlotte's been one of these riders. Has been in plenty of paddocks now. She has loads of experience, and, well, over the last couple of years, has been gaining a lot of experience on board this R7. It's the bike of choice for many, although you do need to put a little bit of work in to get it as competitive, maybe the likes of the Aprilia. It's still a strong bike out the box, and, well, a whole different world to what we used to see with the Kawasaki ER650s and whatnot, where you had to practically strip them all down, put in a whole new front end, put in a whole new swing arm, and do a lot of work to the engine. I believe the R7 still requires a little bit of work to do to be able to get it up to the horsepower required to make it a race-winning machine. But for Marcuzzo, I mean, it's going to be P2 in class. She's about 5.6 seconds back from John Coughlin in P2, who is, well, who's had an impeccable performance himself, as we already mentioned. 36.3 seconds behind though Lewis Smart for the time being. Page now ahead of Tower of Averos, so that's the change for P4 and P5 last time around. Dodd's now ahead of Louisa Benny, so Louisa Benny dropping to the final spot inside the top 10 last time around. Slightly wide there from Scott Page. So not what he'd be hoping for at all as we come through the Jim Clark S's yet again, through the left, through the right, and, well, riding our way towards Bar Croft. You can just see the tarmac area on the left hand side. You're not going to want to go anywhere near that at all, as there is your race leader Lewis Smart. He's just entered the final lap of things as he heads round towards the chicane. Just, well, less than one lap remains for himself. Consistently running within the 127 bracket over the last couple of laps after he set the fastest lap of the race, which of course was a low 126. But Lewis Smart, what a ride it's been from start to finish. The track's Daytona 660 looks to be standing on the top step of the podium yet again. He makes his way now towards the Jim Clark S's. And well, we've seen at Donington Park how strong he was. He had slightly more competition there in terms of the next gen sport bike runners, with likes of Jacob Stevenson out there on circuit. And Harlan McCabe also joining us for company there. But nonetheless, Lewis Smart, you cannot take it away from him. He loves being with us here at No Limits. A real family atmosphere inside that team as well, especially now that sister Lucy taken to the track the NL 500 category too. She'll be in action later on. Now he has Enzo Lobaez Turco as well to get through, it seems, as he's having a good old battle with driver Smith out on circuit. So two riders to get through. I think he's just going to leave them though to run their own race as he rounds the final corner to take victory overall in the next gen sport bikes. The last lap flags out for Lobaez Turco, but it's victory for Lewis Smart around a 40-second margin. So we're going to have to wait a little while to see John Coughlin to even appear into view. Never mind cross the line. A few more riders crossing the line now though. Everton also taking the flag. There is John though, heading into the final set to now preparing himself for the complex section of the circuit. Of course, after this, we'll be already looking towards race 14 on our schedule. We'll be going all the way towards race 23 on the calendar here today. Some exciting action that we have here at round 3 of the season. The 118 though exits the final corner to take second position overall, and most importantly, class victory in the Track Day Addicts Super Twin class. Sharp Marcuso comes across the line to take the final spot on board the podium in third, as Scott Page and Tyler Viveros round out our top 5 overall. Ian Troon does take P6 as we wait for Kirk. There is Louisa Benny in the middle of your picture, just behind the number 60 it looks like of Kirk. Noah Gilray has dropped behind Louisa Benny on that final lap, so it's going to be 7th for Kirk, 8th for Benny, and Noah Gilray still taking class win in 9th, and that is a blown up Aprilia, frankly, in what should have been finishing P11. So Cox on the 23. A big shame for him and that RS660 expiring on that final lap. A massive shame for him. You're not going to get that fixed anyway later today. Big shame for him, and that's going to promote the likes of Adams Rem and Tobias Luturco, who's just crossing the line now. He'll be our final finisher out on circuit. But what a great race that was, and we can hear from Lewis Smart, who took a 45.9 second winning margin. He's down in Parc Ferme, speaking to Ross.
Well, another action-packed race here at Croft. Maybe not so much once again for our overall race winner, Lewis Smart. 30 seconds was the advantage last time. He got 3 extra laps. This time it was 45 seconds clear of anybody else, and that was just overall, let alone in class. I mean, you're just riding out of this world at the moment.
Thank you, yeah. Again, really good laps. Better to do a longer race, get into a better... Managed to get down to a 26.1 on my lap timer, so not quite breaking the 25s, but we'll see what we can do later on this afternoon.
Assuming you're still going to be pushing in race 3 as well?
Yeah, I mean, we're only using scrubs here. We're not putting new tyres on. But yeah, we'll see what we can do with that we got.
Well, looking forward to it. Thanks a lot, Lewis. Congrats once again.
Cheers, thank you.
Great to hear from Lewis Smart. Let's quickly run over and our race winner in the Super Lap 1. John, another fantastic ride for you. Another pretty hefty advantage over the... You're just out there doing your own thing.
Well, for a long time, wins these days don't come so easy, so I'll take them when they come. Yeah, I'm very bagging some healthy points for the championship. You know, we've got one more race to go here, which hopefully we can do the same thing again. Then we're off to Brands Hatch, which is my favourite circuit, so we can really have it there, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Congrats. Looking forward to race 3 later on.
Thank you.
A few words out of a fantastic ride to second in class. Charlotte, that's amazing outplacing race number 1 yesterday. You were right there fighting and getting to second on the podium. Brilliant stuff.
Thank you. I'm absolutely shattered now because I really go for that yesterday. A little taste of it and I was gutted. Really happy with that.
Yeah, and it looks like the only way is up. John just have the pace of Anthony, but you had to get the elbows out for that one a little bit. Work your way through. Feeling confident.
Ready to do it.
Awesome stuff. We're looking forward to it. Thanks a lot, Charlotte. Congrats.
Thank you.
And one fast word out of the stock win race winner Noah Guillory. Noah, second of the weekend, back to back. Another fantastic performance with no one else in class really near you. You're just out there riding superb at the moment.
Yeah, to be fair, I've had a nice battle with some of the Super Twins, new bikes, and honestly, I'm just having fun out there, just trying to get some points in, because at Donington I didn't throw any points, damaged my finger and was unfit to race. So I'm glad I can come back with some 2 wins and just racking up some championship points.
Absolutely. It's the fact that you're up there fighting with the supers on the stock as well that's unbelievable, and you're doing so well. Do you feel any pressure just absolutely ripping past you on the straight, or are you just sitting there going, I can make it back in the corners?
Yeah, it's so scary. They go so fast, but I can't. Next year, I don't know what I'm going to do, so I might, the fact that I'm battling with them now, and I might go race with them next year, that'll be quite fun.
Well, looking forward to it. Another brilliant ride, Noah. Congrats.
Thank you.
From our 3 class winners and Charlotte McCute on her way to a fantastic second place in the Super Twins. Lewis, let's head back to the commentary box. Plenty more action still to come here at No Limits Racing at Croft.
You got that one right, Ross. Plenty more action to come here at Croft. Race 14 of the schedule. Almost ready to get going. And it's going to be the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy alongside the Premier Sport Cup. Now then, 19 runners should be taking the start in this one, but we're going to wait and see exactly how many riders actually manage to make it out there. There's a few riders been suffering some mechanical issues with their super sport bikes this weekend, and well, we'll bring you up to date with all the news once we get it and once we get the bikes loaded onto the grid. Coming around the final corner now, loading up onto effectively our dummy grid here at Croft. You can see blue skies well and truly out, and well, it's nearly perfect conditions for motorcycle racing here today as the grid goes to get formed with James Alderson starting on pole position. And if we look back to yesterday's race one, it was James that took victory, 12.2 seconds of advantage over Kieran Sembiante, but it was a fight all the way to the line with the likes of Owen Miller and Aaron Dakin alongside Eddie Wormald as well. So a good scrap for the final couple spots on the podium yesterday. But, well, today all focus does return to the front. Can anyone match James Alderson here today on Sunday? You can see the wind gusted around this circuit. It is a relatively flat track. So, whenever it gets a little bit of wind, you feel it pretty much everywhere out on track. You see the trees at a little bit of an angle as well. Nonetheless, I can assure you, it's pretty hot out there still, sitting around 19 degrees air temperature here today. I think it's making up to around 20 or so as we release the riders out onto the warm-up lap. Now, James Alderson starting on pole position, a 123.686. It gives him that spot. Kieran Sembiante and Owen Miller take up row 1. Now, interesting about Owen Miller, I did have a word with him this morning. It seems that wherever we go in the paddock, we managed to bump into each other, but his bike was back on the dyno with an engine management light on, and he didn't think he would be taking part in this race at all, but it seems like wherever it wasn't too serious. So first wire and loom issues yesterday, now an engine management light still though on the grid. What can Owen do this time around? Let's wait and find out as Aaron Dakin, Simon Aldridge and Eddie Wormald take up row 2. Corey Barron, Grant Whitfield and Jamie Wilson head up row 3 with Daniel Good rounding out the top 10 alongside Stephen Muller and Dean Holland. It looks like Stephen Muller has been out there on circuit a little bit quicker than what he did in one of his other classes earlier on today. Aaron Cook, Aidan Goodens and Dylan Miller, the younger brother of the two, start in row 5 with Brandon White, Tom Greenwood, Matthew Dawes and Fraser Lizchenko rounding out our grid. Now we did see Fraser out on track later on. He doesn't really stick around for interviews, and that's because he's got such a busy weekend taking part in 2 classes, of course. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens this time around. Hopefully we can catch a little word with Fraser, but 19th for him on the grid, so a lot of work to do anyway if he wants to take part. Now we're just lining up the grid, and then we should be able to actually get the race in action underway as we're just loading up the grids, and it looks like James Alderson going from pole position, and of course on board the Triumph. It's a Triumph from a Yamaha with another Triumph on the other side. So Triumph sandwich on the front row, if you will, but the yellow flags continuing on the grid. So they are not too happy just yet with where everyone is. Obviously the green flag will wave at the back, and then we should be able to get things going. The green flag waves at the back. The red lights are preparing to go on. And we are good to go. James Alderson shoots off from pole position here. A great start for himself on board the Triumph. Kieran Sembianti, a bad start, gets swallowed up by Aaron Dakin, who swoops into second position. Owen Miller maintaining third for the time being. Sembianti down to P4. And Eddie Wormald looks to be about 6th position at the moment. Owen Miller, a cheeky little look on the entry to the chicane. He could have made that one work though this time around. Alderson, a nice comfortable margin for himself, heading towards Tower Bend for the first time of Askin. Owen Miller up the inside of Aaron Dakin. That is job done. Second place overall for himself. That's going to push him back down. Obviously still in class lead as Dakin, but third place out on circuit. And one thing we do know from yesterday is that Miller, he thought second place was on the cards, and it looks like today he's going to try and transform that into reality. Here comes Aaron Dakin though yet again. He's building towards yet another move on board the Ducati. He was so strong in it at the opening round at Stetson. Still yet to get Dawn to Park, put on a great showing, and here at Croft showing it to be ultra competitive yet again. James Alderson, though, P1 for himself. The comfortable margin over Owen Miller, and these two are going to continue battling on circuit as we wait for them to appear out of the final corner in a few moments' time. So they'll head heavy on the power. As they crank on the power yet again. Nice and a clean lap yet again, Ross, is what we've seen time and time again from this class. Great racing they put on store, but they seem to let the race brew, let the race come to them throughout.
They do indeed. Of course, Aaron Dakin tied on points coming into this weekend. No Limits Premier Sport Cup, both on 75 apiece, having swept either weekend they were at this one, both taking 3 wins at the other in the opening 2 rounds of the season. He's obviously someone we'll always keep our eye on, but up the front, Alderson leading the way in the Pirelli or the Premier Series Super Series Sport Trophy. There we go, got there in the end.
A little bit of tongue twister.
Yeah, it's try and say that one fast 3 times in a row. I'll say that much. Owen Miller, though, still there or thereabouts, a second behind at the moment and running very, very strongly. Then, of course, it is Dakin leading the way in the Premier Sport Cup. Second in Premier Sport Cup at the moment is Wilson down in P10. Third place is Thomas Drew on the 73. 18th, and then we've got Fraser Lizchenko on the 38 in P19. I think those guys are going to late entries deciding to turn up for the Premier Sport Cup racing as well, not just the other categories. Small time out on the bike, of course. Small time to have some fun as that's a move coming into the complex section, and a very, very nice move as well as they make their way through there, seeing the rest of the riders, the crowds watching along trackside here at Croft as well. So many people up on that banking getting a view of the final section. The riders making their way through though, so it will be Alderson that leads the way. Once again, his gap has grown to 1.9 seconds with Miller in second. That was Kieran Sembianti. We just saw the 12 getting through Aaron Dakin. Of course, that's not the position, just track position in 2 different classes. Sembianti was still in third in class beforehand. Dakin still leads in his respective class, the Netherlands Premier Sport Cup. Then we have Barron, Whitfield, Eddie Wormald, Matthew Dawes, Aldridge and Wilson. That rounds out the top 10. So only the one Premier Sport Cup rider in the top 10. That is Aaron Dakin on the 29 down in P4 on the Ducati. Everybody else is fighting for position in the top 10 in the Premier Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. So we're getting plenty of racing action and plenty of fun to enjoy. Lap 3 of 10 here at Croft, race number 14 of the weekend. Alderson, once again, we are expecting this similar to race 1, just slowly breaking away in front of Owen Mellor. Can Mellor try and catch him on though? Turn off the wick and wait and see.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was fastest lap of the race last time around for Alderson on board the Triumph, so we'll have to wait and see. Byron at the moment, though, doing a good job defending from the likes of Dawes behind. Dawes, of course, had an excellent showing at Donington Park, especially in that race 3 scrap that we've seen. One of the best races of the season. Dawes, though, getting very, very close to Byron out on circuit, heading into that final sector over by the complex. Exiting the final corner now, though, there is your race leader, a 3.4 second advantage for himself, leading the likes of Owen Mellor out on track. So a 1:23.8, another fastest lap of the race this time around. So Alderson continuing to rack up the laps, continuing to rack up the pace as well. But yeah, Owen Mellor, excellent stuff for himself. Sembiante in 3rd, and Aaron Dakin remaining in 4th. Byron, though, rounded out the top 5. Whitfield, though, sitting in 6th. Wormald in 7th, and Mulholland further back down the order, just picking up Dylan Mellor for 12th place. So Dylan Mellor dropping down to 13th. Disappointment there for him, but of course, he's on his older brother's Kawasaki. It's a slightly older bike, let's just say. It's been through a few accidents here or there. And, well, I'm sure he'll be hoping to get the Triumph once Owen Mellor's done with it. But one thing's for sure is that Owen Mellor, well, he's been very, very impressive on board that bike ever since he stepped on it.
He certainly has. Of course, Dylan, as the unfortunate younger brother, has the joy of getting the hand-me-downs, both from clothing and in terms of bikes as well. But still going good on the Kawasaki at the moment, but I'm sure he'll love to step onto the Triumph as well. So we'll push on. It's Alderson that still leads the way from Owen Mellor in 2nd, 3.5 seconds away. Kieran Sembiante now 1.3 clear of Aaron Dakin in P3. Dakin, of course, leading the way comfortably in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Lap 5 of 10 that we're now on, and the groups, the packs are now starting to spread. There's Kieran Sembiante, he's making his way through now. So his nearest rider in terms of actual positioning will be Barron on the 170, his Suzuki P5 on the road, about 3, maybe 4 seconds away. But he himself under pressure from Whitfield and Eddie Wormald and Matthew Dawes behind as well. So some fights going on for 5th place, fourth in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy at the moment. But as it stands, they're just holding on and doing what they can out there. Still over half a race left to run. Up the inside there, nice move into Tower Bend from Matthew Dawes. That is on the number 92 of Eddie Wormald. Gets to confirm it's textbook stuff. We've seen it race after race all across the weekend. You get the run down the back straight, just get it to the inside, break that little bit, maybe half a metre later, and just bring it gently alongside, force them out wide a little bit, and the move's yours. And it could be as well Matthew Dawes thinking about trying to get the move done on Whitfield as well on the 211 as they head through the Sunnies.
Trying to pick up yet another move for Matthew Dawes, trying to pick up some extra points as well for him. But an excellent ride for him, both at Donington and here at Croft. You can see Aaron Dakin right at the head of the picture as Simon Aldred is on board the 111 with the R6. He's in P9 for the time being as he's piling on the pressure on board the number 92. So, yeah, Wormald under quite a lot of pressure for the time being, and this is going to go all the way to the end. The 170 of Byron at the head of this field for the time being. Dawes picking up a couple of positions for him, and now, as we said, up into P6. So solid points for himself. He's able to finish in that one. That'll be P5 in class as Alderson a 5.7 second advantage, and well, last time around about a second or so slower, so that's just Owen Mellor was a second or so slower, so that's just going to send Alderson's gap in the race, the lead. I don't think number 19 is too much to be concerned with at around half race distance.
No, he certainly does not, of course. James Alderson, a local rider from Durham, knows this place like the back of his hand, competing in some other classes as well this weekend on the Triumph 765. Up in the Super Series Power Trophy of Premier class, and in that one he's been able to run consistently P3 despite having around about 250 less CCs than those around, being significantly down on power. So when it comes to the Premier or the Super Series Sport Trophy, where we've got 600, 750s around him, he can kind of just sneak away and take the race bin nice and comfortably. So he's got a huge lead over Owen Miller now himself. A very comfortable gap ahead of Kieran Sembiante in P2, or P3 should I say. It's still this battle a little bit further back in the pack from Whitfield down to Wilson, where the action is taking place. Dawes, of course, has got through Barron on the 170 up in front as they make their way through the opening couple of corners. Matthew Dawes looking very comfortable. He's had a very, very strong race, it must be said. He's been slowly but surely working his way through the field. Dawes starting a little bit further back, of course, and perhaps he would have liked in this one. He's still running a very, very solid race indeed, and continuing to show everybody how it is done out there on the number 8 machine. It's very tight, but no one really close enough to make a move elsewhere at the moment. Everyone's just happy to follow, sit in tow. We are quickly approaching the last couple of laps of this race, though. So it could very well be that in a few moments' time, somebody's going to make the decision to pull the pin and just go for it. We'll have to wait and see. The 92 of Wormel into 7th place, though, holding firm for the time being. Let's see if he can try and chase forward, try and get up to the back of some of the riders in front.
Yeah, let's see what happens in this one. Aldrich now trying his best just to close that margin on board the triple one. Picking up yet another position, of course. There's the meatball flag out, though, or the mechanical issue flag, whatever you want to call it. Nonetheless, though, someone's bike has either got something loose off it, or it's leaking some kind of fluids or puffing some kind of smoke. So they're going to be told to pull that off the circuit when it's safe to do so. Of course, you don't have to wait until the pit lane. It should be off before that, first available opportunity. So yeah, disappointment there for them, as well, the racing will continue at the head of the field. Ross and Alderson, well, it looks like barring any massive mistakes, this last 2 laps should be a good breeze. But
Owen Miller's just pulled into the pit lane.
Well, yeah, we heard from Owen Miller. He had an engine management light on this morning from the bike. He got to test on the dyno. He said he wasn't going to be in this race, and well, he was. And clearly, whatever issues he's having, they're continuing to persist this weekend.
Certainly is. That's a real shame for the 130 rider who was running in a very comfortable 2nd place. And well, I mean, if it was an engine management, like maybe smoke coming out of the back of the bike or something, but race control have made the call. He's got to come in, got to get it fixed. Owen Miller will drop down the order, and it may well be that he does not make his way back out onto the circuit. A real shame for him. And he had a huge advantage over others out there as well. So we'll wait to see what's going to happen with Owen Miller. If he is going to rejoin the race, there is your race leader, James Alderson, looking to start the penultimate lap on his 765 Triumph. And once again, he has been absolutely dominating. And as you can see, no Owen Miller anywhere near. His fastest lap was a 2.1 quicker than Owen Miller's fastest lap. Owen Miller himself was running around about similar pace to... he was running about a second quicker than anybody else on top of that. So Alderson's now got a 2-second advantage, basically, per lap over everybody else out there. Kieran Sembiante moves up into 2nd place. Matthew Dawes into 3rd as a result of that one. And it's Aaron Dakin in P4, who, of course, still possesses a monstrous lead in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. His nearest challenger is all the way down now in P11 in the 224 of Jamie Wilson. P3 in class is now Thomas Drew on the 73. He's down at P16. Looks like Owen Miller has not rejoined the race, so whatever that issue is either terminal or they've made the decision, you know what, we've been called in, there's not really any point going back out to do 2 laps and finish right at the back of the pack. So a real shame there for Owen Miller. He will be currently our sole DNF from this race. Also being told the 73 of Thomas Drew, of course 3rd in the Premier Sport Cup class, has a non-working transponder, so hopefully everything is able to get sorted out there and they can fix that one, as the number 19 takes the last lap flag, the yellow with the black cross. He knows there's only one more tour of a circuit that he knows like the back of his hand. It's been another masterful ride on board that Triumph, and no one is anywhere near him. We'll still wait to see what the gap's going to be. He's already making his way out of Hawthorns and to the chicane before the back straight. He's got a 13.7 second advantage over Kieran Sembiante. Absolutely monstrous out there at the moment. And again, pending a disaster, pending an intervention from the racing gods, he's got this one in the bag. Surely mirroring what happened in race number 1 yesterday with a dominant win. You can hear the roar of that Triumph engine as he bounces his way up through the gears before he has to get off it just a little bit for the Jim Clark S's, then through Barcroft, let it roll into Sunny Bend. No point pushing there at this point. Keeps it nice and wide. No need to snag the curb either. When you've got 1 lap left and you're that far clear, you don't need to push. You don't need to risk. Even if the racer in you wants to, the smart thing is just dial it back and get it to the checkered flag, which is exactly what James Alderson's plan is. Through the complex for the final time, we'll wait to see where Kieran Sembiante is going to be. Nowhere near, in fact. And now we wait for Alderson to round the final corner. It's going to be 2 from 2 in dominant fashion. James Alderson wins here at Croft once again and cruises his way across the start-finish line. He knows that there was no need to push on that final lap, and indeed it was 2.5 seconds off the pace compared to what he's normally able to do. Is there late moves and late drama going on a little bit further back as Matthew Dawes is set to finish in P3. Sembiante in second has taken the checkered flag. Aaron Dakin holds on to that 4th place from Eddie Wormald, but they're in 2 different classes, doesn't really matter. Then we see Whitfield and Barron. Is there going to be a late move? Oh, contact! And down and off the bike at the final corner goes. That was Thomas Good, I believe that was, on the Triumph 765. Daniel Good, should I say. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was Holland that went by. Good may have gone down as well, but Dean Holland on the 14 in spectacular fashion gets it wrong at the final corner. Went in where there wasn't really a gap, went in too deep and coming together and thrown off the bike. He's on 2 feet, which is good to see. A little bit of a limp, so he's feeling a bit sore, but hopefully he's A-OK. And it looks like Good was able to finish. The 91 of Dan Good did bring it home just inside the top 10, but it looks like Holland will not be finishing this race on the number 14. A real shame for him at the end of it all, though, as the riders make their way to the holding area. It is James Alderson who dominates once again, from Kieran Sembiante in P2. Matthew Dawes is 3rd. Aaron Dakin is 4th and takes class victory in the Premier Sport Cup. Then it's Eddie Wormald, Simon Aldridge, Whitfield in 7th, Barron 8th, Wilson 9th, and Good, as we just saw, dropping down following that contact into P10. Then we see our sole Mellor finishing in Dylan Mellor in P11. Wright is 12th, Cook is 13th, Goodings is 14th, and a few other riders out there as well. But that's how it stands at the end of that one. I believe we had Fraser Lizichenko was able to slide his way onto the podium in the Premier Sport Cup category. So we'll hopefully be hearing from some of our race winners in a few short moments as the riders clear up on the track.
Thanks, Ross. Down here in Park Ferme, got some disappointing news. James Alderson, he's disappeared basically from us. So we're going to have to deal with 2nd and 3rd for the time being. But we'll dive in with Kieran first of all. Kieran, 2nd place for yourself. You've got to be happy with that one. I mean, it was always going to be difficult to get P1 after yesterday's performance, but still, a solid P2.
Yeah, 2nd was good. I'm really happy with that. I was a bit gutted for a win, having to get black flagged, but it's a sketchy one, isn't it? So it's good that we was battling and we kept good times up, but I was gutted for him that he got black flagged.
Yeah, exactly. It was a good battle that you guys were having out on circuit. Did you see anything on board his bike? We just seen the end of it and the meatball flag coming out.
Yeah, so through the right hand his exhaust was scraping a little bit. It wasn't too bad. I don't know if the black flag was justified, but it is what it is, so I do feel for him.
Safety first, unless still one more race as well. Hopefully have a good scrap then.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
And we'll quickly head over to Matthew Dawes. Matthew, good ride for yourself, another podium as well in Park Ferme. You've got to be pleased.
Yeah, I was crashed yesterday, repaired the bike, started dead last and then managed to pick my way through, so buzzing, blowing a little bit towards the end, but really happy.
Best of luck anyway, and congratulations for P3 this time around.
Okay, thank you very much, cheers.
And finally, I believe we have a little bit of time, so we'll head over to Aaron Dakin if possible. Obviously, class winner for himself, just over here on board the Ducati, and I think he's having a little look at the results and his lap times that time around. And well, Aaron, are you happy about that? Happy about the consistent pace?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I mean, I was faster than yesterday by half a second, so we made an improvement this morning. There's still a few areas I'd like to work on, especially in the first part of the track, but no, another good race really.
Yeah, still another chance later on as well, and you're able to fight out there with the 600s anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I got quite a good start as well, so that helped. I think I was second into turn 1, so I think I finished 4th overall, so I was pretty happy with that.
Finally, plans for race 3. Any changes that you needed for the bike? Any changes that you really can make at the stage of the weekend?
Yeah, I think we're going to have a little play around with the rear, just because I'm sliding a fair bit, so if we can kind of make the bike a bit more stable, I think we'll be able to go a bit faster.
Well, congratulations yet again, another class win for yourself. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, Ross, that's all we've got time for. I believe the next grid is nearly ready to take to circuit, so yeah, we'll pass it back up to you in the commentary box.
Thanks a lot, Lewis. Yes, we are still just having a brief delay as we're clearing some of the chaos from the previous race up, and the recovery vans are still out there, but all of the riders for the next one are waiting in the holding area and ready and raring to go, and so are we, because we do have the second race of the weekend in the No Limits 500 class. Of course, it's time for some classic Honda CB 500 action. It's always fast, it's always furious, and it is always a lot of fun as well. So we'll let you know as soon as they're out onto the grid, as the riders from the previous race hold themselves to account. Of course, bit of a crazy race, number 1 yesterday, with the crash at the start line, taking a few very strong riders out of contention early doors. Was a red flag. It was shortened to 5 laps at the end of it. Max Bartle taking the win from James Cotton, and those two shooting away. And of course, we'll be starting in P1 and 2 as a result. Ian Keeble finishing in 3rd place as well, taking the senior class victory. In the freshman class, it was Tim Patterson who finished P9 overall, taking the win and the trophies. You can see crowds still watching along. That's up on the banking after Hawthorne's down at the opening section. Hope everyone's enjoying the show here at Croft. It's been a fantastic weekend so far, and still plenty more action coming your way. The 3rd round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season. Myself, Ross McIntyre, Lewis Rae alongside me, bringing you all of the action, both trackside and on NLR TV. So we're just waiting for the NL 500s to head out onto the circuit. They're just in the holding area, just outside of our commentary box window. I can see a couple of people just trying to get focused in, trying to get themselves in the zone. I can see Steve Clowes on the 31, looking very, very focused indeed. Just in front of him, the number 23, all ready to get out there and get going on the 1, 2, 3, should I say, of James Jewett. They are now being sent out onto the circuit. So those of you sat trackside wondering what's going on, don't worry, we're getting going just around now. So of course, they'll be sent round to the grid, sent round once for a sighting lap, and then it is a 10-lap race. And of course, it's a Honda CB500. It is always, always chaotic out there for these guys. Old school bikes, proper beating and banging stuff, and it's a lot of fun as well. A category that is raced up and down the country. The Honda CB500, of course, a bike that just captured the heart of the UK back in the 1990s. Had a huge support series with British superbikes. So it exists still here at No Limits Racing. And of course, if you do have a CB500 at home and you fancy giving it a whack round, make sure that you head over to the No Limits page on social media. Make sure you head over to the No Limits Racing website to find out how to get involved in the Dunlop No Limits 500 Championship. Of course, there are 3 different classes in this one, even though they are all on the same machinery. We have our freshman class for novice riders. You can see them out there with the orange bibs on. Haven't got their 10 signatures yet. We have the senior class for the older rider who perhaps prefers a more gentle race, shall we say. Although most of them do go out there and just put it in absolute full send mode, which is always great to see. And then, of course, we have our top category, the elite class for, funnily enough, the elite Honda CB500 riders. So just waiting to send us round on our sighting lap, which we do get onto now. Let's run you through what is set to be a huge grid of 36 riders in this one. Max Bartle, the reigning champ, starts on pole position alongside James Cottenham and Reese Hutchinson completing row number 1. Following Max Bartle, immediately behind him is his brother George, with Carl Bayliss and Carl Freed alongside. Row 3, Ian Keeble, Scott Walker and Gary Wilson. With Tim Patterson rounding out the top 10, he's joined by Adam Rostrom and Gary Adoryan. Paul Beard follows with John Hunt and James Jewett. Then it's Felix Hearn, Paul Sabel and Roy Wilson. Row 7, Danny Dolson, Jack Seaman and Casey Griffiths. Mark Parnell, Philip Stearman and David Colley. Leo Wilson is 25th with Gene Starbuck in P26. They're alongside Steve Clowes completing row 9. Then 28th, 29th and 30th it's John Elliott, Michael Snowden and Alexander Sant. Lucy Smart is 31st with Michael Kent in P32. Then it's David McConaughey, Luke Hutchinson, Stuart Martindale and Simon Aldridge. Those guys all got caught in a bit of chaos or had mechanical problems in race number 1 yesterday. They'll be starting at the back of the pack. Simon Aldridge, and especially a big shame to him. He started well up the order yesterday and got involved in the collision at the chicane on the opening lap that did bring out the red flag. Thank you, all the riders were okay and straight back up, but the bikes less so. They were not able to rejoin the race at the second attempt of a start. So as they make their way round to the back end of the circuit, you can see there are front runners making their way through the complex section. Of course, we do have to wait a little while for all 36 to make their way onto the grid before we can go racing for 10 laps here at Croft, the third round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season. Of course, if you've been joining us on NLR TV, broadcast to you live, and of course, this year being the first year of NLR TV, showing live races, we're bringing you every race all season long, including our 12-hour endurance at Anglesey a little bit later in the year. If you're enjoying it, make sure you like, share, subscribe, all of the above to help promote No Limits, help show the best of the best in British club racing. And if you watch a trackside and you're not liking, sharing, subscribing, you could just do it anyway to help out the championship. Be very nice of you if you could, because we want to showcase what we've got on offer here. We want to show the world the very best of British club racing, and we want to show these riders and what they can do out to everybody. So as we get the riders coming in to the grid slots, it's almost time for us to get going. Max Bartle, another race win for him yesterday. Had to fend off James Cottenham a little bit. It wasn't just him cruising away at the front of the pack, but it was one of those ones where you kind of knew he was going to get out there, do his thing, and do it well. Max Bartle, of course, 3 race wins at the first round of Snetterton. Didn't win anything last time out at Donington. Looking to make it 2 race wins out of 2 here at Croft. We go in race number 2 in the NL 500. Bit of a disappointing start there for Lucy Smart at the back. She got away very, very slowly. Cottenham does have an inside line into turn number 1 and will muscle his way through. The 83 slides into the race lead ahead of the reigning champ. We've got a huge one in the background down at turn 1. 3 riders involved, all of them straight up to their feet. Somebody's got the throttle stuck open, but looks like they're all okay. Less can be said about the bikes, though. We'll wait to see if that's going to be a red flag, as it may well be. If those bikes are going to be difficult to remove, we stay green for the time being. Is that a challenge back to Bartle up in front? Still green out here at the moment. Riders still trying to find their spots out on the track, still trying to find their way through. Bartle right on the rear of Cottenham as they come out of Tower Bend for the first time. That was the 56. I believe the rider who had the most damage in that one is Reese Hutchinson, who we saw. That's a real shame for him. Hopefully, well, he looks okay. Hopefully he can get that bike fixed up pretty sharpish for race number 3 later on today. Bartle has got back into the lead, though. Max Bartle, that is, as they come through Sunny Bend. Sunny in and then Sunny out, should I say. Is technically 2 corners. So looking like it's Bartle from Cottenham, from George Bartle, I think, worked his way into P3 amidst all of that one. Cottenham still keeping Max Bartle very honest, though, after getting the whole shot away at the start.
Yeah, job done for himself so far in this opening lap. Of course, launching from pole position. Cottenham was second on the grid, of course, for himself. Now, though, looking to fight back in second. Reese Hutchinson, though, a solid run so far. Obviously, we've seen Luke Hutchinson crash in the gravel trap for the 56. He started right the way further back down the order after setting no times earlier on. Yellow flags, though, still all out at turn 1, just trying to clear up the last of those bikes. Another rider down, though, this time over at the final corner, throwing his gloves in frustration. Clearly not happy about that one. That's the 108 machine. So a big shame there for him, and hopefully not too much damage to that CB500 machine for Ian Keeble. So Ian Keeble down on the deck. He goes so easy to lose the front there on the final corner. But the 83 of Cottenham continuing his running out on circuit. Bartle and Cottenham, they're arch rivals, and they have been for a while now. I mean, there are 2 riders that are not necessarily strangers to going head-to-head to each other. They know they're going to be fair with each other as well, and they know they're going to leave each other room at important times on track. So it's really one of those sparring partners that you can trust out on circuit, and that is usually actually what produces some of the best racing out on track.
Cottenham does still have the championship lead after race 1 as well. Bartle was able to close it down to a 5-point gap.
Yeah.
It's just that Cottenham hasn't won a race this season. It's just that DNF in race number 2 at Donington last time out really hurt Bartle, and he's having to fight his way back into championship lead. That was a bit tight between some of the riders there. A bit further back in the pack, the 55.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag's being shown. Also, we may have had an incident somewhere, or is that for just maybe the chaos down at turn 1 and they can't get the bikes cleared? We'll wait to hear from race control what's going on. So hopefully everyone is okay. We're just heading on to lap number 3 just there. So hopefully we can get started pretty quickly. There is Ian Keeble, who we saw go down at the final corner on the opening lap. So we'll just wait to hear what's happening from race control. Hopefully it won't take too long. But a pretty chaotic start to that one there, Lewis, as we've come to expect from the No Limits Dunlop 500 Championships. Of course, your Honda CB500 racing at its brilliant best. A big crash down into turn number 1. Of course, all the riders involved in that are okay. But yeah, bit of chaos, as we'd expect. And then, as we were expecting as well, Max Bartle and Cottenham started to pull away at the front of the pack. It may well have been that we've just thrown the red flag just so we can safely get those bikes down at turn 1 out of the way. That could well be the case, because we're not hearing anything from race control about any major incidents. We're not seeing any medical staff being sent out to the circuit. So I think it is just a case of we needed to throw the red flag just so we can safely remove those bikes from the track side, and then hopefully we can get back going pretty quickly. I'd assume it'll probably be an 8-lap race this time, though we'll get another sighting lap, of course. We'll figure that one out. Of course, you can see a big gap missing there in P3. That, of course, would have been Reece Hutchinson, who was caught up in that opening lap chaos, as was Carl Bayliss, the 55, and looks like it may have been potentially Scott Walker. No, there is Carl Bayliss. So Carl Bayliss was okay. So it may have been Scott Walker, who also got involved down at turn number 1, potentially Gary Adorian as well.
7 laps.
7 laps. So 1 warm-up lap, then 7 laps. That's what the board's saying. Yeah, that's just a red flag, just to clear up that chaos. We can quickly get going again. So we'll have 1 sighting lap, and then we're straight back to it.
Yeah, a short, snappy race. And, well, I was going to say it's going to be the same distance as what they did yesterday. However, the NL 500 said the red flag yesterday as well, which were just their final race distance to just 5 laps of running. So still, hopefully, 2 more than what we got yesterday in terms of racing action. But yeah, we head down to the back of the grid of this board, just to let everyone know exactly what the deal is, what the plan is for the rest of the race. Just 1 warm-up lap as well. It's been a relatively hot weekend. I don't think you can be too concerned. Maybe the surface temperature of the tyres might just go down a little bit. But the internal temperature of the carcass, I don't think it's going to get too low, especially on these NL 500 machines. I mean, it's not necessarily the end of the world if your rear tyre's not completely up to temperature. They don't have the most power in the world anyway. As long as you get the feedback and feeling that you need, you should be pretty much all right. So, not too far from getting going again, and it's nearly time to head back out on our warm-up lap, Ross, and it looks like this is going to be a good old-fashioned scrap to the flag. Just 7 laps in store, and well, Max Bartle, he has to do this all over again. He has to withstand Cottenham's pressure yet again on the opening lap.
Of course, James Cottenham did get the lead off of the initial start as well, so he's clearly feeling like he's got good reaction times on his side, and clearly found the bite point of the clutch and is able to get back out there pretty quickly. Medical car has come back in after just completing a quick tour of the circuit to make sure that everything is okay. So they'll head back round on their sighting lap 2.0. Let's go through the grid for you once again. It is Max Bartle from pole position, James Cottenham alongside Reece Hutchinson in P3, caught of that incident, so he will not be going again. There was George Bartle P4, Carl Bayliss in P5, Carl Freet in P6, Ian Keeble also involved in an incident, so he's not in P7, Scott Walker 8, Gary Wilson also possibly not there, but he is P9 if he is there. And it's Tim Patterson, Adam Rostron and Gary Adorian on row 4, Paul Beard, John Hunt and James Stewart behind. Felix Herner's alongside Paul Saville and Roy Wilson. They're followed by Danny Dolson, Jack Seaman and Casey Griffiths. Then it'll be Mark Parnell, Philip Stearman and David Colley, Leo Wilson, Gene Starbuck and Steve Clowes. Row number 10 is John Elliott, Michael Snowden and Alexander Sont. Lucy Smart in 31st, Michael Kemp 32nd and Dave McConaughey 33rd. Luke Hutchinson, Stuart Martindale and Simon Aldridge completing our final row of the grid. Again, a fair few people not making it to the end of lap number 1 or indeed lap number 2 as well. So this race, a small and slightly shortened 7-lap affair, but that means that it's essentially the same distance as race number 1 yesterday. Because you have done a couple of racing laps, the tyres may have been through a bit of a heat cycle, may behave differently on this occasion, but overall it should be a mirror image of race number 1. And again, we're expecting at the front Max Bartle and James Cottenham to just sort of ride away and have a bit of a battle themselves.
Yeah, having a good old fight between the two of them, you would expect. Yellow flags, of course, out in the final sector. Just letting riders know to slow down because it will be time to set the grid during this circulation. So, let's round the final corner. Let's load up and let's lock in yet again. The Dunlop NL 500 Championships is moments away on what is race 15 on our schedule. Of course, after the race, we would hear from whoever comes out on top. Let's keep in mind we have multiple classes: the freshmen, the elites, and the senior runners. So plenty of people to speak to after this one, and hopefully not too many recoveries needing to be made, so we can have a short and snappy afternoon getting through what is a action-packed weekend here at Croft. Obviously tight on times where things need to be finished around 6 p.m. in the evening. We're just about to hit 3 o'clock in the afternoon as everyone loads up to the grid now. And Max Bartle, he's looking ready to go. Luckily for him, using the tinted visor, very much needed on a day like this. Yellow flags still waving, both on the pit wall and at the back of the grid. Every single start marshal, though, look to be happy. Now the green flag can be shown, and now the red lights can appear on. Cottenham clicks the bike into gear. The red lights now go on. A long hold, and we are racing in the Dunlop NL 500s. A little jump there from Cottenham. The front wheel just rising ever so slightly. Lucy Smart again struggling to get that bike off the line, but it's going to be Max Bartle who comfortably leads the field through the opening couple of corners. Will there be drama further back? We've seen it on the first start of things, and luckily it looks like this time everyone through nice and clean. Towards the chicane yet again, though, we do come before we head on to the back straight, building the speed towards Tower Bend. Although there's not many fairings on board these NL 500 machines, still slipstream can be so important. You try to tuck in every single inch of your body, your elbows, your legs, everything that you can possibly think of. Diving down the inside, though, yet again, Cottenham, he's closed that gap in this first half of the lap. What can he do towards the Jim Clark-Esses? He's going to tuck into the slipstream yet again. It's such a fast part of the circuit. Before, of course, we build towards Sunday and Sunday out, and now Barcroft. Such a technical part of the circuit. You are able to make a move work, but you have to be a heck of a lot closer than what Cottenham currently is.
And it's a switch of what we saw at the original start of this race, where Max Bartle didn't get away particularly well, and then James Cottenham got a great start. There we see the 55 of Carl Bayliss with a lovely move up the inside of Scott Walker there at Sunny out. This time, Bartle getting a great start. Cottenham getting away pretty shakily, but still holding on to that second place in a bit of no man's land at the moment. Breathing room in front and behind. I do want to say, Bartle looks like he's running a really soft front end. When you see the number 2 there coming to a halt, hopefully everything okay for David McConaughey, but some mechanical problems, and he's actually just going straight back to the paddock. He's not waiting around for anybody down at the bottom end of the circuit. I was saying, though, Bartle, when he gets on the brake, the front end of the bike, it compresses so much. He must be running some really soft forks on that thing, which, if that's what he's comfortable with, if that's what he wants to use, that's fair enough. It's clearly working. He's clearly very quick out there on the thing. Let's see if Cottenham, running some slightly stiffer forks, can catch up to the back of him, though, as they make their way out onto the back straightaway. It is currently Freeth in P3 and leading the way in the seniors as well, just ahead of Carl Bayliss on the 55. Second place in the seniors is Wilson in 5th. Third place in the seniors, we have to go down all the way to P12 and John Hunt on the number 28 in the freshman class. It is P8 and 9 and 10, actually 1, 2, 3 with Patterson, Beard and Rostron. So very close in that one. Of course, at the front, Bartle and Cottenham keeping it tight for the elites. Seniors, a bit of breathing room between each other. So once again, looking to the inside, the 55 with a great run onto Sonny in. He loves making moves down there. does. Not free Bayless, should I say, and it will get through up into third place overall. Of course, that is not a move for position, though, in two different classes, the pair of them.
Still a solid move by Carl Bayless, and we'll just go back to what you were saying there about maybe running a bit softer front end. Quite a lot of the riders do tend, certainly when you're learning this circuit, to run softer suspension in the bikes than maybe what you would expect, and that's just to try and soak up some of the bumps. Obviously, Croft has been resurfaced not terribly long ago, so some of the old nasty bumps are certainly gone now, but there still are quite a few around this circuit, building the character of this track, and you can actually see it towards turn one. And actually, I was speaking to some of the riders who were a few years ago racing some of the superbikes around this track, and they were saying that when they were learning this track, they were struggled first of all, and it wasn't until they put in a wet setting in the dry that they actually were able to get the comfortability with the bumps around the circuit, and then slowly stiffen it back up, and then build the lap time that way. So Croft, it has its bumps, it has its challenges, although it looks easy on paper, and well, it still produces some epic racing out on track. Since Carl Bayless got back ahead, he has well and truly extended that gap, or should say, Carl Bayless, since he managed to get ahead on the 55, he's extended that gap to the two riders behind and stretching the margin, I should say, not for necessary class position, but overall position out there on track. At the time in beam last time around, Max Bartle held a 2-second advantage over James Cottenham, and well, Ross, with it being a 7-lap race, you have to think James Cottenham needs to find something special very, very soon before his hopes of victory start slipping away.
I will say this is massive in terms of the Seniors Championship for Carl Freeth, who currently leads the way in class, who is equal on points with Ian Keeble. After race number 1, it was a 5-point gap with in Keeble's advantage heading into this weekend, with Keeble involved in the incidents on the first attempt of this race before the red flag. That means that if Freeth's able to stay on, was able to do his thing and take the win, he's going to have a huge 25-point advantage, which, yes, it's a race, obviously DNF's going to happen, all of those things, but still, even though we're nearly a third of the way through the season, this early doors after only 7, soon to be 8 races, that can be big later down the line, and especially in a championship as close and chaotic as the Dunlop No Limits 500s. We'll continue to follow this little group round, some action a bit further behind them. There's the 713 of Patterson, who leads the way in the freshman category. Just behind him is Scott Walker in the elites, who's dropped a couple of positions. We have to go to Adam Rosser a bit further back for second in the freshman. Just behind him, though, about 3/10 out the line, is Paul Beard on the 178. That's 1, 2, 3 in our freshmen. Of course, novice riders, some of them still with the orange bibs on, haven't got their 10 signatures just yet. I tell you what, though, it looks to me like Patterson riding very, very comfortably and very, very well out there, and looking to pick off more of the seniors and the elites in front of them. Again, we've mentioned it time and time again, even though it's not for position, you don't really have to go around them if you don't want to. If there's loads of space behind you, you can just calm down, sit, cruise and follow. But they want to get through. It's the racer in you. You want that pride of pulling off the overtake and knowing that you can get somebody who, especially if you're a freshman, is definitely more experienced than you out there on the bike. So I'm sure he'll be fighting to try and get that overall position.
I mean, it's one of those things, when you're on board the bike in a race like this, obviously it's a little bit different with the freshmen wearing the orange bibs, but when you're in the midst of a battle, in the midst of a race, you actually sometimes do not know who is in what class, who you're actually racing with, and what position sometimes you're actually in. If you don't have a pit board or pit wall anyway, for certain, these multi-class races where everyone's on similar machines can be quite difficult to understand when you're actually on board the bike. It's different maybe if you're battling for second or third overall on circuit, then you're going to clearly understand where you are on track because you can physically see it. But when you're battling, for example, down in 14th, 15th, 16th position out there on track, it can be really difficult to know if the person ahead of you is, for example, in the senior category while you're in the elite category. All you know is that it's going to be a better case for you is if you can get ahead of them before the end of the race. I mean, the race is ticking by now, lap 5 out of 7, and well, if you're wanting to make a move, you're going to start running out of time very, very quickly as Wilson gets ahead of Freeth out on circuit.
Indeed, nice stuff there. Again, that is a move for position, so Wilson has now taken the lead of the seniors race, P4 overall at the moment. Carl Freeth, though, still with a very solid opportunity to extend a big gap in the championship picture, with Ian Keeble being down and out at turn 1 at the first attempt at the start of this race. And of course, they've got George Bartle just behind them in the elite class with a free under pressure from him. Although, again, that's not a move that's going to matter championship-wise or indeed class race-wise. But having a rider in another class between you and the rider you're fighting with for the race win can be a bit demotivating, can mess with the mind and play tricks. Because, of course, you've then got to get through 2 bikes to get back into the race lead, even if you are technically in second. There is Max Bartle. He starts the penultimate lap of this race, 6 out of 7. With a 3.5 second lead over James Cottenham. It's been a similar story to what we saw in race number 1 yesterday. Again, it could have been different if they had him in that red flag. Cottenham was able to get a great start and was sticking with Bartle. This time, though, Bartle, a much better start, was able to keep that whole shot and has just slowly pulled away. Cottenham, of course, does have a very healthy lead himself over third place Bayliss. That's 6 seconds between them. So both of them running very, very quickly. It's just that Max Bartle has been able to just extend out there at the front.
Let's not forget as well, George Bartle out there on circuit running P5. He was a newcomer last year, but now moving up into the elite category. He's now got ahead of Farif, obviously not for class position, but for overall position out there. So George Bartle inside the top 5 for the younger one of the Bartles. Number 21 for him out on circuit. Number 1 for Max. And well, Max, what a race it's been. Here is James Cottenham, though the rider in chase, 3.5 seconds adrift at the last timing point. So a little bit of work to do there for him as we're seeing the scrap continuing on further back down the order. And well, that's the thing about the NL 500. You have so many different rider levels, so many different talents on there, so many different classes that you get these types of scraps. And well, George Bartle looks to try and pick up a P4 out on circuit. Again, this would be for class position, it would be for overall. But most importantly, I would say for the likes of Wilson on board the 77, he's now got one bike in between himself and his rival in class. And we'll head on to that last lap. That's exactly what you want. So the last lap flag out, they'll see that in a few moments time. Know that they just have one last circulation to fight with the rest of the field if they want to pick up further championship points. So lap 7 of 7, you can see some of the CB 500 riders, some of the NL 500 riders watching on track side and enjoying watching their mates have a good fight out there on circuit. But there is number 55, Bayliss, running in third on this final lap of action. He's going to head on to the back straight now, making his way towards Tower Bend, as already at Tower Bend is Max Bartle. He's going to have a little bit of back markers to deal with in this last half a lap, but as we all know, that usually doesn't cause too much a bother for him. So there is the back marker that we were speaking about. Max Bartle now appearing into view. You can just see the speed difference there through the Jim Clark S's. What can he do for Barcroft? Well, that is make himself a nice gap through over at Sonny. So Sonny in, job done for himself. Over by Sonny out we head now for Max Bartle. Running wide actually was the back marker. So Lucy Smart, still a good opportunity for her to learn off what's going to be our race winner. 3.2 seconds at the line last time around. A super smart rider. There's a reason why Max Bartle was the champion in 2025. He runs the number 1 plate this year and looks to defend his crown. And well, do you blame him? What a ride it's been from start to finish. 7 laps of action in the NL 500 is a red flag, but nonetheless, Max Bartle still was able to take victory. P1 for the number 1. Second place does go the way of James Cottenham. Well, we'll wait for Bayliss to appear into view for the 55. Coming towards the line now, and actually, as we head towards the line, check flag is out, Bayliss does take, and it is going to be Wilson, who does get pipped by Freef on that final lap. So, George Bartle being the real loser out of that group, going all the way down to P6, but still going to be 4th in category for himself. Walker finishing in 7th. Patterson, Aldridge, Rostrom rounding out the top 10. As Hunt, Beard and Jurt, as we await for him just to cross the line. And actually that's 42 that manages just to get ahead of him, ahead of the 123 and the 150 of Wilson. Saville does take P16 as Seaman takes P17, and we wait for Griffiths and Klaus, who takes the final couple of spots inside top 20 alongside Martindale. I mean, what a race that was, to say the very least. Wilson, Starbuck, Colley, Elliott, Kent, Snowden, we expect to see in a few moments' time. Already taking the checker flag was the likes of Sons and Smart, who of course just got lapped on that final lap of running. They'll be looking to do a little bit better on in race 3 later this afternoon. They'll be the final race on our schedule around 20 to 6 in the evening here at Croft. But nonetheless, we can hear from Max Bartle, who took yet another victory in the NL 500. He's with Ross.
Classic CB 500 action for you in the No Limits 500s. Let's speak not to our race winner first of all, but we'll quickly grab Danny Dolson, who was involved in that incident down at turn 1 before the red flag. Danny, looked like a pretty rough ride for you out there.
It wasn't too bad, a little bit bumpy, but I'll be right.
Yeah, I mean, bike looks okay for the most part, a bit of dirt and dust here and there, but just run us through what happened out on track, because it all just kind of kicked off. We didn't quite catch it in full vision.
Turn 1 gets a little bit tight, faster riders at the back, everyone wants that track position, and a little bit of talent outweighs. So,
still, you're okay, that's the main thing, and you're going to be heading out for race 3 later.
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome stuff. Danny, well, unfortunately today we look forward to seeing you in race 3 though. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Let's jump in and speak to our race winner in the elite and overall, first of all, in Max Bartle. Max, we'll just let him finish up with a joke quickly. A little bit of a different one. Once again, had to start twice. On the first start, lost the whole shot and had to try and work your way back through. This time, at the second one, though, just got away well. Managed to hold on to the lead and extend the gap for the race win.
Yeah, on the first start, I fluffed my start up, really, and then so I'm quite glad it got restarted and got a better start on the next one. And like I said yesterday, just tried to put a quick time down at the start and just pull away.
Yeah, it was another great ride for you, another pretty dominant performance out there with a very healthy margin of victory. Looking to repeat that in race number 3?
Yeah, we'll try again. Again, I'll just try and go from the off and get out, stay out of trouble.
Awesome stuff. Congratulations once again.
Cheers, thank you.
Let's now go and speak to our seniors race winner, the 77 of Gary Wilson. Great ride from you today, and that'll do. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. Fighting for veterans or old people championship. So it's just good to be up front, I think. It's nice to be up there.
No, I mean, even if it is an old person championship or something like that, you're still out there fighting with the young whippersnappers, so to speak. But yeah, some lovely moves from yourself out there. Feeling confident, clearly.
Yeah, looking forward to the last race, see if I can make that next step on podium, hopefully. Beat that number 72, it's a bit fast.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Congratulations once again for a great win.
Thank you.
Let's quickly run and grab Tim Patterson on the 713 as well. Winner in the freshman class. Get a couple of words out of him before we shoot off. Class victory for you then at the end of that one. A really nice ride from yourself. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, bike's working really well this weekend. So, yeah, these two are giving us a good push. So, yeah, happy days.
I mean, all three of you running great races, but even though you've got the orange bibs on, you're still out there fighting with the elites, with the seniors as well, who have all that experience under their belts. Must be building your confidence so much with these performances.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, well, same for all three of us, really. We're just on the back of them, so hopefully next race we'll be on them and give them a run for the money.
What you're saying is by the end of the season you're going to be winning races overall, essentially.
That's the plan, yeah. Yeah, why not? You've got to aim big, so yeah.
Still, you've been running really well all weekend. Of course, getting the win there in race number 2. Race number 3 coming up. It was still pretty tight between the three of you for most of that one. So, any predictions who's going to be on top later?
I'd like to say myself, but who knows? Throw it in and see what happens. So, yeah.
Well, stuff. Thanks a lot, guys. We'll see you out there in race 3.
Cheers. Thanks.
Great speaking to all of our race winners. We'll let these Hondas head back to the paddock. They still got one more race later on today to finish the action here at Croft. For now, though, it's time to head back to the commentary box. We're ready for our third and final races of the weekend in all of our classes.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from our race winners, class winners, and also Danny there is involved in the Turn 1 incident. And I think he was going for along the lines of Casey Stoner in 2011 of ambition outweighing talent. But nonetheless, the next race of the day ready to go, the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy alongside the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Of course, this is their final track action of the entire weekend. And well, Tom Norton, he's going to be starting this one from pole position. The Aprilia is on pole, going alongside Tommy Fielding and James Alderson on 1. Jamie Boyce, James O'Carn and Gavin Watts start from row 2. A shame for Gavin Watts in race 2, however. He had to pull into the pit lane with a few issues as Brandon Petty, Luca Jennings and Stephen Duncan starts from row 3. Luca Jennings a far better start in race 2 is what he did yesterday anyway, that's for sure. Wilfred Turner starts from P10 alongside Liam Murta and Paul Charman. Scott Stone, Jack Morgan and Curtis Melbourne take up row 5 while Michael Stansfield, Kieran Nicholson and Phil Abel go from row 6. Chris Taylor on board BMW goes alongside David Williams aboard the Ducati, and James Crow takes up row 7's final spot. Paul Bowerbank on board the R1, a few issues for him so far this season. He takes up P22 alongside Ralph Turco and Andy Buchanan, who I can see having a few late arrivals down in the Holden area. So he's yet to go out on circuit so far. So he'll be rejoined right at the back of the field. Steve Frizzle, though, meanwhile, takes up P25 with Michael Needham, James Skeldon on row 9. Robbie Gibbons takes up P28 with Nico Cipriano taking up the final spot on the grid due to Harry Denson's crash on Friday. I can say though, Andy Buchanan, he has now been released from the Holden area, so he'll pop into view. There he is right there with the black and red levers, so he should be popping to the back of the grid, you would imagine. So disappointment there for him, but nonetheless it's nearly time to get going. It's nearly time for action to resume here at Croft. This will be the final time of the weekend that they will be on circuit for the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy. Tom Norton, you have to say, he's looking pretty relaxed. I mean, he's gave Tommy Fielden a run for his money so far this weekend, but unable to take the P1 trophy so far. Is that all going to change here today? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. The sunshine is out here at Croft, and we're nearly ready to get racing. Green flag does indeed wave at the back of the field. You can just see the wind gusting about the circuit as red lights come on. And the red lights are off, and away we go. It's a good start from Tom Norton, but who's going to claim P1 on the run to turn 1? A few bikes struggling to get away from the line. One of the BMWs there is Tommy Fielden does take the lead on the run to turn 1. Excellent stuff for himself as James Alderson pops into third place. No positions lost at start. Really remarkable when you think about the lack of horsepower on board the Triumph. So nonetheless, he's going to continue his run out on circuit. A few riders getting mixed up though further down the order. Paul Bowerbank there just trying to get through nice and smooth. James O'Carn as well pulling into the slipstream as into the braking zone, heavy on the brakes over by Tower Bend. Well, Alderson reeling them in over on this opening lap of action, but yet again it's Tommy Fielden who leads the way. Tom Norton unable to hold on to that advantage from pole position, and well, Alderson is closed in this final sector. James O'Carn slotted in behind Luca Jennings, and Jennings already looking to do a little bit of damage on this Suzuki. Of course, we'll cross the line in a few moments time and we'll wait to see what the gaps are. Boys, he's going to have to work hard to hold on to this position. Luca Jennings looks up the inside and gets the door slammed in his face, thinks better of it, and he's going to wait for a better opportunity than that. Brandon Petty as well slotted in behind Gavin Watts. Good to see Watts getting that issue sorted from race 2 as Luca Jennings diving down the inside, unable to make it work this time around. Now that could give James O'Carn a good opportunity towards turn 1.
Looks like Jennings didn't get a great run out of the final hairpin as well. Could be under threat on the way down into turn number 1, but looks like he'll be able to just about hold on there behind the 144 of Boyce just in front, holding firm for the time being, taking alternative lines into the final section. Fielding starting to break away from Tom Norton early doors there. Oh, mistake, big mistake there for Boyce. The 144 off onto the grass. Is that a problem potentially? No, in fact it was Luca Jennings. The 144 still out there, so is it a mistake or a problem? We'll wait to see, but dropping backwards, no, it looks like it was just a mistake. You can see him at the back of this pack, possibly behind Petty on the number 15. So Boyce will hold on out there, still leading, of course, in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Behind him, it'll be McLaren now on the number 63. No, in fact, the 4, in fact, there of McLaren. No, it is the 4 McLaren. I'm getting a tongue twisting up my words all wrong, but he's there and still trying to fight. But of course, because we see Boyce in a different class, it's going to massively affect the outcome of the race in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, because it looks like at the moment he's holding all of these riders up, and there's no way through for them as they're all trying different things into the complex.
Yeah, looking for a move and looking for the opportunity as McLaren. He did have a crash at the complex a few years ago when he was still racing 600s. Since he moved on to the Fireblade, though, he's looking comfortable at home, certainly since he came back from injury. Nonetheless, let's keep in mind different classes for these as the top three does space out. So this is the battle to be watching out on circuit. If you are watching trackside, Gavin Watts also well and truly getting involved in the swing of things. And well, what can Brandon Petty do? As it looks like Luca Jennings, well, he's lost yet another position for himself. So right at the back of this pack for the time being is the 144 of Jamie Boyce. He did start in P4 and he remains in P4 out on circuit. 0.3 of a second he held over James McLaren at the line last time around. But McLaren, he's gaining a foot off the peg as well from Boyce over by Tower Bend. Clipping the inside curve a little bit too hard, not what you'd be wanting at all, as well, that does look like a job done as well. Further back for Brandon Petty, he's managed to get ahead of Gavin Watts as McLaren, well, you'd have to say a move is building here, because Boyce, he's not looking the most comfortable on board that Suzuki. Far too tight of a line there. He's going to run it wide and try hit a late apex, but he's looking defensive. He's riding tight. He's made a few errors. The bike's squirming underneath him, and James McLaren down the inside he goes. That's for P4. He does run it wide, but now this side is a big crash behind, and that looks to be Luca Jennings and Gavin Watts. They've ended up in the grass, both of them up on their feet. That was a quick off between the two of them. They're going to have a quick chat about what happened and a nice little hug. Happy that both of them are okay, but the battle will continue at the front of things. It continues to be Fielden from Norton, Alderson in third, McLaren now up in P4, so he did hold on to that position, and now Boyce under pressure from Petty in the reduced group after that accident.
What a crazy race. Jamie Boyce is riding the wheels off of that Suzuki and is nearly riding himself off it as well. Of course, that incident we just saw, both riders up on their feet and okay. It'll just be local yellows with those bikes there in the infield. Will have to be recovered post-race. Wow, let's everyone just take a step back in the breath. We're only on lap 4 of 10 in the final race of the weekend of the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy and the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup at Croft. What a weekend it's been, and almost similar story to Donington. It looks like we are saving the best for last. An unbelievable affair so far, and still over half the distance left to run. Tommy Fielding, he's just got about a second over Tom Norton, who has just set the fastest lap of the race by about a tenth, a 1:21.859. So Fielding could be starting to come under a little bit of pressure later on, as looking to the inside of Boyce. Goes Petty on the number 15, can't quite find anything, of course. Jamie Boyce in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, leading that race. Petty behind. That is a fight for the race win. Duncan is a little bit further behind them in P3. Stephen on the BMW is running very solidly in the podium places. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is Super Series Power Trophy. 5, 6, 7 is 1, 2, 3 in the Premier Power Cup. So we are watching very much a fight for a race lead on your picture right now as the riders make their way out of the chicane and onto the back stretch. Of course, that kink down the straight, you have to roll off of that one. Looks like a good run out of it for the 144 for the time being. Shouldn't be under too much pressure into Tower Bend, although it looks to be that Petty's going to send it from quite a distance back. A 10-second time penalty for the number 12 for a yellow flag infringement. That's James Crow, drops him to 22nd on the timing sheet. I believe he's running around about the mid-pack out on the road. This is as close as you like between the pair of them. That is overall race leader, Super Series Power Trophy leader in Tommy Fielding. And he has now a 1.7 second gap. There was a big error somewhere for Tom Norton on the Aprilia last time out. Fielding just needs to go out there, keep doing his own thing, and he's going to make it 9 wins out of 9 so far in 2023.
Looks to be taking yet another win. I mean, what an impressive year it's been so far for Tommy Fielding. Tom Norton, well, he did have a response in race 2. Race 3 is looking a little bit more difficult. Now further back, we see Andy Buchanan in the middle of this fight. He's having a good old scrap. Paul Bowerbank at the head of this group anyway, and well, the pair just having a good old ding dong out on circuit. 32 also involved on board the Ducati this year for Kieran Nicholson. He had a shot of it last year as Andy Buchanan getting very, very tight of things in the middle of that pack, launching a late move at the final corner. Luckily no contact between them, and well, they can head all the way to the flag. Only 5 laps remaining in this one. Paul Bowerbank still tips in the head of Nicholson in board this one. Kieran Nicholson, he's going to need a couple good sectors if he wants to be able to make that move work further down the order. But there is your race leader, nice and comfortable, nearly 2.5 seconds of an advantage, and of course, no surprise, fastest lap of the race last time around.
Not surprising at all. That battle we were just watching was for 17th place. I think 18th out on the road, of course, with the penalty for Crow. Just shows there's action up and down the pack every single time in the Super Series Power Trophy, in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, in every classic category here at No Limits Racing, the best club racing in the UK. Fielding now his advantage up to 2.5. Let's see what the gap back is to Alderson in P3. 3.5 now for Tommy Fielding. Tom Norton's pace, that RSV4 looks like it just cannot quite sustain the 121 pace that Fielding now possesses. Alderson a little bit further back from him, about 3.5 back from him, so Norton smack bang in the middle of first and third overall. And then McLaren is some 5 back from Alderson. So in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy at the front, everyone's just out there running their own race. No one's near anyone. At this point, with 7 laps left to run, it's going to be, if anyone has a problem, there's going to be any moves. But further behind them, and in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup as well, it's just chaos out there.
Yeah, it's epic battles out on circuit right now. There's a class fight going on at the moment between Brandon Petty and Boyce. Just look at them in the background there with the orange BMW just ahead at the moment. So Petty still holding strong. Keep in mind, this is for the class win. So tight out there on circuit. Both of them push each other to the limit. And Boyce up the inside. A late move over at Barcroft. Somehow he's got that bike stopped over at Sunny's now. So not running wide at all. Where can Petty respond now? Brandon Petty on board the BMW. He's looked so strong all the way throughout the year ever since he jumped on board it, and a late move. He tried to show the front wheel, but he wasn't able to do it, and Boyce holding on strong, foot off the foot peg yet again. Seems to be his riding style towards the final corner yet again. Hairpin, no lunges this time around. Finally we can take a breather. Last time around it was less than a tenth separating this pair, and well, this time around we wait for the timing screens to update, and it is going to be Petty now demoted 1 position, 0.2 of a second separating the pair at the line. Absolutely nothing between them.
Not one of these two is giving the other an inch. What an unbelievable battle for the race lead in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. It is now advantage Jamie Boyce on lap 8 out of 10 at the 144 with the lead over Duncan, or Brandon Petty should I say, on the BMW, the number 15. But oh my, Boyce is riding himself ragged on that Suzuki. He's had multiple major moments where he's had to back off to save the bike, to stop himself being thrown into County Durham, quite frankly. He holds on though, back through Barcroft where we saw him make that monstrous move a moment ago, throwing it up the inside of Petty, who was completely unawares, but the gap was there. Nearly contact between the pair of them. Great race car. Look at the front wheel picking up sideways almost from Jamie Boyce on the 144. This is unbelievable action here at Croft to wrap up the Super Series Power Trophy and the Premier Power Cup action in the 3rd round of the 2026 No Limits Racing season. Penultimate lap of the race for these guys. Tommy Fielding's advantage is now 5.7 seconds. Tom Norton is lapping well off the pace. He could be in the clutches of James Alderson very potentially come the end. But I think the top 4, all of whom in the Pirelli Super Series Power Trophy, I think they're going to be finishing status quo. But in this battle for the race lead in the Premier Power Cup, it's anybody's guess. They could still wipe each other out. And at the end of it all, it will be the 3rd place rider just behind them, the 78 is Stephen Duncan, that takes the class victory. So you can see the rear wheel picking up there from Boyce. How hard he's attacking it into Tower Bend now, how hard he's getting it onto the brakes. This is absolute madness, and it's No Limits at its brilliant best. It's Croft at its brilliant best, and we've still got 1.5 laps left to run for this pair. P5 overall, but the race lead is at stake in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. Boyce has managed to pull a couple of bike lengths ahead of Brandon Petty on the 15. Petty, has he got nothing left, or is it just a case of he's backing off to go again for one final charge? Last lap flag is shown to Tommy Fielding. He will surely cruise on home to make it 9 out of 9 in 2026. But these pair are going right to the wire, right to the line, and it is anybody's guess who's going to be taking a big front wheel pickup there from the 144 of Boyce. That Suzuki is giving its absolute all. There is probably not an ounce of performance left to be extracted from that bike, and still the pressure remains from Brandon Petty behind. The 15 wide into Hawthorne, tried to cut back in, get the run onto the back straight. I think though it's not going to get him anything, quite frankly. Boyce will hold on, and yes, has pulled out a little bit more. It may have just been giving a bit too much from Petty on the BMW. As we're waiting for them to come through Tower Bend, there they are on their way in. Now look how close it is now on the way through. Must have been superb on the brakes from Brandon Petty. Now the Jim Clark S's for the final time. Is there a moment of magic? Is there a miracle in it for Brandon Petty? Because he's running out of opportunities. There's going to be realistically 3 left, and this is one of them as they come into the Sunnies. Great defensive positioning from Jamie Boyce. Coming to the final corner, it will be Tommy Fielding who wins the race overall, makes it 9 out of 9 on the season, takes the checkered flag, and it's job done by 6.5 seconds. But we wait to see, where is Boyce? Where is Petty? There is second place Tom Norton. There is third place James Norton. Coming into the final corner, it's deep from Jamie Boyce. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Pick up the front wheel from both of them. Jamie Boyce will hold on by the absolute skin of his teeth. How close do you want that one to be? 0.128 of a second at the line separating the pair of them. If there was another lap, it could have been a different story. But what a battle for the race win in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup. It doesn't get any better than that one. Jamie Boyce holds on from Brandon Petty, with Stephen Duncan coming home P7 overall, P3 in class at the end of that one. Wow, what a race, what a performance from both Petty and Boyce. That huge move from Jamie Boyce down at Barcroft, ultimately deciding the race. It is Fielding that takes the overall win from Norton, from Alderson, your top 3. McLaren in 4th, 5th to 7th is 1, 2, 3 in the Dart Motorsport Premier Power Cup, with Jamie Boyce, Brandon Petty and Stephen Duncan on the podium. Then we find Turner, Charman, Murta, Milburn, Morgan, Stone, Stansfield, Williams, Laturco, Buchanan, Abel, Bowerbank, who had issues all throughout that race. Unfortunately, we know he could do much better than 19th. Crow and Frizzle. We lost Nicholson, Watts and Jennings. Of course, we saw Watts and Jennings having that incident. Down to you, Lewis Rae, to speak to our race winners.
Okay, so away we are in Park Premier for the time being, and well, we're here with our race winner, Tommy Fielding, yet again. And well, Tommy, is it fair to call this the perfect weekend and the perfect start to 2026?
Well, if we're being hypercritical, no, because I didn't have pole position for that race. But it's been very good. The lap times, again, faster than anyone managed last year, so I'm just really pleased. I don't know. I had a Pirelli rear tyre in for that race. I have been trying the Metzlers, but for me, the Pirelli was definitely working a lot better in that race, which is evident by my lap times.
Yeah, and just to remind you, qualifying, no championship points for that one for getting pole position. Championship points for race positions, and well, 3 wins out of 3 this weekend. I mean, how does this bode going into the next round at Brands Hatch?
Well, I'm not going to lie, if Daniel Stamper is watching, I know he's going to be strong there. So I'm making hay while the sun shines. So hopefully we can have a good battle there, and obviously hopefully I come out on top. But yeah, it's your dream start, 9 wins in a row. It's blown my mind.
Yeah, 9 from 9. Congratulations yet again. We cannot wait for Brands Hatch.
Thank you very much.
And well, we'll move over actually to Tom Norton, because Tom, you started on pole position that time around, couldn't convert it into victory, couldn't quite catch Tommy that time around, but still, you've got to be happy with the weekend. You were fast here last year, and you were fast again yet again here this year at Croft.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I got a PB in that. I struggled with arm pump from about lap 3, and Tommy was riding so well, I just had to back off, and sort of bring it home, really. But I was worried about where Alderson was, thinking he was going to dive bomb me or something. But no, it was a good race, good weekend.
Yeah, enjoyable to watch anyway for us back at home. So congratulations yet again. Can't wait to see you again at Brands Hatch.
See you at Brands, yeah, too.
And we'll loop round as well, because I want to have a quick chat with James if we can. So Michael, it's been a little bit difficult for you to grab him, but James, what a weekend it was for you. Less horsepower obviously than a lot of the guys on the 1000cc machines, but still solid performance yet again on the board of Triumph. I mean, you're riding everything that you can out of it.
Definitely, I feel like this weekend's been better than what we thought. I've gone faster than I ever have on this bike round here, so being in 1,000 class has done us good, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We've made the step back to British Championship this year, and we're just trying to get some track time and get some laps under our belt, and I think we've done that good so far.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get more time for British Championship, although it doesn't go to Croft anymore, obviously, I haven't gone there since 2011. What have you got this weekend? What have you learned this weekend that you can use for BSB?
It's mainly just laps. Getting more comfortable on your bike again. The more comfortable you are on the bike and the more laps you do, the more at home you feel on it. So when you go to another track, you're on it straight away. It doesn't feel alien for you. So I think that's the main thing me and my dad are trying to do, is just get laps and laps and laps. Especially when you're in race situations, it makes it even better.
Well, massive congratulations yet again. Great to watch out on circuit.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And, well, I think we have a little bit of time because the bikes haven't been released out of pit lane yet, but we'll quickly grab Jimmy Boyce over here, who's having a chat with Brandon Petty, obviously. A great fight from start to finish, but just one quick word. Now, Mr. Boyce, what a ride it was. A great battle between yourself and Brandon from start to finish, and went all the way to the line. You've got to be happy with that.
Super happy. I mean, Brandon's been faster than me all weekend, I can't deny it. Fair play to him. He knows his way around here. His bike's mega as well. And I was just had enough, I think, just to hold him off on that last lap. I knew he was there. I could hear him. I could feel it. So all I could do really was just shut the door where I could and just hope that there wasn't enough room for him to get through. If there was, I'm pretty sure he would have eased his way through a gap. But nah, that was probably one of the best races I've ever had, for sure.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch out on circuit, and massive congratulations, and we can't wait for Brands Hatch.
Cheers, mate. See you there. We look forward to it.
Well, we would love to have a chat with Brandon Petty. I mean, great battle for yourself. Sadly, next race out on circuit, so it looks like we're going to have to get things going. But Brandon, how was the battle from your end? Did you enjoy it? I mean, you had some brave moves.
Yeah, it was mega. I did think I was going to have a look on the last lap on the last corner, but like I say, Jamie just shut the door and that was it. That's all she wrote. But no, mega race, mega.
Massive congratulations yet again, and Ross, we'll have to throw it back up to you in the comment box. We spoke to everyone we could up there, because I mean, wow, what a race. Race 3 done, next race already out on circuit. What a race indeed, Lewis Rae, and we're quickly gearing up for what should be another absolute belter. It is race number 3 of the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits pre-injection 600 category, race number 18 of the weekend. Let's run you through the grid as their bikes are already out on their sighting lap. It is J.L.P. James on the pole, Ryan Baldwin and Laurie Myers alongside Ethan Sprout, James McHugh and Joshua Pickard on row number 2. Carl Vickers, race winner in the No Limits pre-injection 600 class. He is 7th alongside Lewis Adams and Steve Lester. Paul being around down the top 10, Gareth Isles and Joshua Galasevich alongside him. Row number 5 is Cy Massey, Matt Alderson and Ben Colin Campbell. Then it's Kurt McGuinness in 16th, Thomas Brand 17th and Josh Crawford in P18. Ethan Allers 19th, Jamie Cox 20th and Alistair Cole 21st. Then it's Adam Ross, Matthew Round and Jamie Locke on row 8. Matthew Smith, Matthew McCready and Jake Griffiths behind. Rounding out our top 30 is Dan Cobb, Natalie Crow and Ada Galasevich. Behind them we find James Johnson, Dwayne Sismore, Stephen Burke, Grant Taylor, Tony Rose, Gavin Hooper and our sole rider on row 13, P37, Daniel Lovejoy. Now this one was one that was again in race 2, very, very close coming to the line. J.L.K. James ultimately taking the victory by 1.5 seconds, but I think that's because Ryan Baldwin let off the gas a bit early because he knew he wasn't going to catch him and there was no one behind him to threaten him at the line, because it was so tight between Baldwin and Orchid James. Orchid James, a disappointing start, had to fight his way back through. Baldwin did lead most of the race on his R6, but there was nothing that could be done, unfortunately. Of course, they are two different generations of R6 for Orchid James and Baldwin. Orchid James running the slightly older bike, but seems to be the one that has the pace so far this weekend. Bibs everywhere you look as well on the front row, of course. This race is for novices. It's for freshmen in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and in the pre-injection. It's for some older riders as well. We've got red lights on. We're going for the final time this weekend. Another shocking start from pole position for Jay Orchard James. He's got to work his way through the field all over again. Down to turn one, Ryan Ballman has got a huge lead as they all try to make their way through in one piece. And it will be Ballman getting the whole shot as this 37 rider grid squabbles for every inch of tarmac out there. They come through Hawthorns, all looks okay. The chicane then onto the back straight. Finally, time to unwind these motors, time to see what they've got underneath and what kind of horsepower they can push themselves forward with. Ballman looking like he may already, in fact, be under a little bit of pressure potentially, and indeed he is, because who is that is right there with him? Jay Orchard James, despite the dreadful getaway, is right on Ballman's tail, and the 712 had a huge lead down into turn one, getting the whole shot. Suddenly could be under a huge attack here early doors in this race. Runs it wide through Barcroft. That's going to be all the invitation that Orchard James needs, but gets the line wrong, has to spin it up and go again. He is right there with the race leader as they head through the sunnies. This is really tight once again, but Orchard James, maybe a bit of frustration, maybe riding a little bit angry following that poor start. Does sometimes make you ride quicker, sometimes leads you into silly mistakes, sometimes leads to brilliant moves like that round the outside, which quickly becomes the inside of the complex. And it's Jay Orchard James, after a terrible start from pole position, who will lead us onto the second lap of this race. So it is Orchard James from Ryan Ballman at the line, and then it'll be the rest of the riders making their way through. Sprout in third, Beard in fourth, then McHugh in P5. Laurie Myers, a disappointing start for him as well. He's down to P6 as there's more moves going on down at turn number one. It is Vickers that leads the way as expected in the pre-injection category, but he's dropped down to P8. Second in pre-injection is Galatovic in 10th, and then Steve Lester in P11. So battles going on potentially for podium places in the no limits pre-injection class. Up in front though, Orchard James is going to try and extend his gap, his advantage already. It was 3/10 at the line after a late move. See how much that gap can grow to as we're going side by side with some of the riders in the tail bend. This is the fight for P3. Sprout and Paul Beard going toe to toe. Looks like Beard has got it confirmed and will gain that position. That is overall and of course in class as well. Through goes Paul Beard. Looks like Sprout may be struggling after a great getaway because there's a big train behind him. Was he maybe the cork in the bottle, the moving chicane that was holding them there? And this potentially meaning that Paul Beard could try and streak away, or maybe are they all going to stay there and race Lewis Race? We've got about 10 bikes who following each other here. It's as tight as you like early doors.
Paul Beard, I mean, he's always been one of the quickest starters in this class, and now he's done a final job looking to claim some podium positions here at Croft. Laurie Myers as well. It's been a very, very difficult weekend for him, and to pick up some silver today, I mean, that would be the perfect way to end the weekend. It would actually make the weekend all worth it, I'm sure, for the number 13. As we continue on, it's Jay Orchard James leading the way, 1.3 seconds of an advantage now over Ryan Ballman. Now Ryan Ballman, of course, we know how strong he can be in the braking zones as the fastest lap of the race. Nonetheless, goes the way of the number 7, the 1:29.481 for himself. Up a couple of positions well last time around was Laurie Myers. He's now up into P4, so 2 positions gained last time around for him. Sprout, of course, down 1 position, and as well for McHugh. Steve Lester up in second place in category in terms of pre-injection 600 runners. He's P10 overall. Meanwhile, his arch rival and his teammate out on track, Carl Vickers, P8 overall for him. So 1 bike in between themselves. That, of course, being Lewis Adams on the 404. So no real mechanicals as well this weekend for Lewis Adams. He'll be happy about that one. All the storylines, actually, of issues, of moments, has been about Laurie Myers, who's picked up yet another position and demoted Paul Beard now down to P4. So Laurie Myers into the podium positions.
Nice stuff from Laurie. A disappointing start for him, but absolutely, he's been a rider who's just been in the wars a little bit this weekend, be it incidents or reliability issues. But up into P3 on lap number 3 here at Croft in the final race of the weekend for these 2 classes. Fingers crossed, he can at least get to the end in one piece. Wherever that is, you know, that's up to him and the racing gods, I suppose. But for the time being, running in P3s, see some of the rest of the riders making their way through to the 186 in marathons, just trailing the 216 of McGuinness out there on his Honda with the Repsol fairings on it as well to make it properly look the part. But the Army rider on miles just behind, he Again, another rider I think who's had quite a disappointing weekend overall here at Croft. He's normally right up there and fighting. He himself, though, did have to go on the defensive a little bit there from those behind. That being Compton, who triumphed 7.65. He's just got past Sai Massey, actually, on his Suzuki. Gareth Howells here, you'd expect him to be a little bit further up the grid than normal, but seemingly Croft, maybe a circuit he hasn't quite mastered yet. It might be the first time he's been here, of course, and again, learning Croft is something we've been talking a lot about this weekend. As up the inside there, Gareth Howells does drop the position to the Triumph. Not necessarily done yet, though. They're going to go side by side into Tower Bend. You don't see that very often. Gareth Howells does ultimately have to concede the position. Yellow flags waving into the sunny section, and that is why
Paul Beard.
That is Paul Beard, who was running in P4, has come grinding to a halt, gets well out of the way at the exit of the Jim Clark S's, but a real shame for him. It was a great start of running a very solid race, and his weekend ends with a mechanical problem.
So disappointing for him. He's opened up the visor. That is well and truly job done, day done, and well, sadly for him, weekend done as well. Race 18 on a schedule of 5 races to come after this one, of course, but yellow flags still out at the other side of the circuit. No surprise there. But looking up the inside, that looks to be number 84, looking up to be another position for himself. But Lewis Adams picking up 2 positions last time around as well, so ahead of Carl Vickers too, and that now puts Carl Vickers and Steve Lester together on circuit. I mean, look at this big group. Simon Massey also involved in this fight out on circuit. That looks to be for the final couple of spots inside the top 15 overall, but that's 94 leading the way of this group. They tip it into turn 1 and then they'll crank on the power yet again. Now making their way and building the speed up for the second half of this circuit, over by the chicane and down the back straight we'll head in a few moments time. Simon Massey nice and close out on circuit. The pre-injections getting close with the newcomers, who of course are on the newer fuel injected machines. On the CR600 there though, off number 95. Issues for him earlier on today. He ended up crashing out, having to watch the rest of the race from the sidelines and push the bike back to the paddock. Now though, today, well this afternoon, no real issues for him, and Hall well and truly in the fight.
He is indeed, but still over half of this race left to run. It's anybody's game. It's anyone's guess what's going to happen, because of course in motorsport anything can happen, and as the saying goes, it normally does. Let's wait and see what's in store for us. Somebody running very, very wide down there at the Sunnies. Just got that one a little bit wrong, I think. Again, it is a lot of these riders out here do still have the orange bibs, or especially within the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge, they are still very inexperienced when it comes to bike racing. You know, they may have been riding for a long old time, but being out there competing with the other athletes out on the track, it is a different ball game, and you've got to learn how to race, let alone how to ride a bike. So these guys, some of them a little bit inexperienced, may get the lines wrong, may get it wrong a little bit more than others, but we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. Into the second half of this race then, it is still Orchid James that has a country miles lead. Actually, I say that, it's not a country miles lead. He was on the last lap. He had a pretty slow lap, a second off the pace. It was 1.3 at the line, or 1.6 seconds at the line last time. Now it's 0.6 of a second, so Bullman has closed that back gap back up, and that is sort of what we saw in race 2 earlier on, but the mirror picture of it. So it was Bullman in the lead who was able to pull away, and then Orchid James started to close back in, was able to get through him. Are we going to see a similar thing where Bullman gets to Orchid James, or are the roles going to reverse once again? And Orchid James is able to hold on to take it for a second win on Sunday here at Croft. Some of the riders a bit further back in the pack making their way just in front of them, so the leaders do have to negotiate their way through. Looks like neither of them lost any real time though. If they did, they were both held up equally. So on our to lap number 7, it's still Orchid James ahead of Bullman. Gap at the line last time was 0.6. This time it's a second. That could just be due to the lap traffic though. It's still close. This could get very, very interesting over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, it could get pretty tasty indeed. 3 laps remaining in this one. You have to say, Orchid James going to need to just keep what he's doing at the moment. I mean, a 1:30.4, still 4 tenths quicker than Ryan Bullman last time around, still extending his margin to over 1 second. Then you have to go around 9 seconds back to Laurie Myers. Meanwhile, though, in terms of pre-injection 600 battles, Steve Lester is now ahead of Carl Vickers out on circuits. That's changed for a class lead. They're battling, of course, for 8th and 9th out on circuit for overall position. But a good old scrap in pre-injection 600 between the two teammates, and always good to see as well. Carl Vickers out there, of course, an emotional win last time around in class, and now of course we're looking to do the same. But he's going to have Leicester for company in the timing sheets and on the same piece of tarmac. Bowman, though, his crew pushing hard. He's running wide in a couple of places, and you have to say, is he pushed a little bit too hard? Is he overrided that R6 for the time being? And that's really when you're making silly little mistakes. You're actually losing time, and it feels like you should be going about a second quicker than what you normally do. But it's when you're most relaxed on the bike that you're able to do the laps pretty quick, pretty consistent out there as well. But yeah, nonetheless, we're close to ticking by towards lap 8 of the action, not too far away, with Orchid James continuing to not feel an ounce of pressure.
Let's see though, traffic can cause chaos, traffic can get involved. The gap last time was a second, is now down to 9.5 tenths. Huge margins we're talking about here. I mean, that's gaining is basically a couple of millimetres over the lap. So the gap essentially the same between J. Orchid James and Bullman behind. As there we see the 33 of Sprout still holding on to that third place position, and in fact has been able to pull about 2 seconds ahead coming through, as we do now have a time and towel, which is fantastic to see. We've been running without it for most of the day, unfortunately. If you are joining us now on our TV, we can now see who's in the different classes as well, so you can see that Carl Vickers leads Steve Lester and Glatovic in the pre-injection 600 class, 8th, 9th and 10th overall in that one. And then of course the front 7, all of those guys in the Freshman Sport Challenge. Orchid James continuing to try and pull that gap for himself on a 10.5 second advantage ahead of Sprout in Q3. Laurie Myers, of course, with that issue on the previous demoted him back down into 4th place. Hopefully everything's okay for Laurie, and he can continue to push on the 13, continue to try and get that R6 onto the podium after what has been a fairly rotten weekend. Luck just hasn't gone his way.
Luck's not been on his side, that's for sure, but the podium's still not out of reach, you have to say, for the time being. I mean, Laurie Myers, still a chance for him to pick up some silverware this weekend. Still some chances for him anyway to finish on the overall podium. What will be class podium as well as the top pre-injection runner, sitting P8 out on circuit overall. But J. Orchid James now nearly 2 seconds of an advantage for himself. Last time around, a 1:30.1, sitting around 1 second quicker last time around than Ryan Bowman. We did say Ryan really pushing out there on circuit, maybe pushing a little bit too hard for his own doing. And the 7:12, well, it looks like P2 is going to be all she wrote. Meanwhile, though, between Sprout and Myers, that gap sitting around 1.1 seconds. So Laurie Myers is going to find some pretty magical in the next closing laps if he wants a chance to even finish on board that podium. If not, it's going to be P4, which I think after the weekend that he's experienced, P4 still not going to be end of the world. He's still not going to be too upset about that. Sure, it's going to be what could have been, especially after such a successful run to par. So still solid results. J. Orchid James, though, some back markers to contend with now. Just getting through on Natalie Crow there, the 999. Natalie Crow running a little bit wide in the process, but nice and clean for our race leader, of course. A newcomer, a freshman out on circuit. This is really where you learn your trade, learning just to get by some slower riders nice and safe. And like there, not shoving the front wheel up the inside, because that is how an accident happens. That's how you throw a race win down the road with just 1 lap remaining. So you'll see the last lap flagged now, the yellow flag with the black cross, signifying one more circulation around this Croft Circuit. And for Ryan Billman as well, the last chance to make up any more ground. He's gained 1 second on that last lap. You would have to say that's due to the back markers and due to some lap traffic, but so far anyway, the track is pretty clear ahead of him. He's not going to have to stress too much about that, but as you can see, final lap time for himself. He makes his way down the back straight now towards the tower. Bendigo heavy on the anchors yet again, yet another 130 for him, but a personal best for Ryan Bowman. Looking at sector 1 times, it is 6 times slower for Ryan, so losing out yet again. And J. Orchid James with half a lap remaining. All he needs to do is keep it on 2 wheels to sew things up and to claim the final race win of the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge here at Croft. Makes his way through Barcroft. Now the quick right, of course, we've seen some moves be made this weekend. Carl Vickers now back ahead to Steve Lester in the pre-injection 600, so super impressive stuff there for them. Pre-injections battling from start to finish. That is number 30 running into issues. So McHugh on the final lap of things. Hopefully that's not fuel, and hopefully that's just an electronic gremlin that you can hopefully just do a Control-Alt-Delete and get the bike restarted. Ryan Billman, though, out of absolute nowhere, launches a move down the inside. Funnily enough, he runs wide, and that hands JRK James victory yet again. Ryan Billman, he was so far back, but he thought, well, I'll give that one a go. He does claim P2 in the finish up, and that is a rider down there, no number to be seen, but we await to see where the rider is. Luckily up on his feet at the safety side of the barrier. Laurie Myers does claim third, so that could be Luke Sprout running into issues on that final lap. It is Luke Sprout. McHugh also running into issues, so now it should be Pickard on board the Triumph claiming fourth. Yes, it is. Lewis Adams now promoted inside the top 5, and Carl Vickers takes the pre-injection 600 win, P6 for himself. What a dramatic last lap that was. As well, battling does continue on. This should be Cox next to take the finishing flag. Check the flag first, waiting out. And of course, Cox on board the Triumph. He does take 8th position. Final couple riders still to take the checker flag, though. I mean, not what you'd be wanting, especially on the last lap, even if you're planning the move, because the yellow flag's still out there towards the final sector. So if you're waiting till last minute to make a pass, well, that's going to upset your plans. Laurie Myers, well, in that final lap, setting the fastest lap of the race. So seriously impressive stuff as JRK James does take victory. His official winning margin sitting around 0.6 of a second. So number 7 does take victory over Ryan Billman, with Laurie Myers taking the late podium in third. Joshua Pickard and Lewis Adams rounding out our top 5 as Carl Vickers and Steve Lester once again 1-2 the pre-injection 600 class. Jamie Cox and Joshua Golich in P8 and P9 as Josh Crawford rounds out our top 10 runners. Further back, we have Ethan Hall, Garfiles, and Simon Massey, with Kurt McGuinness and Ben Campbell rounded at the top 15. Matthew Round, Matt Alderson even, and Adam Ross rounded at the top 18 as Alistair Core and Matthew Smith take out the top 20. Matthew McCready, Jamie Locke, Ethan Sprout and James McHugh take out the top 24, with Jake Griffiths in P25. Crow, Cobb, Golich, Sismore and Johnson round out the top 30. As looking at the final couple of finishers in DNS, we do have likes of Burke, Beard and Brand, as we can hopefully hear from our race winner JRK James as he's down in Parc Ferme speaking to Ross.
And everybody just breathe for a second. We can take a step back and relax. What a crazy race to end the weekend in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge and the No Limits pre-injection at 600. Let's first go, I was going to try and speak to Jay, but he's disappeared. We could go and speak to Ryan as well. So, an interesting one for you then. Second place at the end of it, but really hard fought. You must be feeling pretty happy.
Wow, yeah. Third ever race. I'm so happy. I never thought I'd be up front at the field like this. I had a big crash at Donington at 150 into Esses. This is a foreign bike and a foreign track, and I'm up front there. I just want to say hello to Manny, Milo and Lauren at home who are watching live, and I want to say a big thanks to LT Developments for my tyre and fuel support. What a race. Big credit to Jay. What a rider. I tried my best. I stuffed him up into airpin and he cut back under me. But yeah, what best weekend I've ever had in my life.
No, you've had a fantastic run of it. It's been great to see you riding so well on the track. Are we expecting to see you at Brands Hatch for the next round?
I want to do every round, yeah. Every round's foreign to me apart from Donington and Cadwell. So I just want to get every track under my belt and come back next year, maybe go up to Cup 600. And yeah, I love it. How can you not love this? Love it, thank you.
Absolutely, it's been great to see you, and again had a new circuit as well. Congratulations, Ryan. We'll run and speak to our race winner. Apologies for the language I used there. Jay, another race win, again a big hard fight for that one, but you're on top of the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge to end the weekend. You look a bit worn out.
Yeah, I'm buzzing, but yeah, my arms are shot to bits. Like, but I think I just need to relax more on the bike. But yeah, it was good going.
Yeah, so even if you're riding a bit tight, you're still riding very, very fast. You've very much been the rider to beat this weekend in the class, and again, getting another win, you must still be delighted.
Yeah, I'm buzzing with it. After Donington, I wanted to win, but I didn't know it'd come this soon. But we're here now, so here to stay.
Yeah, as I said, you've very much been the rider to beat at Croft, but looking forward, Brands Hatch, a very different challenge, very different circuit from Croft, but You're feeling confident after this weekend, I'm sure.
I've never been there before, so I have to watch some videos when I go home. But yeah, I'll see what happens. Take it step by step.
Awesome stuff, Jay. Go on, we'll let you relax, recover, and celebrate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to speak to Jay. We do have a bit of time due to that incident at the end of that race, so we'll head over and speak to our pre-injection race winner in Carl Vickers on the 18. Carl, we can just grab a couple words out of you. Another brilliant race for you, another class victory at the end of that one. You must feel very happy.
The weekend, three firsts and 3 seconds for teammate Steve, so over the moon. Both engines in these bikes are tuned by Dave Lange, DL Racing, so special thanks to him for producing nice, powerful, rock-solid engines as well. So yeah, after the weekend at Donington, to finish all 3 races with both bikes still sort of intact is fantastic.
Yeah, and of course 3 race wins for yourself, seconds for Steve as well, so obviously a very happy camp for you boys, but still, weekend's done and dusted. How are you feeling overall?
Well, up to for our sponsor as well, Lisa Foster from Blackbird Corporate, so without Lisa, these bikes wouldn't be here, so yeah, fantastic weekend, thanks so much.
All stuff. Steve, we'll come round as well as soon as you grab a couple words out of you. Again, really good performances from you, finishing bikes in one piece, you're in one piece, which is always great. So you talk us through it.
No, it's a mega weekend. I thought Carl was going to let me have it there at the end, and made me work for it a bit too hard. I just couldn't get him on the last lap. So, but yeah, good close racing. Yeah.
Of course, never any friends out on the racetrack, is there? Even if you are teammates and all that. But still, you're happy and feeling confident moving forward to Brands Hatch?
Yeah, very confident. Yeah, I think we'll go there with a good package. We've got a good team, got good sponsors. So yeah, we'll be there for the win and second again.
Well, fingers crossed. Maybe you can slide past them at Brands and see if you can get through. Thanks so much, guys, and congratulations.
Take care. Thank you.
Great to speak to Carl and Steve there, 1 and 2. In the pre-injection category, of course, spoke to Jay and Ryan, 1 and 2 in the Metzler Freshman Sport Challenge as well. Next race isn't quite ready just yet, but it's pretty quiet down here in Parc Fermé now. So we'll jump back over to the commentary box and get ready for the rest of the races to finish off round 3 of the No Limits racing season here at Croft.
Thanks, Ross. And yeah, well, the race nearly ready to get going. Next up, of course, we have the Brandfix Club Power Cup alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. Big grid, as always. The sun well and truly out now here at Croft. Temperatures sitting around 20 degrees. Air temp as a few riders missing their grid slots, so pushing themselves back where he's actually meant to be, and yeah, silly little error there, but easily done on these big grids, because we're expecting 40 riders, all things being well. Jack Cullen, your pole setter yet again. Can he convert this into, well, what will be an impressive victory? But Simon Franklin, let's not forget the impressive rides he's been putting on here at Croft. Obviously, Cullen crashed yesterday, promoting Franklin into P1 after Franklin kept him all the way through. Then, in race 2, Franklin put on pretty much a masterclass, I think it's fair to say. But Guntor, well, surprising. The sun's out, and he's managed to put on an extra layer, so he must be a little bit chilly there with the wind here at Croft. As we head out on our green flag lap now. So the riders do head out. A stall at the back, it looks like. Hand in the air anyway, that's for sure. But Jack Cullen goes from pole position alongside Simon Franklin and Kieran Wood on the front row of things. Jordan Hugh, Dean Turner and Curtis Melbourne take up row 2. Curtis, of course, on board the Kawasaki Old School 1K Trophy machine. James Logan, Scott Pendleton and Keith Stringer start from row 3, with Alan Lane taking up P10 alongside Justin Coghaven and Robert Cortains on row 4. Aaron Nunn, Dale Hill and Dean Bednarick take up row 5, with Jeremy Page taking up P16, Ian Tunham P17 and Mitchell Baines in P18. The final spots inside the top 20 are going to be taken up by Phil Whitby and Ryan Marriott, as Anthony Snowball rounds out row 7. Martin McClatchy, Chris Edmondson and Lee Rollins, as I should say, goes from row 8 with Andy Ashcroft MP25 alongside Stephen Kilby and David Dean. Neil Stevenson, Luke Coop and Matthew Taylor go from row 10, with Michael Gurnhill, Steve Hodgson and Simon Anderson going from row 11. Gareth Evans goes from P34 with Matthew Whitby and Craig Macon going from row 12. Vincent Gibbons, Adam Southwell and Paul Spencer on the 666 take up P37, P38 and P39. And all things being well, James Gerald should be starting on row 14 in P40. Of course, a big grid. And while the sun well and truly out, hopefully everyone's got their tinted visors on for this one. Otherwise, it's struggle to see at parts of the circuit. This will be the final race of the weekend for the Bramfix Club Power Cup, alongside the No Limits Old School 1K Trophy. 10 laps in store, and that could be a mechanical for what's going to be the 1-2-3 machine. So a massive shame for Dean Turner. Of course, Dean Turner, he's been dominating the Old School 1K Trophy pretty much from the start of the season. He does shift it into first gear now, though, and the way he goes, still looking at the right-hand side of his bike, so hopefully it's just something like a loose foot peg that you can just screw in with your hand. But nonetheless, it looks like he will be taking up his grid slot. No sign of going into pit lane for himself, making sure his glove is on correct. On the way to the grid, he goes. A couple of riders to car through, to say the very least, to take up his spot. Of course, he's starting in P5 of the grid on row 2, just behind Simon Andrews. Or Simon Franklin even. So just behind Simon Franklin, who's in the middle of that front row. So some issues there for Dean Turner on the warm-up lap. He is in the grid though, so hopefully that isn't going to carry on into the race. And now, though, we await for the green flag to show at the back of things. The red lights will come on in just a few moments' time because everything looks good to go in the grid, if I do say so myself. The green flag does show and the revs will rise. Number 97 of Jack Cullen. Can he take victory here at Croft, or will this remain a little bit of a bogey circuit here this weekend? The red lights are about to appear on now. You can hear the revs bouncing off the rev limiter, and away we go. It's a great start for Jack Cullen, and well, it's a bad start for Hodgson right at the back of the grid on a 750 Yamaha, but Simon Franklin is going to be your rider, taking P1 on the run to turn 1. And while Dean Turner, we've seen issues on the warm-up lap, nonetheless, he's managed to strip himself up into 3rd position, so still a solid start for himself on board the Honda Fireblade. And now we power ourselves out, heavy on the power, heavy towards the back straight yet again, before we head towards Tower Bend. It's now Jack Cullen who's in chase. What can Cullen do this time around? Or is Simon Franklin going to remain hard to beat here at Croft? The sun well and truly out, scorched conditions. Hopefully, great action out on track as well. The front wheel just rising off Cullen's BMW there. He's struggling to keep the front wheel on the ground. And when you have that, you're not able to get the full power to the ground. So, Simon Franklin leads away from Cullen in 2nd position. And 3rd place still for the time being. It does look to be Dean Turner on the 1-2-3 machine. So it is still the Old School 1K Trophy rider in 3rd. And well, Ross, a great start, the perfect start for Simon.
Similar to what we saw in race 2 earlier on, just gets it away well at the line and holds on to that lead, looking to make it a clean sweep of victories this weekend. Can Jack Cullen, after his incident in race 1 and 2nd in race 2, try to stop him? Dean Turner, another fantastic start, despite nearly not making the grid with that loose foot peg. Again, he was able to screw it back in, but you always wonder, are you going to be able to make it round in time, or will you be forced to start from the back? And this time he has ended lap number 1 in 3rd place as well. He got swarmed a bit. Alan Lane, great start from the number 50 rider. He's up 6 places. Whoa, running very, very deep there. Somebody just behind that may have been Hugh on the 183 potentially, who ran very deep and nearly came together with somebody else. I believe it was indeed. But Alan Lane, as I was saying, of course, one of our endurance riders, he's done a lot of motorbike racing this weekend. Fantastic to see him after his first time at Croft. It's been a bit here, there and everywhere. Does drop behind Milburn on the 996. That is not a move for position. It is a move for class play. Or they're in different classes, should I say. But great to see Alan with a great start and racing with ferocity in the final race of the weekend in the Bramfix Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy. We'll push onwards. They're making their way through Barcroft, this group, coming into Sunny Inn. Looks like Milburn is catching very quickly up to the back of D10. In fact, it's Kieran Wood, not Milburn, should I say, that got through. So that is still not for class. So Kieran Wood has moved up now into the podium places in the Bramfix Club Power Cup. Not a massive surprise from the number 11 rider. Stuck a little bit behind Dean Turner at the moment. Of course, you would like to see the services guy have a bit of a battle, but Wood, one of the fastest riders we have out there on this grid. Of course, the Club Power Cup a little bit quicker than the Old School 1K Trophy, so he should maybe not rocket by on the main straight, but he'd certainly be thinking about setting up a move. He could be looking into turn one. He is looking into turn one. He's got it into turn one. Nice stuff. Moves up to third place overall. Still third in class, and it is still Dean Turner now dropping down to fourth that leads the way in the old school 1K trophy. Melbourne, the 996, some way back in second place. In seventh overall. Third place is Ashcroft, the 45. He's all the way down in 23rd. So I think Dean Turner could be looking to clean up once again here. Was getting a bit shaky into Tower Bend up at the top of the circuit, and Kieran Wood, there is a gap in front of him. It's about 3 or 4 seconds to Jack Cullen, but he can try and work it up, especially because it looks like Jack Cullen is going to try and bring the fight to Simon Franklin.
Look, he's going to need these two to start fighting. Cullen, fastest lap of the race last time around, and while he's building towards a move here on Simon Franklin, he needs to start trading blows pretty quickly indeed, because, well, Wood, he's a quick rider, you have to say so, but when you don't necessarily have that marker ahead of you, not someone ahead of you to properly chase, it can be a little bit difficult to close ground that quickly. I mean, only 8 laps to go, and the 172 really getting a telling off from race control upstairs. Yet again, no working transponder for themselves as the official line. So yeah, hopefully they can get that sorted, at least for Brands Hatch, next time out. But Simon Franklin continues to lead the way. The gap over the line last time around, 0.6 of a second. Both of them running within the mid 125 bracket. So quick stuff as we expect between our front runners. A 124.9 though being the fastest lap of the race. So still half a second adrift from that. We know Cullen can go quicker than what Simon Franklin's currently doing in the top spot. Into Tower Bend though we head yet again. Closing on the brakes, I think it's fair to say, is Cullen. And well, we spoke to Simon Franklin after the last race, and he did say he's unable to keep our front wheel on the ground sometimes. He's not quite mastered the technique of the rear brake. He doesn't like using it at all. So it's a case of just letting the anti-wheelie take control of things eventually, or shutting off the throttle ever so slightly. Meanwhile, everyone else will be pretty much using the back brake setup, certainly out of the final corner when the bike's pretty much upright by the time you get on the power. But a little bit of a slide there from Simon Franklin. He's pushing hard. You have to give him credit where credit's due. He's not going to allow Jack Cullen to have this easy. Slightly different lines through the complex section as well, as Jack Cullen looks to try and find any way through. As well, we have a little look further down the order where it's a big group of riders all bunched up.
Is indeed. Looks like there's been some changes in this pack as well. We can see Alan Lane's dropped down to 8th place overall, 6th in class, but still fighting, still battling with those around. So a keeper, I thought, someone's gone very, very deep there, coming through complex number 1. Looks like they will get away with it, one of the army riders out there. And that back to the lead battle very quickly on their way, coming to the chicane at leads you onto the back straight. Cully has dropped back just a little bit over the last lap. That's because it was the fastest lap of the race from Simon Franklin by 1/10 of a second, a 124.894 compared to Cully's best of a 124.994. So a 1/10 exactly to the 1,000. Could get interesting, this one. Lap 5 out of 10, quickly approaching half distance. This is definitely the closest race we've seen between this pair so far. Of course, race number 1 yesterday was a bit of a ding-dong, but then Cully had that incident, went down. Franklin could cruise on home to the victory. Cully was leading most of that race as well. Then race number 2, Cully, maybe the bike not quite right, maybe himself just not quite in the right mindset, getting used to being back out there and pushing following the accident. Just couldn't quite hold a candle to Franklin. In this one though, as he runs it very deep, thinking about it, trying to set it up, can't quite get it. He's right there with him. We're going to go over the halfway point when we reach the line, and Jack Cullen, it's all over the back of the yellow Kawasaki of Simon Franklin. Can he get it done though and prevent the hat trick for the number 95? It's not going to be down into turn number 1, but he does look very, very quick coming down into Tower Bend and through the back section. That seems to be where the 97 is right at home. Let's see if this lap there's anything to show for it.
He's looking left, he's looking right, he's looking for any opportunity. I think most convincing anyway that I've seen Jack Cullen is that final sector over by the complex. I think a move's going to arrive there just on the switchback and try and launch a move just before the penultimate corner. We'll wait and see though what happens this time around. We're half a lap away from that for the time being. But I mean, look at Jack Cullen there. He's cruising getting frustrated. Massive eyesight there. Down on the deck. Jack Cullen, second crash of the weekend for him. And that is going to be his weekend over. And a big upset there, big crash, and just catching his breath for the time being as Simon Franklin does continue on, luckily up on his feet. And yeah, such a shame to see for Jack Cullen. Simon Franklin, it's going to release him at the front. Obviously, we'll keep an eye for any red flags, but at the very least, yellow flags will be out over at Tower Bend for the time being. This is the sector where Jack Cullen looks so strong at. And well, Simon Franklin now a comfortable margin over Kieran Woods, and a red flag out, so that is going to be a race stoppage for this one, Ross.
And over half distance, given our time limitations here at Croft, that could be race done as well, potentially. We'll listen to what race control are going to say. A huge high side for Jack Cullen. The bike did actually keep going on two wheels and came to a stop, a rest in the infield, but Cullen, heavy landing, ripping the visor off the helmet as well. We saw him massively knock the wind out of him, trying to catch his breath back, but that was a huge one. He ran it way too deep at Tower Bend, just trying to push the bike further and trying to catch up to Cy Franklin, then tried to bring it back round the rear, lost it, then slipped up. He tried to save it, tried to stay on the bike, but just couldn't quite get it done, unfortunately. So Jack Cullen, that is his second incident of the weekend. A real shame for Cully. And if that is it, that will be a clean sweep for Simon Franklin. We'll wait to see what race control are going to say. There's Kieran Wood. If it is a red flag, of course, with Cullen going down, we'll take it from the lap before. Cullen would be classified as second if it's called there. Of course, typically, it's a little bit further. It's normally when you're looking around lap 7 or 8 where they call the race. It's just because of the time limitations here at Croft. We're trying to cram everything. We're only allowed to be racing from 12 until 6. It's a hard limit. We can't afford any major delays, unfortunately. It's just due to the noise regulations here in North Yorkshire. So we'll wait to see what race control is saying. But yes, a huge high side for Jack Cullen coming out of Tower Bend. With the red flag, when it was flown, of course, Cullen was down on the deck. But if that is it, and we do take the order from the previous lap, it was Franklin, from Cullen, from Wood, your top three in the Brandfix Club Power Cup. Then it was Jordan Q on the 183 P4. Dean Turner, the 125, was fifth and leading the way in the Old School 1K Trophy. Not too far ahead of Curtis Milburn on the 996. Then it was Logan Pendleton, Alan Lane in P9, Cockayne in P10, of course P8 in class. P3 in the Old School 1K Trophy was all the way down in 22nd, and Andy Ashcroft on the 45. We had already lost Taylor and Hodgson from that race due to mechanical problems. As you can see, the riders there just having a discussion, seeing how the race is going. But if you are just joining us, a red flag here at Croft. At round number 3 of the No Limits Racing 2026 season, race number 3 for the Brandfix Club Power Cup and the Old School 1K Trophy. We'll wait to let you know what's going on and that everyone's okay. As soon as we're aware, if you are watching along trackside, we hope you've enjoyed all of the action here today at Croft. It's still a massive crowd, a massive turnout, even though everyone who's racing's done, they've all packed up and gone home. I see Alan Lane's actually just pulled into the holding area. Everyone else staying put, but maybe issues for the 50 of Alan Lane potentially. He's heading back into the paddock. He obviously was in the endurance race yesterday, so he does have a garage he can go into to sort anything out instead of having to go and find his awning or his van or whatever. So hopefully everything is okay. You can see there still huge crowds watching along here at Croft. Of course, this is the premier bike racing event of the season for the Croft Circuit, and we have loved every second of it in 2026, as we do every single time we roll into North Yorkshire. And it's been so busy. The grandstands, the bankings, they've been absolutely packed, and we hope that everybody has enjoyed all of the action. A few more riders are heading back through the holding area. It's just outside of our commentary box window, so we can see as people are going through. We'll let you know what's going on, but most of the riders are just staying put at the marshal's post where they've been brought to a stop. Still though, in that one, as we wait to see what's going on, it was a very exciting race. Jack Cullen, of course, pushing a little bit too hard, but he was right on the back of Simon Franklin there, Lewis, and had he not thrown himself off the bike, it could have very well been on for a race victory.
Yeah, it seemed like an overtake was coming either way there, but a massive shame there for Jack Cullen. Second crash of the weekend, obviously, for himself, and what we thought was going to be a very good weekend for him, a good points haul, just hasn't worked out. Obviously, he'll be able to go hopefully again at Brands Hatch, as well, a few more bikes make their way back into the paddock, but obviously it just depends how long we are under red flag conditions. But majority of the field just being held at the moment. Now, where they are held, there is a cut-in just to their left that you can easily get back to the paddock. And for your leaders, they're over by turn 1, the likes of Kieran Wood and Simon Franklin, so they can easily just cut into the left there as well. But obviously they'll need to then go back through the paddock, be released back through the holding area to then rejoin the grid if we do get this race restarted. Nonetheless, though, sun is out and plenty of families enjoying the Croft action. Obviously, have a little picnic on the bank end. I mean, why not? There's some wind out there here today, but certainly doesn't feel cool. Now we are seeing pretty much the entire field going through the Holden area. Still no update on the timing screens as of yet. The last update obviously was the red flag, but we'll let you know if a checker flag does come up there as Simon Franklin and Kieran Wood, well, they're going to have to push their bikes back into the paddock.
They are indeed. The sun is now beaming down here at Croft. It's been a lot cloudier than it was yesterday, but it's still been very nice and warm. And again, if it stays like this, the Tom Cruise aviators may have to get whipped back out a little bit later on. But yes, bikes are making their way back to the paddock. As we can see, the 45 just heading on through. So they'll head back through the holding area, and we'll let you know what's going on as soon as we are aware here in the commentary box. But it is still red flag conditions out on the circuit as it currently stands. And we could be here just a little bit of a while. We'll have to let you know with what's going on. But still, it's been a great day's racing so far. We hope you've enjoyed all of the action, both trackside or on NLR TV, where, of course, we're bringing you all of the action for the remaining couple of races live. And indeed, all of the 2026 season will be broadcast for you here on NLR TV with myself, Ross McIntyre, and Lewis Rae alongside me. Yeah, we'll be here all year long, and we're looking forward to it. Looking forward, of course, we've got Brands Hatch as the next round, the GP layout as well. That's going to be a lot of fun. And with guest classes joining us for the endurance race as well. That's on the 27th and 28th of April. So if you're free on that weekend, head down to Kent. You'll be more than welcome to come and see some spectacular action at Brands Hatch. And then we'll be moving forward to see what's been going on. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I mean, we can't wait for the rest of the season to get underway. Of course, Brands Hatch in July, coming up next month. Yeah, we should...
April. Why did I say April? That was completely wrong of me.
I mean, we can always have a past round. We can always go back in time if we need to.
It's been a long weekend. It's very, very warm. But no, you make a good point. It's July, not April. Completely wrong on that one. But yeah, still Brands Hatch next.
Yeah, Brands Hatch next nonetheless. And still another opportunities for us to go down Paddock Hill Bend. Some shots inside the paddock now. You can see Andy Buchanan racing, just leaving the paddock for the time being. And there's a lovely steed. The bikes will be in the back of that as well. And he'll head back up north, and job done for the weekend for himself. He's had the red flag almost arrive at the perfect time for himself, because his race has just been completed, so he can pack up everything, head home, and get back nice and early, hopefully for himself, before tea time. Nonetheless, though, still plenty of people watching along, sunglasses all round. So yeah, Ross, I think you're right. Your sunglasses might need to come back out in Park Fermi for everyone to see, and you can join the club. But yeah, we're waiting for... well, actually, I say that now, just getting the message through. Obviously, you can join our WhatsApp channels to get the latest updates in the paddock. First call for the No Limits Club Sports, the Street Bikes and the Fortis F900R Cup. That's their first call to assembly. So the next race of the day, race 20 of the weekend, originally meant to get underway around 25 past. But race 19 has been declared a result after 5 laps of running. So the result will be taken from lap 5. Obviously, you would imagine with the crash that we did see that you will not be classified in that, with him not being actively competing at the time of the red flag. But we'll wait for the PDFs to come out with the official results as the recovery van makes its way back round with Phil driving it, of course, as always with us here at No Limits. But second call as well for that class as we get ready for the next race of the day, race 20 of our schedule. Next up.
Certainly will be. So the recovery van will make its way off. Believe the medical car is also making its way back now. So once that is cleared and we can get back going, of course, we'll let you know as soon as we find out if Jack Cullen is all okay. We did see he just looked, did take a very, very heavy hit and very clearly had the wind knocked out of him. And obviously the red flag being flown, he was in a pretty precarious position out on the circuit as well. So hopefully Jack's okay. But we'll move swiftly onwards. Up next, it will be the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup, and the Forces F900R Cup. Should be a very exciting one. And again, not expecting Paul Holden out there after that crash in the endurance race yesterday. So it was a bit weird, given that the entire front row basically wasn't there in the race number 2. So we'll look forward to this one. We are seeing some bikes starting to make their way over to the holding area. You can see that's not the medical car, but a car that went out to the incident, clearly making their way back into pit lane. So not too far away now, hopefully, from getting green. We are still on schedule as well. Again, I'm not surprised that race was called on lap 5. We are just about on schedule as it is. And again, it's very, very tight here. We have to end racing at 6 on the dot, or fear the wrath of the local council. So that's just the hand that Croft Circuit has been dealt, unfortunately, with the noise limitations. Race number 2 earlier on. In the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup with Metzler and the Fortis F900Rs. It was Carl Beresford that ultimately took the race win. A pretty crazy race in this one. Fraser Lizachenko coming home in second with Callum Hurst in third. It was all the Street Bike, Club Sport Cup, should I say. Of course, Stephen Muller was on a fantastic charge through the field after starting at the back because he was late out of the holding area, and then did just about take the lead, and then had a big slide off the bike coming through Complex 1. Tried to take way too much speed in the corner, tried to sit the bike up, but the second he hit the grass, it was curtains, and down he went, which essentially gifted Beresford the win. Not like he hadn't earned it, of course. He was running a fantastic race too early on. So it should be interesting. Race number 3, of course, Stephen Muller will be starting from the pole position, hopefully, if he makes it out of the holding area in time. Lizachenko set to go from P2, Carl Beresford in P3. Of course, those riders that were unable to make race number 2 earlier on due to incidents yesterday, they've been wiped from the slate, but the riders are now making their way out of the holding area. You can see the marshals having a chit-chat, getting ready to go racing. Of course, a big thank you to all of our marshals this weekend, as always, both those that follow us up and down the country with No Limits Racing and those that are based here at Croft as well. We couldn't go racing without them, and they are always fantastic and always quick to assist whenever they are needed. So a big thank you to all of those guys. Of course, the same goes for the medical crews as well, for their support. Again, I always say, in an ideal world, we wouldn't need them, but motorsport is a dangerous sport, and they always do a stand-up job to make sure that we can go racing as safely as possible. And if there is an incident, that the riders can be attended and cared to in the quickest and best ways available. Coming up, though, it is the No Limits Club Sport Cup, the No Limits Street Bike Cup in association with Metzler, and the Fortis F900R Cup in association with Pirelli. So riders making their way to the grid. There is Stephen Muller. Good to see that he's able to start this one, following that off in race number 2. It wasn't a massive fall, to be fair. He managed to scrub most of the speed off and was able to stay on 2 wheels for a couple of meters on the grass before it kind of just lazily flopped itself over. You could see he was very frustrated with that one. So he very much has a point to prove in this race number 3, especially so starting from pole position.
Yeah, there's a little bit to prove, to the very least. At least we have a front row in this one anyway, nonetheless. But yeah, nearly ready to go on our warm-up lap here, as we said. Steve Muller on pole position alongside Fraser Lizachenko and Carl Beresford. Row 2, though, meanwhile, Thomas Drew, Jamie Bayliss and Callum Hurst, as Samuel Booth, Roger Lovelace and The Page round out our top 9. Andrew Coulter goes from P10 with Chris Taylor and Lewis Adams in 11th and 12th, row 4. Peter Dugan goes from P13 alongside Michael Partridge and Samuel Biles in row 5, as Ryan Arnold, Aaron McGregor and Carl Bayliss round out our top 18. Matthew Maynard and Liam Hansen takes up the final spots inside the top 20. They go alongside Joe Culler on row 7, as John Hunt, Chris Rowlands and Liam Sutherland rounds out row 8. Mark Felton, Evan Brailsford and Paul Holdham, as we should say, should have been starting pole position earlier on. Well, if he does turn up here today for race 3, he'll be going from P27. Luke Stanley, Oliver Nunn and Simon Daniels also on the entry list for this one, but of course they didn't take part in race 2 either, so we'll have to wait and see what sort of numbers we do have. Nonetheless, I think we'll be expecting the high 20s in terms of entries for this one. But yeah, exciting times here at No Limits Racing. Nearly ready to get going for the Fortis F900R Cup, the Street Bike Cup, and of course, Ross, the Club Sport Cup. Some of the best racing of the weekend ready to unfold here as Muller gets ready to pounce from pole position.
Does indeed. Fantastic stuff on display there. I'm really keen to see what Fraser Lizarchenko could do going from second off the grid in this race. Again, a second place finish in race number 2 earlier on today, and was looking very, very quick, and it was only really because he got caught up in that fight with Callum Hurst late in the day that he wasn't really able to challenge Carl Beresford. It was looking for a while like he was certainly going to be there, and it was less than a second covering the top 3 at the line and the checkered flag. So Lizarchenko, if he's able to get a good breakaway, get a good start, he could be in a very, very solid position moving forward. We'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. Muller, Lizarchenko and Beresford all slotting into their starting positions. Hurst a little bit slower on the sighting lap, just taking his time before he focuses in and gets ready to go racing one final time this weekend here at Croft. Race number 3 in the Club Sport Cup, the Street Bike Cup and the F900R Cup. Race 20 of the weekend. Not much left to go now here today at Croft, but we're ready to go racing. Mark Neat will turn the lights on, and when they go, it's 10 laps here at Croft, which starts now. Good initial launch from Lizarchenko from second on the grid as they bomb their way down towards turn 1. Look at that, though, from that's Carl Beresford, who's got away superbly well from third. He'll slot in front of all of them. Looks like Miller holds on to that second place. He also got a good second launch after initially just reacting slightly slower to the light. So Beresford leads the way onto the back straight early doors here from Stephen Muller, from Fraser Lizarchenko in P3. Looks like Callum Hurst was able to dive up the inside and get into 4th place from 6th away at the grid. Hardly a surprise, the number 14 is always strong away at the lights, but Beresford, a familiar sight to see the 74 leading the way here as they come through Tower Bend and into the Jim Clark S's. No immediate challenges to him at the moment. Hurst looks like he's wanting to line a move up on Lizarchenko already through Barkov. Hurst trying it into Barkov. He loves to make a move there. Can't quite find it on that occasion. Had to back out of it and get to him indeed on the run into Sunny in. So we'll have to reset and go again. But again, that's a move we've seen him make time and time again this weekend. Up the inside at Barkov. It sometimes defies belief how he can spot gaps that are so tight, and sometimes he defies belief coming through the complex section around the outside of Fraser Lizarchenko. A lovely move from the 14 to get up into P3. At the end of lap number 1, though, there's been a change to the lead. The number 23 of Stephen Miller from the pole position retakes that place, but look at the overspeed there from Carl Beresford. He's going to get straight back into the lead of the race and will blast on by, of course, on the Triumph 765. Got a bit more waft than the Kawasaki of Stephen Miller. He retakes the lead, but Miller looking racy. Once again, it's game on here at Croft.
It's game on, and Miller looking to respond straight away in the opening sector. He reclaims the race lead and back into P1. Now, though, down the back straight, what sort of speed will Carl Beresford have? Well, there you go. Straight away back into P1. Another change of position, swapped 3 times in the space of as many corners as Callum Hurst now lurking in 3rd position. What can he do this time around? Or is it going to be Fraser Lizarchenko's time to shine? Of course, he remains in P4 as things stand, and he'll be looking to get one up on Callum Hurst after, well, the number 14 went around the outside of him, going into the complex. But this is the section of the circuit that Callum absolutely adores, and now he looks to be lurking for 2nd place. So Stephen Muller going to find himself down in 3rd position, or even 4th position if Fraser's going to pounce as well. We're going to have to wait and see who's going to move first. It's a game of dominoes, high-speed dominoes at the Outland circuit. Bayless also looking for a move. Jamie Bayless unable to make it work. Callum Hurst, the signature move from himself, unable to make it work this time around, though, thinking better of it as Stephen Muller looks up the inside at the final hairpin. Beresford tries to defend, and Muller thinks better of it, and Hurst goes round the outside up into 2nd position for the 14. It's going to be a drag race all the way to turn 1. Callum Hurst, he has the inside line though, and it looks like P2 will be his.
Wow, just wow, what an unbelievable race we are seeing, and it's only lap number 3. This is fantastic stuff. Beresford holding on from Hurst. Muller down to P3. Beresford, of course, with that 7.65, does just have the extra power. Hurst, though, with a great exit out of the chicane onto the back straight, but you'll just see that gap start to extend. There's nothing you can do when that Triumph gets onto the straightaways. Hurst is still keeping with him, though, and still keeping Beresford very, very honest, looking to improve from P3 in race number 2, trying to get up into P1 here, of course, in the Street Bike Cup, as they make their way coming through, or making their way through, of course, the Club Sport Cup, should I say, not the Street Bike Cup, looking to the inside at Barfoot once again on Buckcroft. Still nothing there for Hurst. Those around him wise to his moves after turn number 2. He's going to need to come up with something a little bit fresh. Looks like it's the 36 of Taylor that leads the way in the Fortis F900 Cup. To the inside looks Miller, to the outside looks Hurst, trying it once again. This time draws alongside Beresford, this time blocks him off on the way to the right-hander, and it is Hurst that takes the lead of the race. Coming to the hairpin, though, opportunities for somebody maybe gets a bit tight between Beresford and Miller. It will be Hurst then that leads us on to lap number 4 as they're all tripping over each other behind in this group at the front. 5 riders locked into a monumental battle overall and in the Club Sport Cup, and it's anybody's guess who's going to be where at the end of it all. Once again, Taylor leading the way in the Fortis F900R Cup. He's down to P7 overall. Carl Baylor second, and Ryan Arnold in third. We're told the 404 has a jump start penalty. That is Adams, who's been promoted well down the order. Leading the way is Thomas Drew, the number 73 in P8 overall. He's leading the way in the Street Bike Cup at the moment. Roger Lovelace in second on the 410. Rollins was 4 down in 21st overall. He is third. That's what's happening in your other classes. But again, we've got such a huge fight going on at the front at the moment. It's hard to divert, hard to look away when it's as close and exciting as this.
Short, sappy racing here at No Limits, and great stuff we've seen from Callum Hurst the entire day, actually. I mean, he's looked so confident on board that Kawasaki, and now he's transforming it into results. He was getting a little bit frustrated last race, it looked like, when he wasn't able straight away to get through on his rivals. And so we see Fraser Lizchenko chasing him on Jamie Bayliss, and Carl Beresford being put under a lot of pressure from Stephen Miller. I think Stephen Miller is really struggling with the speed difference between the two bikes, but Callum Hurst, he's proved you don't necessarily need to be on the fastest bike in the world to make it happen. Muller as well had another look there, as well as Lizchenko up the inside at the final corner. No position changes as of yet. As well, we crossed the line yet again to head on to lap 5, and that actually was Muller ahead of Beresford. So a good drive out the start finish straight. And where can Carl get him back? You would assume now he's just going to line up a move down the back straight, line up the perfect drive out of the chicane. We're at the chicane now and cranking on the power yet again. Watch this Triumph unfold behind, of course, second and third position as Callum Hurst comes down towards Tower Bend yet again. Heavy on the anchors, heel head now, and heavy on the brakes, tipping it into the right, just feeling that front end. Not wanting to lose the front, not wanting to get the throttle too quick, and Muller luckily has been able to defend and keep ahead of Beresford this time around. Now that he's made it past the first 2 straights, this is his opportunity to shine. This is his opportunity to extend the margin.
It certainly is. Of course, while those behind have been tripping over one another at the line, Hurst was able to extend the advantage to 1.3 seconds. That's probably the biggest it's been all weekend in the Street Bike Cup, or the Club Sport Cup, should I say. But that can all change, and of course now that Muller has a bit of clear air, he can try and get his head down, see if he can try and catch up to the back of Callum Hurst. It's anybody's guess what's going to happen, because we're soon to reach the halfway mark and head on to lap number 6 of 10 here at Croft. The front 5 all starting to split up just a little bit, some bigger battles further back in the pack as well, but you can see 2 different classes going away. The 73 of Drew leading the way just behind Taylor, who leads the way in the F900R Cup, and then just in front of Sam. This is all basically guys fighting in 2 different classes, apart from the fact that Taylor and Bayliss are fighting for P1 and 2 in the Fortis F900R Cup, and they are drawing alongside one another. I don't think there's going to be a change for position though for the time being. Drew is still holding off Taylor. Bayliss a little bit further back at the moment, and they're all chasing Samuel Boone. I'm sure Taylor would love to get past the 73 to see if he can put a fight between himself and his rival, restore that parity, and that means that Bayliss, 55, would have to work that little bit harder to try and get through, to try and take the race win in class. So we'll keep our eyes closely on that battle as well, as we see them making their way for anybody as it stands in this group. Towards the back end of the top 10, a pretty big gap back to Roger Lovelace as well in P10, who is P2 in the Street Bike Cup. So Drew should be okay, but Taylor and Bayless very, very tight with one another as there's more moves being made on the run through Barcroft. That is lovely coming through there. The 91 of Dugan making his way through the 18 of Arnold. Great stuff into P11. He moves. It wasn't a brute force your way through kind of deal, but it was certainly one where the door was there. You just kind of got to go on the inside and get it done.
Yeah, the opportunity is there. You can't say no to it at all. As well, we'll wait to see how this race unfolds, because Beresford, well, he's well and truly dropping out of it in third position, and if anything, he's fallen into the hands of Jamie Bayliss and Fraser Lysychenko. Callum Hurst though and Stephen Miller, they're well and truly up at the front of things. Chris Taylor still in the lead of the F900 battle for the time being, but the fastest lap of the race, there's confirmation of that being in the hands of Muller. Obviously we mentioned like Lewis Adams having their jump start penalty. That's going to demote him to around P14 in the running order, but he's much higher out on circuit. He's actually the solid weekend overall here at Croft, so a real dampener, and on paper it's not going to look like the best result in the world, but still a solid ride for him. Dugan McGregor as well picking up a place. That's going to demote Arnold down to P13. That's third in the F900s, but Taylor and Bayliss out on circuit are first and second in the F900. That's Carl Bayliss, not to be confused with Jamie Bayliss, who's in P4. So the two riders having a good battle of their own out on circuit, different ends of the top 10 for the time being. But here's Callum Hurst, who's your race leader. What sort of time is he going to be running? It was a good sector 1 for himself, actually 1/10 quicker than Muller behind, and it was a personal best for himself last time around as well. But cranking on the power yet again, he heads on to lap 8 of 10, and well, just a few more circulations of this Croft Circuit to go, and a couple of retirements as well. You can see a few of the riders heading back into the paddock straight away. It looks like Sutherland's retired, so a big shame for Liam Sutherland, and not what he'd be hoping for at all. As we head round towards the chicane, Callum Hurst, not too much more work to do before the likes of Muller can be just settling for second position. I mean, Ross, there's got to be a timeout on circuit. You think, you know what, it's the end of the weekend, it's the final race of the day, final race of round 3. I've got to take these solid points, because Callum Hurst, I mean, he's looking impeccable out there.
Certainly is. Gap at 1.4 last time around, and looking pretty comfortable, as well as the front five have all pretty much split up now. There is still a fight between Bayliss and Lysychenko, but everybody else a couple of seconds or so between them. So at this point you're thinking, okay, it's nice and sunny, we're tired, it's been a long weekend, the bikes have been run ragged around this North Yorkshire staple. Time to just turn down the wick, bring it on home in one piece, stay on two wheels, stay on the black stuff as well. Well, you do have to work your way around a bit of traffic as well if you're Callum Hurst, and you do it like that as well if you're Callum Hurst. Just round the outside of the complex section. Never in doubt, was it? As you do, nice and easy. And it'll continue onwards. Little check back from the traffic as well to allow Miller on the 23 through. Penultimate lap of the race for the race leader, looking nice and comfortable as it stands. There is Miller. Gap last time was 1.3. It's now up to 1.5. So extending ever so slightly. Meanwhile, in our other classes, it is still Drew leading the way in the Street Bike Cup with Metzler, the 73 rider. Still has the two Fortis F900s behind him in Taylor and Carl Bayliss. They themselves very, very tight on one another. Still about half a second between them. And in fact, it looks like Bayliss has just got through Taylor as they came to the line, and indeed there hasn't. Drew's actually fallen back behind them. Roger Lovelace up to P10 as well now. A little bit further behind his rival in the standings for the win in class in the Street Bike Cup. Third place is Ryan Arnold in the BMWs. He's down in P14. It's Rollins, the number 4 rider in the Street Bike Cup, down in P21, that holds on to that third place position in class at the moment. There is back to Carl Beresford, I believe that was. And yes, it is. You can see there Bayliss and Lysychenko having to go through some traffic. Bayliss brave through a Barcroft. Gets it done. Lysychenko has to wait a little bit longer before following him through. Would have cost him a bit of time, but nothing to worry about, I don't think. He's still there, and with a very good last lap and a half, potentially try and launch an attack, get up to P4 at least. I'm sure Lizichenko will be a bit disappointed after finishing second last race and starting in second this race, but it's been a very, very strong run from all of those in the top 5, and they've only got one more lap this weekend. Callum Hurst has got fresh track in front of him, bar a bit of lap traffic to contend with, and a 2.5 second gap now over the 23 of Stephen Muller, who's either made a mistake or encountered some heavy traffic on that final tour. Callum Hurst now pretty much has one hand on the race win, just needs to keep it tidy, needs to keep it clean, needs to keep it off the floor and on 2 wheels, and he can bring it on home for a lovely, lovely race win to cap off what has been a very, very strong weekend indeed. Was P3, of course, in race number 2 early on today. A great battle with Fraser Lizichenko. This time, clean track around him, and no doubt in anybody's mind to put a cap on a fantastic weekend. Still riding with aggression through Barcroft, getting over the curbs, getting the bike unsettled, still pushing. He doesn't need to, of course, but he's out there in the racer and he wants to attack every single corner until he sees the checkered flag into the complex section for the final time. Traffic getting out of the way of him very, very nicely, or almost does. In fact, the 62 will hold him up just a little bit into the penultimate corner and shove him out wide, but he'll power on through. No issues, no fear, and no hesitation. Round the final corner for the final time this weekend, and it is finally Callum Hurst's time to take the checkered flag and stand on the top step of the podium. A beautiful ride from the 14 sees him take a well-deserved win. Stephen Miller does come home in P2. Kyle Beresford should be finishing in P3, and indeed he does. We wait for Bayliss to cross the line, which he does so now. Fraser Lizichenko was not able to slide in front of him at the death, and now the rest of the riders bringing it home as we speak. Butcher come home in P6. Looks like Taylor is going to be taking the Fortis F900R Cup victory, and indeed it does. Bayliss comes home P2 in class P8 overall, and it's Adams in P9. We're expecting Thomas Drew to come home in the Street Bike Cup in P1. In fact, Thomas Drew lost a lot of positions and actually dropped behind Roger Lovelace. So the 48 takes the win in the Street Bike Cup in association with Metzler after Thomas Drew on the last lap dropped 3 positions. There must have been a mistake somewhere for him. Very, very bizarre. But at the end of it all, it is Callum Hurst that takes the victory, with Stephen Muller second, Carl Beresford in P3, Jamie Bayliss fourth, Fraser Lizichenko in fifth, Samuel Boot is sixth, Chris Taylor takes the win and P7 overall in the F900R Cup, with Carl Bayliss in P2, P8 overall. Then it's Lewis Adams and Aaron McGregor rounding out the top 10. P11, after a bizarre final lap for Thomas Drew, it is the Street Bike Cup win for Roger Lovelace. Thomas Drew drops to P12 and P2 overall. Then it's Peter Dugan, Evan Brailsford. Ryan Arnold is third in the BMWs, with Michael Partridge, Joe Collier, Matthew Maynard, John Hunt 19th, P4 in the F900Rs. Liam Hansen rounding out our top 20. Further down the order, Chris Rollings, our third and final Street Bike Cup finisher, with Mark Felton and then Liam Sutherland down and out of the race. Let's head down to Lewis Rae and hear from our race winners.
Cheers, Ross. Down here in Park Fermi at the moment, and well, let's go speak to our race winner, why don't we? He's having a quick chat right now with Stephen, but I mean, Cal, we're back here yet again. How was that?
How about that? I mean, I don't know how I quite managed that. I just got my head down and I thought, you know what, balls to the wall, let's go. So still no quick shifter, but neither is Steve, so we can't really count that as an excuse. But to put it on the top spare, I mean, there's no better than top step, is there?
Yeah, I mean, you're on the top side of the podium, still things to moan about anyway, so a little bit left in the tank, but you look so strong. You look so strong, especially on the other side of the circuit and the back end of the circuit. What's your secret back there?
Well, I mean, I'm losing out down the straights because I can't short shift, so I thought, right, well, where can we make it up? There's no point, you know, pissing and moaning, is there? You might as well just try and make it where you can. So just hung it out. She was skitting, she was sliding, but she brought me home. So, yeah, no, big thanks to everyone who helps me out, BBT Wealth, TPS, Kev Spur. You guys are all class. We couldn't be on the top step without you boys.
Yeah, and now Brands Hatch to look forward to. It's a bit of a stupid question because I know the answer already, but are you looking forward to heading down Paddock Hill Bend?
Oh, I can't wait. I've had a tough weekend, so to finish it like this, I mean, we're all on Brands. Let's go.
Round 4 next month. Best of luck and great watch you out there on circuit.
Thanks, thank you.
And well, we'll head over and speak to Stephen super quickly. And well, Stephen, you've had a few issues today. You were late out to a few grids as well and had to start further back than what planned. But that time around, nearly everything went to plan. P2 for yourself, you've got to be happy.
Well, I was trying to put everything right this race because I didn't realise I was leading the last race, and when I was pushing on, I thought Paul Holden was ahead, so I was pushing on to catch him. But then in the crash, I didn't realise I broke my quick shifter. So, yeah, it's one of them. Same issue as Callum, but he rode really well. So, yeah, it's good weekend overall. Got to be happy with it despite issues.
Did you expect him to be so strong? I mean, obviously you knew he was going to be quick, but the speeds, especially by the complex and Barcroft, it was like no one else out there on circuit.
Well, based on race 2, when I'd come from the back, I thought I'd just put it right in race 3 because I was on pole, and I just thought I'd get my head down and go for it, but Callum had other ideas, so...
Yeah, if it was that simple, everything would be boring. So, I mean, best of luck anyway for Brands Hatch. You've got to be looking forward to it as well, and some P1s up for grabs there.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much.
Well, good to hear there from our top 2 runners there. A great battle all weekend long. Well, Ross, I'll throw it back up to you in the commentary box this time around, and yeah, another great showing.
It certainly was. Thanks a lot, Lewis. We're already on the grid and getting ready for our sighting lap for our next race, race number 3, final race of the weekend for the Sawn Cover Stock Twins, the Track Day Addict Super Twins, and the Next Gen Sport Bikes. Lewis Smart, going from pole position, will win this race overall by a country mile on his Next Gen Sport Bike. Then it's Scott Page in second, interestingly enough. John Coughlin, who has been the dominant force in the Track Day Addict Super Twins, he goes from P3. Row number 2, Tyler Viveris is fourth from Charlotte Cuso after a podium. Second place, a fantastic ride at race number 2 earlier. She's P5, Ian Tune in P6. Then it's Russell Dodge, should I say, Liam Kirk and Louisa Benny on row 9. Noah Guillory, who has been riding superbly in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins and has definitely been the man to beat on the 41. He rounds out the top 10. Daniel Adams is 11th. George Dixon as well. P13 is Lewis Cox with Callum 40 and Blake Hugo 50. They're followed by Enzo Laturco, Alex Cook and Fred Driver-Smith. And it's Seb Everton, Polly Richardson and Martin Crammond with Archie White, our sole rider in 22nd on row number 8. So we know who's going to win, obviously pending mechanical failure or an intervention from Lady Luck and the Racing Gods. Lewis Smart will disappear on the road. He's riding 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. Has said, even though he's on scrub tyres this weekend, he wants to keep pushing. He wants to see what he's got in his locker and show what he can do out there. He will disappear up the road. John Coughlin, though, has been very much the dominant rider and equally running fantastic races, miles ahead of anybody else. In second overall and in the Track Addict Super Twins. He goes off a P3 instead of P2, so if he gets a shaky start, Scott Page could be in a position here to upset the apple cart and complete the Super Twin clean streak. We'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. Riders making their way round the final corner before they get to the grid. Should be a lot of fun, this one. Keep your eye out for Charlotte Macutso, going from P5 as well, P4 in class away at the lights for her on the number 17. Of course, second place in the Super Twins of race number 2. A fantastic ride. You could tell she was absolutely delighted when we spoke to her down in Parc Ferme. Let's see if she's going to be able to follow that one up. But the riders are all in position. Our race 2 winners in the sport bike category and in the Super Twins, starting 1 and 3. The 32 of Lewis Smart, the 118 of John Coughlin. Can anybody stop them? The 41 of Noah Guillory, our other dominant force in the Stock Twins this weekend. We do have red lights on. We are ready to go racing for the final time here at Croft. Look at Lewis Smart go. It's like a rocket ship away from the line with the front wheel picking up as well, adjusting his balance on the bike to keep it pinned and keep the front wheel down. John Coughlin also fantastic start, straight up into second place, away at the lights. Those two will likely just bomb away from the start. Good start as well from Noah Guillory, bringing the fight to some of the supers on his Stock Twin. This is where he gets swamped though, as he starts to unwind the power. The Super Twins have so much more power. He will just see everybody fly on by on the run to the kink and then down into Tower Bend. As we can see, the medical cart making its way back into the pit lane. Not needed at the moment. It was all clean there early doors. Riders making their way through Tower Bend. Coughlin running a little bit deep, but looks clean on this opening lap so far. Of course, yet another 10-lap affair for us to enjoy for the final time this weekend in the stocks, the supers, and the Next Gen Sport Bike. Lewis Smart hasn't bolted away as much as I initially thought he would have done. John Coughlin still very much within sight of him. Behind Coughlin, Page still very much within sight there as well. In fact, it's not Page. Page has dropped back massively to 30. He started from P2, has dropped back. He's almost in the clutch of the Noah Guillory. There goes Charlotte Makutso as well, looking for some moves to be made and trying to see if she can make something stick, make something happen. The 17 has not got the greatest start, but still running okay, and there's got to be a problem for Scott Page. He's running so far off of the pace that we know he is able to do. As there goes Noah Guillory, he won't get anywhere down the straight, of course, down on power as we head on to lap number 2. There's Lewis Smart, he's down 1.5 seconds at the end of the open. Lap not as big as we have seen so far in the 2 races. We've had John Coughlin, hardly surprising, he's in second. He's got just under a second to clear on Tyler Viveros in P3, and then it's Ian Tudor who holds 3rd place in the Track Day Addict Super Twins. Noah Guillory, of course, up to 5th overall. Fantastic opening lap from 10th on the grid. He leads the way by a country mile in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. So what we were expecting essentially from the start there, Lewis. It's Lewis Smart, John Coughlin out there doing what Lewis Smart and John Coughlin do. Noah Guillory with another fantastic start. The 3 leaders in all the classes that have led and won all race weekend long. But surprising to see Scott Page struggling there on that open lap. He dropped 5 places. He's down to P9 or P7 overall, should I say. Yeah, very, very surprising.
Yeah, surprising as well, as you would say. As we see side by side, Louisa Benny getting stuck in with Charlotte Marcuso. This would be usually for position out on circuit and for, bragging rights, but Louisa Benny should be given a 10-second penalty for a jump start. So although she's up there fighting away with Marcuso, it isn't going to be for position, even if she does manage to finish ahead. Now Noah Guillory as well, trying to get involved with number 28. Guillory looking for a move over at the final corner. As you mentioned though, Lewis Smart, he's been in a league of his own pretty much all weekend long, albeit not the biggest margin that we've ever seen from him. Now up to 4.4 seconds. We see that in the course of 1 lap over in yesterday's race 1. And well, you can just see the speed difference between the Super Twins and the Stock Twins out there on the circuit as Noah Guillory gets swallowed by the pack. Heading back through sector 1 now though, through turn 1, turn 2, and then by the chicane. It sounded like a bike there, hitting a neutral there for a minute there. You heard the revs just rise, so hopefully no one has any issues out there on circuit. It's just a case of missing a gear as we see John just heavy on the brakes, heading into Tower Bend. And actually I would say that was Crammond that we heard there, because he's headed into the pit lane, and that looks to be a retirement for the number 18. So a massive shame for him. And Charlotte Marcuso now clear track ahead, clear track behind. She can focus on her own race and focus on hitting her markers and putting in some fast lap times.
She certainly can. 3.7 seconds back from Ian Tune at the line last time. That'll be for 3rd place in class. But Tune and Viveros are looking like they're wanting to start fighting, and that of course will slow them down and potentially invite the 17 into the podium spot for the 2nd time this weekend. Page though still behind her, struggling a little bit as it stands, and in fact has been overtaken by Noah Guillory. So Guillory up to 6th overall, still leading the way of course in class. Enzo Laturco actually in 2nd in P9. So he's having a very, very strong ride at the moment, and it's not that far away from Noah Guillory at all, only about 2 seconds or so away from the class lead in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. So it looks like a couple of people either having very, very strong race 3s compared to what they've been achieving over the rest of the weekend, and a couple of people like Scott Page, who the pace just seems to have absolutely evaporated. Page is just falling here, and there must be some sort of issue. Either he's just completely out of energy, or there's a problem with the bike, because the number 30, who's been up in the podium places all weekend long, suddenly has nothing to answer for and is just dropping further and further back. So we'll have to ask him down in the Park Ferme a little bit later on what the situation is, what is going on. Following this group through Tower Bend, there is Charlotte Makutso. Noah Guillory, of course, has got through Scott Page once again. Did get done on the straights, hardly surprising, but holding on to that P6 overall position. And Makutso was able to gain just a little bit on the previous lap, but we'll wait and see if she is going to be able to slide her way back into the podium places. Lap 4 of 10 here in the final race of the weekend for the Twins and the Sport Bikes here at Croft. Lewis Smart an 8.7 second advantage. Not the biggest we've seen. He is running about 7 or 8 tenths slower than he was in race number 2. So his pace not quite there. He is on scrub tyres, of course, so maybe just started to run out of rubber a little bit, but still in a very, very comfortable position overall.
Still, though, a good fight right now for 6th position. Liam Kirk just getting ahead of Scott Page. And, well, the real question is if Louisa knows that she's got this jump start penalty, or if it's a case that she doesn't actually think that she's got a jump start at all. She thinks she's fighting for position. Obviously, she'll treat it slightly differently mentally, but nonetheless, still great experience to be battling with the likes of Liam Kirk there, out there on circuit, and Scott Page. Noah Gilroy, though, a massive Dr. Dangles behind the riders. And, well, nearly Liam Haslam's style with how far his leg went out there, but yeah, lap 5 out of 10, half race distance as things stand. We come through the chicane, we'll wind up the power yet again. It's always surprising just how much corner speed you need to carry as Liam Kirk goes down the inside before we even arrive at the braking zone. Through on Louisa Benny he goes, and that is job done for possession. Obviously he was already ahead of her in the timing screens with the penalty applied, but now bragging rights officially his, I guess, and through out on the road too. So back into the circuit through the Jim Clark S's and winds up the power through one of the trickiest corners that we've got over at Bar Croft, and then Sunday in, Sunday out. We spoke about time and time again how iconic this section is, and then it goes from a really quick section of circuit to then a really tight and twisted circuit like we're seeing right here at the complex.
It's so out there, the complex, compared to the rest of the track. Obviously you've got a couple of chicanes over the first couple of corners just to slow the bikes down. They're more there for safety reasons rather than just the natural layout of the track, but still offer overtaking opportunities. But the entire back end of the circuit is so quick. Obviously you're hard on the anchors for Tower Bend, but it's still a pretty quick corner. Then it's essentially as flat out as you can get on a motorbike all the way from there round to the complex. Suddenly you're hard on the brakes for 2 back-to-back hairpins to end the lap. It's really out there. It's so different, and of course you have to change up your style. You've been in the rhythm, you've been feeling the groove, you're feeling nice and loose across the rest of the lap, and suddenly you're just crawling around a couple of hairpins. But again, it's overtaking opportunities as well. Just to touch on Louisa Benny, although she does have that penalty, if she stays in this race and finishes it, she is going to get a whole 20 points finishing second, because the other 2 bikes in the Street Bike Cup in this final race of the weekend, unfortunately. So still a good haul of points for her, even if she is down on the timing tower in P12 overall, following that penalty being applied, 10-second jump stop penalty. I think she's running, I believe she may be running just in front or just behind Enzo Laturco, potentially, possibly just in front of him. So we'll keep an eye on where she is, but still looking for good points here to end the weekend, which is of course great to see for her as this group makes their way into the complex section. John Conklin is under a little bit of pressure here from Tyler Viveros, which is surprising. We've not really seen any pressure at all on John Conklin all weekend long. Viveros is a rider who's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker with each and every lap here at Croft. John Conklin, though, has been one of the guys who's normally just been shooting off into the distance and not looking back, kind of Lewis Smart style. It's just in his own class, and there's no one really been around him, so we could well be seeing a prevention of the sweep, a prevention of the hat-trick here, if the 159 is able to enact on his quick pace in race number 3, try and weasel his way through and get up onto the top step of the podium to end the weekend.
Let's wait and see what happens. Obviously now Noah Gilroy just ahead of Louisa Benny out on circuit. He's managed to make that move, as well Scott Page, he's got ahead of Liam Kirk as well out on circuit. So a few position changes out there on the roads, and always good to see the twins having a good fight. It has spaced out ever so slightly in this coastal stages, but still a good fight in the mid pack of the top 10. As we said, Noah Gilroy to back Enzo Laturco and Dudson, I should say, and Didwell, all pretty close together in terms of timing screen results. There's not many Super Twins messing up their day, and actually Super Twins being the star bikes. Noah Gilroy did say he's looking at maybe a Super Twin or even a next gen sport bike for next year, because he's already fighting with some of them out on circuit. So it could be an interesting 2027 for Noah Gilroy if he was to make that step.
Certainly could be, and if he does hop onto a slightly quicker bike, if he's able to put these performances in on a stock, I'm very excited to see what the future holds. Of course, similar goes for Enzo Laturco. Again, we spoke to Donington. He's only been racing a bike for around about a year now, still very fresh to the sport. In fact, you can see there still, in fact, has the orange middle, hasn't got his 10 signatures yet. It's a shame because it hides the brand spanking new leathers that him and his dad Ralph have got for this weekend. Matching Brazilian colours for the pair of them. Looking nice, but just covered up by a bit of orange. In fact, Enzo under big pressure. These are for position. These two guys, the 53 of Dudson and the 1 of Didwell behind, fighting 3 bikes over the last 2 podium places in class. Getting very, very close out there. The Turco doing very well at the moment to hold on, though. 2 incredibly quick riders behind him. It would be fantastic to see him get that second place at the end of this one. And indeed, Louisa Benny is just a little bit in front of this pack at the moment. The Turco on full defensive mode as Dudson looks to the inside on the 53. Can't quite find anything. He himself under huge pressure from Didwell behind. So there's a big fight going on right now for second and third in the Sawn Cover Stock Twins. That does mean as well that pending a disaster, Noah Guillory should be A-OK to hold on to go to the end of the race. As there we see there is going to be a swap of position surely, and indeed there is. Laturco's going to lose 2 places. Maybe just the one. Should just be the one as he holds it to the outside at Tower Bend. Look for Didwell. Does he get the drive out of the corner? Yes, he does. Almost contact as he comes across. Looks like the Turco just didn't get the drive onto the back straight. He needed it and drops from second to fourth in class. Through goes Dudson and Didwell. Now up into P2 and P3. Still time left in this one, though.
Yeah, Enzo there, he just tried to release the brake, try to ride it all the way around the outside. I mean, credit where credit is due. You have to rate him for trying it, but that was never going to work. I mean, Didwell was able to pick up the throttle much earlier, get the drive, and on these bikes where corner speed matters, you need to be on the right line, though. You can't just carry all the corner speed in the world, as Enzo Levi's Turco tries to respond a little bit wide there yet again. And you can see the bike clips forming. You'd have to suggest maybe he's just overriding it ever so slightly. What's Dudson going to do, though, under pressure from the reigning Sawn Cover Stock Twin champion? That's right, Blake Didwell right on his tail. A little peek behind as well, just checking where Tobias Turco is as we head on to lap 9. 2 laps left here at Croft. Things are going to get dramatic here. Strap in, folks. Obviously, this is the battle for second overall, and let's not forget first and second in the Super Twin class. Coughlin and Viveros says there is Lewis Smart. 1 more lap to go for himself. 1 more circulation as he exits the final corner. You'll see the last lap flag, the yellow flag with the black cross. What a weekend it's been. I mean, we're running out of words to describe how impressive he's been. The 118 though and the 159. Their battle does continue on the final lap. 4/10 of a second separated them last time around as we put this battle into focus. A few more corners remaining before they'll see the last lap flag. It's either ready up for Viveros. I mean, it's now or never for Tyler. Said though, Dodds also having a retirement this time around as we have half a lap remaining or so for this man right here. Best lap of the race, funnily enough, a 126.6, a purple sector 1 as well for Lewis Smart, so let's keep an eye on his pace on this final 10th lap of running here in race 21 of the weekend at Croft. So confident, so strong, he doesn't mind the bike moving about underneath him. Well, you can just see using all the edge grip available on those Pirellis. Cranks on the power yet again to head towards the complex. Left-hander up next for himself. And well, this has been throughout the entire weekend, even in Friday practice where I've been able to see the biggest difference in him compared to most other riders in the field. The bike just snaking around, his engine braking kicks in as he flicks it from left to right. Now the hairpin through the left he goes for the final time this weekend. Lewis Smart takes victory in the next gen sport bikes and overall in race 21. What a ride, what a result, as here's the battle for his Super Twin honours and second place overall. Tyler Viveros is building towards the move in this final sector. Can they invent something? Will it be all down to the last corner? You have to say Viveros entering slightly tighter than maybe what you would want to. The 118 though looks to hold on. John Collin, 1 more corner remains, and it looks like John will hold on to it. Tyler, nothing he can do this time around, cranking on the power over the start finish line. The checker flag does await for the Super Twin category, and you would suggest it will be the likes of Noah Guillory winning in the stock twins, but who's going to join him in the podium positions? The 53 having a great battle with the 54. This is for the final spot in the stock twin podium positions. And well, Enzo Lobaez Turco looking for a move at the final corner on Dudson. Launches a move at the final corner, pushes Dudson wide. Who's going to claim third all the way to the drag race to the line? A little sorry for Enzo Lobaez Turco, but he's not going to be sorry about the P3 trophy, because that is third in class and 10th overall. That ends race 21 of the weekend. Lewis Smart does take victory by 36.1 seconds over Tyler Viveros. And John Colin, of course, 118. Pippin, the 159 in the Super Twin category. Ian Troon does take P4. P3 in class as Sharp Marcuso rounds out the top 5. Scott Page, Liam Kirks finishes in 6th and 7th as Noah Gilroy wins in the stock twins from Blake Tidwell and Enzo Tobias Luturco after a late move. Dudson misses out in P11 as Louise Benioff a jump start finishes P12. Everton, Driver Smith and Callum Rem rounds out the top 15 as Richardson, Dodds and Cramden rounds out our top 18. Now though, we can head down to Parc Fermé where Ross is speaking to Lewis Smart.
Another great race there for the twins and the sport bikes. I was hoping to pester Lewis Smart, but as he got here, the Dart Motorsport dyno truck, which was down here in Parc Fermé, was pulling out, and he weren't waiting around for no one, so he's gone straight back to the honour. But we will speak to John Coughlin at least on the 118. Another brilliant ride, John, from yourself. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy, actually. It's been pretty much a perfect weekend for us. Tom Norton on our RSV4 has been flying this weekend. We've had 3 maximum points results ourselves, and we came here with a plan to try and do that, and job done.
Yeah, absolutely. You've absolutely smashed it this weekend. You've been riding brilliantly. That one, though, was a lot closer than the other 2 races. You had a bit of competition there.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think I need that, like I mentioned in one of the earlier races. Got my old mate Jim Wetherill pushing me all the time. I stay more focused, I don't drop the lap times, I keep them going. But great to see this young man, his first time on the bike and his first time here pushing me, so I've got my work cut out.
Certainly have. Congratulations once again, John.
No worries, thank you.
Let's go and grab Noah Guillory at least. I'd also like to grab a couple of words out of Enzo Luturco if I possibly can in a moment's time, but let's grab Noah first. Noah, another superb ride, but similar to Soria, as we just said to John Coughlin in the Supers, had to fight for that. Maybe not had to fight for that one as much, but you were certainly a lot closer to the other stocks in that one.
Yeah, so I didn't realise how close they were behind me. I just saw on my pit board there was a 5-second gap, and I decided take it easy, keep it smooth, and just don't crash. So as long as I'm in front, then I'll win. So I just tried to keep it steady throughout the race.
Well, you did amazingly, and another fantastic ride. Well done, mate, and we'll see you at Brands, I'm assuming.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Let's quickly run in and see if we can get Enzo as well. Just getting a big hug from his dad, Ralph, but I'd love to grab a few words after a fantastic performance from this young man. You can see the emotions, you can see what it means to the family. Let's dive in and grab a couple of words out of Noah. Enzo, wow, what a ride. You've been building and building and building all weekend long, and it comes to a head there in race number 3. Awesome from you. How are you feeling?
Honestly, halfway through the race I thought I was going to throw up, but we made it to the end, thank God. I want to say that my experience is not good enough to be comfortable on the bike yet, and Blake and George, they were able to keep a much stronger pace than me. I was very lucky that one of them made a mistake near the end, so I waited until the last lap in the last corner, because in reality for me that was the only corner I was good in, setting up for the corner before it. But thank God the move went through, of course, and I made it to P3 back on the podium again, so I'm just happy to be racing again, once again.
Hey, you did amazing. Congratulations and well done. Can't wait to see you at Brands. We'll quickly head back to the commentary box because the next race, they're already out on the sighting line.
Thanks, Ross. Always lovely to hear from the guys down in Parc Fermé. As you mentioned, next warm-up lap already underway, and that's for the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy and the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. In this one, no surprise, number 19 of James Alderson's goes from pole. It's been a simply dominant weekend for him in this category, but will it be put to a stop by the likes of Owen Miller or Matthew Dawes in this one? Miller, though, suffered a mechanical last time round, exhaust scraping on the ground, it sounds like, for him, so hopefully that's all fixed for this one. Kieran Semiante heads row 2 alongside Eddie Warmod and Simon Aldridge, as Aaron Dakin, Corey Barron and Grant Whitfield take up row 3. Dean Holland, Daniel Good and Aidan Goodens head up row 4, while Dylan Miller, Jamie Wilson and Aaron Cook round out the top 15. Brandon Wright, Thomas Drew and Tom Greenwood head up row 6, while the final spots on the grid are going to be taken up by Fraser Lizichenko and Stephen Miller, all things being well. And yeah, I can see Stephen Miller out there on circuit on the 23, so we should have all 20 bikes for this one. And well, yeah, you can see the 73 just taking up his spot. So Thomas Drew on board the KTM, one of the first KTMs, if not the first KTM, RC990 to be raced in the UK. So super great to see that on circuit here today, and it'd be nice to ask him a little bit about that bike if we get a chance. But nonetheless, the warm-up lap just coming to an end. Now, meet him, we're good to go. 10 laps of action is in store here for the penultimate race of our event here at Croft. The penultimate race of round 3 of the season. Red lights on, red lights off. It's a good start from your pole sister James Alderson as he sprints into the lead. No surprise there, but what can Owen Miller do on the run to turn 1? Well, it looks like it is going to be Matthew Dawes actually who's going to challenge him, as Eddie Wormald and Kieran Sembiante also pips Owen on this opening lap in the opening couple of corners. Miller though fighting back side by side all the way through of Kieran Sembiante. Through the chicane they go. Sembiante somehow still holding on to that position, so brave stuff through the chicane as we head down the back straight towards Tower Bend for the first time of Askin. Heavy on the anchor. It's the number 8 of Matthew Dawes, keeping Alderson nice and honest on this opening lap. Impressive stuff as now Kieran Sembiante, well, he's got himself into the overall podium positions. P3 now for him as Eddie Wormald is pushed back down to P4, and now alongside his old sparring partner from Donington Park, Owen Miller. Keep in mind as well, Aaron Dakin there just behind these guys in P6. He's in a different category on board the Ducati, but nonetheless, he's still able to run and fight with these 600 riders in the Sport Cup class. Diving down the inside though, looking for a move, headed into the section, into the final sector that looked to be barren, unable to make it work though, as Owen Miller, yet another move to be made on Eddie Wormald. Time and time again we see these pair trading blows. It looks like here at Croft in race 3 it's going to be no different. The lead gap though for Alderson this time round as he crossed the line, 6 tenths of a second. Not as big as maybe what we would have expected, as Dawes sits in second ahead of Sembiante. Another 6 tenths of a second separating them two at the line this time round. Miller though, look at that, much tighter all the way through on the entry to the chicane. Doesn't help him much though, but it's all going to be on the drive onto the back straight. Using the power of the Triumph, we've seen how quick the likes of Carl Beresford could be down the straights on board his Triumph, as Owen Miller looks up the inside. Doctors Dan go all the way in, a tighter line yet again, but suddenly the Suzuki stuck in his face. We're on lap 2 of 10 so far, and well, through the S's now we come, and well, bound towards a move as well for Owen Miller on the 130. Impressive stuff for himself as Eddie Wormald. I mean, such quick pace. He's not a rider that's known for cracking under pressure, and neither is Matthew Dawes. He's going to go head-to-head now with Kieran Sembiante, who's on the outside line and gets the move done before they even arrive at the braking zone. Now though, issues further back down the order for one of our riders. Hopefully they can get that going again, but Sembiante, job done for himself. He's up into second position. Alderson continuing to lead, and this scrap for second place is only going to be helping the number 19.
It certainly is. You can see Dawes using a lot of rear brake on the way into Complex 2, the right hand of the penultimate corner. The rear of the bike moving around a lot as he began to tip it in. Of course, not a concern at all. You see it again there on the run into turn number 1 at Clover. Again, that's a personal preference thing. Some riders love just stamping on the rear brake or using the scooter brake or the thumb brake. Some riders hate using it and trying to avoid it where possible. It's all up to personal preference. Mistake there from somebody coming through the chicane, but should get away with it as they push their way up the straight. Lost a lot of time and momentum on the run out of the chicane. The 92 of Wormald almost getting done by Owen Miller. Miller though decides to hold back and go on the attack a little bit further around the lap. Of course, just behind these guys, Aaron Dakin, the race leader in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Second place is Wilson, the 224 and 11th. Third place, Thomas Drew, in 73, down in 17th at the moment. Look at how close Wormald and Miller are getting on the way through Barcroft and into the Sunnies. Miller is almost touching the rear wheel of the 92. Gets a tighter line on the exit. That's not going to help him. A bit of front wheel pickup as well. So it looks like it will have to wait another lap for Mellor at the time being, but you're thinking the overtake's got to be coming soon, surely, because it's all over the back of Wormald up in front. Alderson will be coming to the line very shortly to start line number 4. That is a nice opportune moment for Mellor as Wormald sends it way too deep going onto lap 4. That is 4th place. There's the lead for Alderson at 4 seconds, 1.1 back from Sembiansi to Matthew Dawes, side by side again down into turn 1. Looks like Mellor will sweep through and hold on to it. More moves being made in the background. That's not for position. And the 35 of Greenwood, that is, who's come to a stop with a mechanical problem. He's pulled it well off the racetrack. I think that's down on the way into Sunny Inn, but he's okay. That's the main thing.
Eddie Wormald is taking a ridiculous amount of curb through that chicane. That's twice there that we've seen a big head shake on the exit. I mean, it cost him some time last time around. Luckily, he was able to keep position. But now that he's chasing O'Miller in front of him, it's cost him even more time. I mean, he's not able to defend it down over at Tower Bend. So Eddie Wormald, fair to him, he's definitely pushing out there. He's pushing into the final corner as well whenever he ran wide. And then O'Miller going onto the grass on the exit of the final corner. It was a sketchy lap between the pair of them, I think it's fair to say. But here's Aaron Dakin leading this pack. Obviously, Dakin, his nearest rival out in circuit is going to be Wilson down in P11 overall, as Dylan Mellor looks to try and make a move on Aldridge just ahead of him. He's going to struggle to make that one work. This is for the final couple of positions inside the top 10. So 9th and 10th out on circuits at the back of this pack. It goes all the way up though to P6 out on circuit. So proving time and time again that this class ultra competitive for everyone out on track. Is slightly wide there from Aaron Dakin. Won't cost him too much time though, as heading towards turn 1 yet again though, heading line and stern.
Very, very tight out there. Owen Mellor holding on to that position for the time being and continuing to push onwards. Matthew Dawes, a real shame to see him dropping backwards so quickly in the first half of this race. A rider who I think has had a bit of a disappointing weekend in comparison to his round at Donington last time out when he was absolutely rapid, it must be said. But still, 5th place is still a solid haul of points, don't get us wrong, so I'm sure he'll be able to come back from that one. Dawes, of course, 3 race wins last time in class last time, and of course taking the overall race win as well in the final race of the weekend in that crazy race we had where he was able to slide away. Not the overall race win, sorry, that was somebody else. Get him a race mixed up. That's how crazy that race was, I suppose. But still, 3 race wins last time at Donington. This time was going to have to settle for a little bit less, but it will still be making up some very solid championship points indeed. Alderson continuing to lead up at the front and lead with some conviction as it stands. A 1:23.575 is his fastest lap of the race. That's a second and 4/10 quicker than anybody else has been able to manage. Hardly surprising for the local rider out there on the Triumph 765, who's just been dominant in these races all weekend long. He just knows Croft better than anybody else, and he's quicker around here than anybody else in this class. He's been racing alongside the 1000s as well up in the Premier Power Trophy, and he's been able to be very competitive. Got a couple of podiums in that despite being so down on power compared to the Superbikes alongside him. There is a move up the inside, nicely done. I think just about got away with it, and indeed they do. Lap 6 and 10, still action everywhere you look here at Croft late in the day.
Yeah, plenty to enjoy here as a couple riders going wide there. It was like the likes of Aldridge and Barron just running ever so slightly wide through that opening sector, but nonetheless hasn't cost them too much time to the group that's ahead of them out on track. Baron Dakin leading this so far. I mean, he's just going out there having fun. He is a little bit critical of himself sometimes. I mean, the first thing he does when he comes in Park Fermi is gets his mechanics phone, opens up his own lap times, and just checks how consistent he was and what he could have done better, what lap he was slowest on, and what sectors he was inconsistent on, if you like. But the 111 of Simon Aldridge is doing a good job at the moment. P9 overall for himself, and just trying to close the gap on Whitfield. Whitfield, though, he hasn't made too many mistakes over the last couple of laps, and that's why the R6 still sits behind him out on track. We're edging towards the 7th lap of the race for these guys. The race leader you're already on it and holding quite a comfortable advantage over Kieran Sembianti. We wait for Sembianti also to cross the line. 8.7 seconds is your race lead advantage. But we're watching this group just come out the final corner now. Corey Barron also under some pressure as well from what was Simon Aldridge, but Simon Aldridge up another position as well. So it's Dylan Miller behind him, and Dylan Miller trying to pick the Suzuki over this next lap. So both Millers at the moment have been involved in the battle with a Suzuki in this race. Owen with Eddie Wormald, and Dylan now with Corey Barron.
Certainly is like brother, I guess. I'm not really sure.
Something along that line.
Something like that anyway. But Dylan doing a great job again. He's been improving race upon race all across this season, let alone here this weekend. Of course, on his older brother's older Kawasaki that he's out there on. And I'm sure as well, when Dylan's had enough of, or Owen's had enough of the triumph, should I say, I'm sure we'll get a whack around on that as well. I did mention it earlier. He has the fortune of being the younger brother that gets the older one's hand-me-downs, but still showing that racing is strong in the bloodline and showing that he's got every ounce of performance just as his brother has, just lacking that track experience simply due to his age. He's having less time on the earth to be out there on a bike, quite frankly. Still lap 7 of 10, still moves to be made potentially. This has been very, very tight on the run down into the complex. Don't think there's anything there for them as of yet, but still could be very close. Anything? No, not quite. A little bit of slower rider in front, maybe catching up to those, but still holding on. The 2:11 of Whitfield. Aldridge is searching left and right, can't find anything. And then Barron and Dylan Miller locked together behind them. There is the 1:30 of Owen Miller, who's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. 1.2 back from Sembianti and 2.2 back from Dylan Wormald. So he's got a very, very solid chance of getting a podium here if he stays on 2 wheels.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been an up and down weekend. It's been a roller coaster weekend for him. To finish it off like this, it's going to be the cherry on top. Eddie Wormald, though, is the podium still in the cards? I mean, I'm not quite sure. It's about 2 seconds, so he needs to gain in this final 2 laps. A lot of work, a hard ask to do, certainly, especially when you're racing with someone like Owen Miller. But, well, stranger things have happened. This is motorcycle racing. We've seen that triumph have a lot of electronic issues this weekend. Hopefully, everything stays in one piece to the checkered flag.
Well, you'd have your fingers crossed for you, wouldn't you? But Wormald still riding with ferocity out there at the circuit. There is your race leader in James Alderson going through. He'll come up to start his penultimate lap just as he finishes around the hairpin, doing a fantastic job as he has been all weekend long, again racing in multiple classes here at his local track just from up the road in Durham, although we are technically in North Yorkshire just about here at Croft. Been racing up with the Premier Super Series Premier Trophy with the 1000s, with the Superbikes, and even though he's on that Triumph 765, he's still staying competitive. He's managed to get podiums this weekend in that class. That's a big look to the inside, can't quite get it done. But here in the Super Series Sport Trophy with the 600s with bikes similar to his own, he's able just to absolutely dominate as we follow this battle round coming through the last couple of corners and then down the main straight. The 2:11 of Whitfield still holding on from the 111 of Simon Aldridge, who I feel will probably be a little bit disappointed with 8th place overall, 7-8 class as it stands. Simon, a fantastic rider, it must be said, and one that you'd expect to be perhaps a little bit further up the field, shall we say. Of course, this is the first entry into the Premier Sport round, or should I? No, what am I talking about? I'm talking the Super Series Sport Trophy. Yeah, he's a fantastic rider. He's one who always does a good job, always very consistent. It's just a bit unlucky that he can't work his way a bit further up the order. There is your race leader, making his way through the final corner and getting ready to send us on our way. He'll take the yellow flag with the black cross. One last tour of Croft Circuit this weekend for James Alderson, and nobody else in sight. Has anybody even made it? There is Sembianti, a whole straight behind. That gap's going to be something like 8 to 10 seconds, around about that mark. In fact, it's even bigger, 11.8 at the line. Owen Miller 1.6 away. I don't think he's going to have the time to catch Kieran Sembianti unless Sembianti is on a very, very worn set of Pirellis, or indeed Metzlers potentially as well. But I think Sembianti should just about hold on. If there was a lap or 2 extra, Owen Miller could have been looking at 2nd place. But it's all about this man here this weekend in the Pirelli Super Series Sport Trophy. He's been absolutely dominant. Aaron Dakin is still leading in the Premier Sport Cup. Wilson is still second and Drew is still third down in 17th place. That's pretty much stayed the same. They're all very, very far apart from one another, with several bikes in between each other out on the racetrack. I believe that Drew is last on the road as well. And indeed he is. Of course, we did lose Tom Green with the number 35 due to mechanical issues a little bit earlier on. But as James Alderson makes his way towards the complex for the final time, a bit of pickup from the front wheel, but nothing to worry the rider who has shown the field how it is done. He has ridden the wheels off of that Triumph, and as he comes into the hairpin for the final time, it'll be 3 out of 3, and victory. It tastes oh so sweet. The checkered flag, it beckons for the local hero. James Alderson is going to win here at Croft. 3 out of 3 will follow Kieran Sembiante to the line for second place. Alderson has now taken the checkered flag, of course. Sembiante holds on for second. Owen Mellor will finish just behind him in P3. Looks like he relented a little bit on the last lap and finished 2.2 off in the end. And you know you're not going to catch the rider in front. Sometimes the intelligent thing to do is just turn down the wick a little bit, bring it home. There's no point pushing it extra hard. There's no point risking it. May as well just take it nice and easy on the final lap. Eddie Wormald brings it home in 4th place. 5th place, Matthew Dawes. Aaron Dakin takes the win in the Premier Sport Cup in P6. But at the end of that one, there is only one man that's taking the checkered flag. 3 out of 3 for James Alderson, the local hero on the Triumph. Finishes in P1 once again, with Kieran Sembiante in P2. Owen Mellor rounds out the podium. Eddie Wormald is 4th. Matthew Dawes in P5 after showing some strong pace early doors, but just dropping backwards. Aaron Dakin wins in the Premier Sport Cup. He's followed by Simon Aldridge, Grant Whitfield, Dylan Mellor and Corey Barron, rounding out our top 10. A little bit further down the order, P11 is second in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. It's Jamie Wilson. Then we've got Daniel Good, Aidan Goodings, Stephen Miller, Aaron Cook, Brandon Wright, Thomas Drew, 17th and 3rd in the No Limits Premier Sport Cup. Tom Greenwood, unfortunately our sole DNF from that one with a mechanical issue for that Kawasaki ZX 600 early doors in the race. It's still a very exciting race. A little bit less tense than some of the others ones, shall we say. Everyone was out there pretty much running their own thing up at the front. But James Alderson, the local boy, has shown the world how it is done and shown how to fly around this braking circuit. As we wait for the next class to make their way through, we wait to hopefully hear from some of our riders at the end of that one. There is only the one race left today, and then it is done. And we've got plenty of time to get it done. Almost half an hour until racing has to come to a conclusion. So we could have thought maybe a little bit of a delay and a red flag in the Dunlop NL 500s in a short moment's time. Obviously, we'd rather we just finish it clean. There's still a massive crowd here at No Limits Racing, even if a lot of the paddock are now making their way home. A big thank you to everyone here trackside who's been enjoying all of the action. Let's head down quickly and hear from Lewis Rae and our riders.
Down in Park Fermi now, well, we'll head straight over to our race winner, James. And well, James, what a great ride yet again. You stormed away at the front and, well, clearly racing with the 1000s this weekend has helped you out.
Yeah, mate, it's been pretty good to be fair. I mean, it's our local track, so I know the track pretty well, and like I say, it's been a pretty good weekend to just keep the bike in one piece and get a few good races under our belt.
Yeah, exactly. A good weekend, can't I say any more. Sun's out as well, now Brands Hatch to look forward to as well. Well done.
I know, what more do you want? Racing your bike on a sunny day like this, it's a nice way to end the weekend, isn't it?
Congratulations.
Cheers, mate, thank you.
And we'll quickly head over because I want to grab second and third as well. Kieran, great battle for yourself yet again, and well, you couldn't quite catch James, but still a good weekend overall.
Yeah, he's just on another level, so we tried our hardest, but I'm happy with 3 seconds, and it was a good battle in the end with Owen, so I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, congratulations, and yeah, great to watch out on the circuit.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And well, we mentioned the great battle with Owen, and it's been a up and down weekend, I think it's fair to say. I mean, exhaust hanging off, wiring looms, engine management lights. What more do you want? Owen Mellor, third place for you, is that the cherry on top?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I was a bit annoyed with like the other issues we had this weekend, but I mean, it's just been non-stop, just electrical problems, bike problems, everything has stood on our way this weekend. So I'm really thankful for the team and everybody that's helped get me out on track this weekend, because without the help of everyone, like yesterday wouldn't have been possible.
And ahead of Brands Hatch, how much do you have to do? I mean, is there much work to do on the bike, or?
Definitely a new loom. I think that'll help. But But no, just making little steps, seeing what we can improve. But once we get the loom sorted, I think we should be on a good level.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And super quickly, I know we're running out of time, but it feels rude not to. Really quickly, Aaron, you've got to be happy with that free this weekend for you in class. You've got to be feeling confident ahead of the next round.
Yep, I think it's Brands Hatch, is it? Yeah, Brands Hatch. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that now. Croft's probably one of my weaker tracks, but to come out with 3 wins, I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, well, best of luck anyway, congratulations.
I just give a shout out to my title sponsor, ISL Workwear. They made all this happen. Thanks.
Well, team effort yet again. Ross, we'll pass it up to you again in the comments. Ross, I believe next bikes are already out on track.
We are indeed one final race here at Croft before we are done and dusted. It is, of course, Dunlop NL 500s. The CB is getting out there to put us elbows out just for 10 laps, of course, awareness. Let's run through the grid for you very, very quickly before they get to the end of the sighting lap. Max Bartle, 2-time race winner, goes from pole position. James Gosselin, 2-time second place this weekend, goes from second. Carl Bayliss is third. It's George Bartle fourth, alongside Gary Wilson and Carl Freet. Then it's Scott Walker, Simon Aldridge and Tim Patterson. Adam Rostrom rounds out the top 10 with John Hunt 11th and Paul Beard P12. Row 6 is James Dewar, or row 5 should I say, James Dewar, Gary O'Dorian and Paul Saville. Then it's Roy Wilson, Jack Seaman and Stuart Martindale. They're followed by Leo Wilson, Casey Griffiths and Steve Klaus. 22nd, Gene Starbuck. 23rd, John Elliott and David Colley in 24th. Michael Kent is 25th place, Lucy Smart 26th, Michael Snowden 27th, Alexander Sons, David Mochaneni and Philip Sturman behind on row 10. Then it's Reece Hutchison, Luke Hutchison, Danny Dawson, Ian Keeble, Mark Parnell and Felix Hearn. Again, we may not have all of those guys here. There was a big crash at the start of race number 2 earlier on that led to a red flag. All the riders were okay, but not so sure about the bikes, and some riders, it's getting late in the day. The northeast is a bit difficult to get to for some people from around the country, and they may have elected to head home a little bit earlier and just make sure they can get home nice and early in time for tea. But we'll wait and see. It's been a fantastic day of racing here at Croft. It's been a fantastic weekend as well for the third round of the 2026 No Limits racing season, and we hope you've enjoyed all of the fun, be you watching along with us on NLR TV or indeed trackside as well. Thank you very much for joining us. We've got one more 10-lap dash to decide this thing, and of course one more 10-lap dash for our CB 500s for the NL 500 category. Of course, don't forget we've got 3 championships to keep our mind on with the elites, the freshmen and the seniors. So there will be 3 race winners at the end of this one. Green flags waving at the back for the final time this weekend. Let's get this thing going in the Dunlop NL 500 categories. Mark Need sets them on their way. What a start there from the pole sitter. Max Bartle with a fantastic launch. James Cottenham not away as well and could be at risk from those behind as they dive down into turn 1. Looks like a very strong start to the inside. Almost there. Called the 77 of Gary Wilson. Couldn't quite get it done though. Think Carl Bayliss will hold on to that third place position. It will be who else? Max Bartle getting the whole shot on the run out of turn number 1. All clean this time, which is thankful to see. Haven't got any multi-bike pile-ups down into the opening couple of corners. Good run though from James Cottenham. Could have the toe, will have the toe, could have the inside, does have the inside. Is he brave enough on the brakes? James Cottenham, that is superb stuff to get up into the lead down the Tower Bend. Bartle looking for the switchback. Can't quite find it on that occasion. Looks to the inside into the Jim Clark S's. That's very brave if you try it through there. And again, he decides, yeah, let's not fancy that one. Maybe we can give it a go into Barcroft. But it'll be too far back. Front 2 already breaking away from Carl Bayliss in P3. That's to be expected. These two have been the class of the field. Max Bartle has won both races with a gap ahead of Cottenham with 2.9 seconds and 2.7 seconds respectively. That's just been steadily being quicker over the course of the race and is getting a few tenths lap after lap rather than utter and complete domination. Is there an opportunity into the complex section? He was certainly thinking about it, was the number 1 rider that decided against it. The champion staring in the back of James Cottenham, trying to find a way through. Let's see if he can. Look at Rudy Cottenham that leads this opening lap here at Croft. Max Bartle in tow. Carl Bayliss holding on to that third place. There's a change of lead at the front. Gary Wilson with a really strong start, got up into 4th, but he's now dropping down just a little bit behind him. Looks like it's Simon Aldridge into P4 as it stands on the Triple One machine. It's not George Bartle in 6th place. Cottenham maybe thinking about having to go defensive. This is how he got through Bartle with the toe, with a good exit. Bartle's going to have to do the same to the inside as they get to the kink, and they're going to get it well before they get to Tower Bend, unless Cottenham is unbelievably brave on the brakes. He is way too far back. Max Bartle goes back to the race lead. Exactly the same move Cottenham did on him the last. Got behind him, got a good exit out onto the back straight, got the toe and slipped it round, although Bartle did get it done a little bit earlier. These two already have a big gap. Is Bartle going to be able to pull away and make it 3 out of 3? Can Cottenham stay with him? No, because it already looks like Bartle's drawn about 5 to 10 bike lengths, so maybe Max Bartle getting on with the early doors and then trying to manage the race from there.
Streetline speed proven to be pivotal in the NL 500 championships. Plenty of work to do though for Bartle. Although he is ahead now, it's still going to be so tricky to hold on to. I mean, James Cottenham all the way throughout this weekend has been so impressive, but I can't say Bartle, that is quite an impressive margin just to pull over half a gap. Let's not forget as well, credit where credit's due, Simon Aldridge, he's just jumped off a 600, now straight away back to back on the 500 now. I mean, the only break he gets is whenever one of his mechanics hands him a water bottle, just have a sip of water, and then straight back out there. His arms after this weekend, and after today alone, doing 4 races, plus 2 yesterday in sprint style, it's got to be difficult. Max Bartle, fastest lap of the race at 136.199. Obviously, we should see that drop as the race progresses with him in the first flying lap of running. But saying that, last time around they were running within the low 135 bracket, so it'll be interesting to see how close we can get to that, because obviously conditions getting ever so slightly cooler as it is 5:30 in the evening. Actually, we're a little bit ahead of schedule here at Croft, all being well. So 25 to 6 currently in the evening, and yeah, great action for us to watch out on the circuit. And there's no better way to end your weekend than with some NL 500 action where it is grids galore. I mean, nearly 40 bikes taking the start, if not actually looking at the grids, yeah, 36 bikes taking the start, all things being well. What more can you ask for?
Well, just more of this. I wish we had more of the day. I wish we could keep going, but you know, that's how it is. Unfortunately, weekends have to come to an end, and here at Croft as well, with the hard time limits, it is what it is. Meanwhile, in the other races, we're currently seeing Bayliss and Bartle. George Bartle that is fighting. George Bartle has got through Carl on the 55 and up to 4th place. In the seniors, it is Gary Wilson that leads once again on the 77, ahead of Carl Freeth on the 72. They're P6 and 7. P3 in the seniors class is Hunter Town in P12 on the 28. In the freshman class, Adam Rostrom in P8 on the 18. He leads the way from Tim Patterson, the 7-1-3, 1 race too earlier on. Paul Beard, the 178. He's P3 down at P13. Hopefully he can keep it nice on this one. So Max Bartle leading his gap now up to 1.6 seconds ahead of James Cottenham. Much better than last time around. Max Bartle. Also a very, very simple. It's actually Simon Aldridge just finished the fastest lap of the race though. 135.977. So Bartle clearly knew that Cottenham and Aldridge were capable of similar pace. He thought, while they're still warming up, especially someone like Simon Aldridge, maybe they just, still getting used to hopping from a 600 onto the CB. Let me just bowl away now, get me straight on it, and then when they match the pace, I've got a gap that's big enough to try and manage go forward.
Yeah, I mean, although it's only 100cc difference, it's a completely different riding style that you need to go on from a 600 to a 500. 500s, I mean, a lot more corner space. It's not that they're slow in the straight line, it's just that they've not got necessarily the grunt of the 600, the aggressiveness of a 600 as well, and all screaming, all dancing.
It's a working man's bike, this is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it was, whenever Honda made this bike, it was never meant to be a race bike, let's be honest. They were never designed to take to Croft Circuit in 2026, but here we are, still racing them, still one of the most cost-effective classes that you can do in all of UK motorsport, to be honest. It's not crazy, the tyres last on them as well, and it's good fun out there on track. I mean, if you're coming into racing at a little bit of a later age as well, it could be a good class to come into because you have so many different abilities all in one race, especially here at No Limits where we have the seniors, the elites, and of course the freshmen. So much to look forward to in 2026 for this class as well. It looks like Brands Hatch is going to be an all-round showstopper for the NL 500. Make sure you join us down south for that one around a month's time or so. But George Bartle is doing a good job himself on P4. If the podium is going to be on the cards, I mean, all it takes is a slight error from the top 3 runners out the circuit. Suddenly you're in silverware contention. And even if, for example, Carl Bayliss was to continue scrapping with them, that pass was just going to get all the more important if someone was to crash or have a tip player ahead. But Carl Bayliss looking for the opportunity through, looking for any way to get by George out on circuit. George has came a long way over the last year or so here with No Limits. I'm sure Max Bartels given 1 or 2 tips off the track, but the question is, at what point do the tips stop? Because I mean, George Bartel, he's right up there at the front now.
He is, but he's not quite on the same pace as Max. And again, obviously, you want to share your knowledge, your experience with your brother, but also as siblings, you also want to be the better one. You want to be the quicker one, don't you? So you do have to wonder, maybe not helping him with the full extent of his knowledge, shall we say. Lap 5 of 10. Max Bartel still leading ahead of Cottingham and Sidon Aldridge. And then we continue to follow around some battles further back. That's 7-7 of Gary Wilson. She's trying to make that. Looks like there may have been a swap, actually. Indeed, there has been. Looks like the 72 of Carl has got in front. And we'll go through. You can see there. Sun's starting to get low. Visibility. The sun's getting a little bit poorer into that final section. Looking to the inside goes Wilson. And that is then a change for the lead in seniors class. Let's see if Carl can hold on. Oh, Gary can get back through and make it 2 out of 2 from Sunday's action. We start yet another lap. Gaps still around about 2 seconds. Once again, I think that's exactly what Max Bartel has done. I think he knows that Cottingham and Aldridge are just capable of running very similar lap times. Maybe he's feeling a little bit worse for wear, a little bit tired after a long weekend as well. So maybe I think he would have just gone out there and bolted on that 1 lap just to get a gap. So he doesn't have to worry about that pressure behind as much. Of course, the tyres may drop off if he's on a very possible scrub set. He may run out of energy. The bike is not anything can happen. But a 2-second gap is much better than half a second, because then you've got a rider, you can hear the engine behind you, you can hear them right there with you, and that's pressure at the back of the line when you know they're right alongside you. Your mind plays tricks, so you lose focus because you focus too much on what's behind you and what's in front of you. You start to make mistakes. That's how you throw away a race win.
Yeah, I think at the moment Max Bartel is so lucky with how experienced he is and running these types of races where you have clear track ahead of you, not much actually to focus on other than yourself and your own braking lines, and that is, well, that's exactly where you can make errors. That's exactly where suddenly your mind can wander. You start thinking, maybe, what's for down tonight? What are we doing as soon as this race is over? How quick is pack-up going to take later on this evening? And then next thing you know, you've missed your braking marker by 50 metres, and then you've completely ruined up the 2-second advantage that you hold. But Max Bartel, he's so experienced, he's not going to do anything like that, you wouldn't imagine. As George Bartel still defended away from Carl Bayliss and did a good job at not cracking under pressure, because on the opposite side of things, he is the type of rider that's currently here in another CB500, pick up the throttle at a slightly different time, shift up in gear at a slightly different time, maybe a backfire or 2 that you're able to hear as well. As Gary Wilson and Carl Free further back, they continue their scrap 2 in the senior category in 7th and 8th. Overall, out on circuit, Patterson and Rostron as well, they're continuing their fights over in the freshman class for class victory. 10th and 11th for them overall out on track, if you are watching track site. Still plenty of people have stuck around to the final race of the weekend here at Croft. I mean, do you blame them? 23 races on the schedule this weekend, epic racing from start to finish here today, and beautiful conditions. Even if you're not into bike racing, I mean, still the perfect weather, still the perfect place to grab a suntan.
Oh, it certainly has been. And again, we have the shades out this weekend and beautiful blue skies coming to it. It's similar to what we saw at Donington and Snowdon actually, where for the last race the sun just kind of opened up. Maybe a sign from the universe or something, showing how much that the world loves No Limits racing and CB500s as well. Max Bartel still with a very confident lead, 2.5 seconds at the line last time, so he is now beginning to extend. Was a fastest lap earlier on as well, 135.5, so there is still pace left in his back pocket. He can still push harder, he just doesn't need to. It's the end of the day, looking to get yet another clean sweep of wins going through it. So well, of course, took a clean sweep with Snetterton, didn't get a single win back at Donington Park last time out. A second place was the best he could manage in race number 1, and a DNF in race number 2 as well, which ultimately gave James Costin the championship lead heading into this one. As it stands though, if he finishes as they do, it goes back from a 10-point swing in Costin's favour to a 5-point swing in Max Bartel's favour. So we swap back once again, but again, there's still time left in this race. Still time for things to change. Subject to change. Gary Wilson and Carl Friedler continuing to swap places But Gary Wilson at the moment, again, don't count out Carl Free, he can still very much be up there and be in the conversation. All it takes is a good run out of one corner or a mistake from your opponent in front. And that being said as well, Gary Wilson gets drawn into a battle with Hutchison, which doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. That could hold him up if, like Humphrey, into the conversation in that fight for the seniors win.
Yeah, they're continuing on all the way to the end of each class, as you would have to say. But yeah, Max Bartel, what can he do this time around? It looks like it is going to be yet another win. 2.4 second win for him. Let's continue on circuits, and well, that gap actually came down. Tottenham, fastest lap of the race. 1.9 seconds now is that gap. Is it too little, too late? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out. Aldridge and Bartle as well, third and fourth currently for them, for George Bartle that is. There is the 56 though of Hutchison. Now, we did see earlier on in race 2, he was involved in the turn 1 incident, a rather large incident at that, 3 riders involved, but luckily not too much damage to his bike. I mean, these CB500s, they do bounce well, and that's thanks to the lack of fairings and the fact that they look like street fighters more than the race bike, but certainly they sound like a race bike out there on circuit, so we'll give them credit for that one anyway, and they're certainly producing some great racing on track too. But yeah, as we said, Bartle leading the way in the elite category, Wilson leading the way in the seniors, and now it's still Patterson leading the way in the freshman category too. So good stuff all round from our 3 classes. Yeah, build towards an epic finale. Here is Max Bartle. Is he looking down his bike? Has Max Bartle got issues going on to the last lap of the race? He looked down 3, 4, 5 times at the left hand side. Is it a gear selector issue? Is it going to slow him up? Is it going to potentially cost him the race win in the final race of the weekend? Can you believe it? The number 1, he's going to be very, very lucky if he can hold on to it. There's George Bartle behind him, so Max Bartle, he's already lost position. That would hand James Cottenham the lead going on to the final lap. We'll wait for confirmation, and yes, it has. It's now Cottenham from Aldridge. We'll wait to see where Max Cottenham is going to place. Currently 3rd. Potentially his younger brother could claim an overall podium here at Croft. Heading on to the final lap, Max Bartle running into issues, handing Cottenham glory, a 2-second advantage for the 83. Can you believe it? The final race of the weekend, delivering drama right to the end of the weekend. There is your race leader heading into Tower Bend for the time being. Yellow flags also out there, the bike and the rider also behind the barriers, so we're just waiting for the marshals to fully get to safety. And then of course racing camera zooming this sector here over by the Jim Clark S's. But of course this is the final time, this is the final lap of the entire weekend. Can Max Bartle hold on to it? It's going to be interesting to see if number 1 can pick up any championship points if that issue continues to plague him as we make our way to sunny in, sunny out. Then it's time for the final sector. Final sector time now for James Cottenham. He enters the complex now with just 3 corners remaining through the left. Then it's the right. With a few laps to go, he would have thought it was out of reach. But, well, the racing gods has served him up a P1 trophy to the end of the weekend. James Cottenham takes victory, a shock victory at that. P1 for the 83. Second place should go the way of Aldridge. He's just jumped off a 600 onto a 500. And now it's an overall podium. Who's going to claim 3rd, though? That is the real question. 3rd place, we'll wait to see who is it going to be. George Bartle does claim 3rd ahead of his brother Max. So Max Bartle dropping all the way down to 4th off the podium places. And well, 1st in the senior category does go the way of Gary Wilson, with Patterson claiming the freshman win. So good ride from Tim Patterson in the final race of our meeting here at Croft. But what a race, what a ride, what drama we've just seen as James Cottenham does take victory by 3.2 seconds. He holds the fastest lap of the race as well after a 10-lap shootout, while second position is handed to Simon Aldridge. George Bartle, a late podium for him, a dream podium as well, as he beats his brother Max, who suffers from some issues, potentially a gear selector problem it looked like, with Carl Bayliss in P5. Luke Hudson P6, while the likes of Gary Wilson and Carl Frisch finishing 1 and 2 in the senior category. Scott Walker and Tim Patterson round out the top 10. Patterson on 7-1-3 also taking the freshman win. Further back down the order though, we head towards the likes of Adam Rostrom, John Hunt and Ian Keeble, with Paul Beard and Gary Dorn rounding out the top 15. Paul Zabel and Danny Zolson rounding out the top 17 runners, with Jack Seaman, Leo Wilson and Casey Griffiths taking up the final spots inside the top 20. Stuart Martindale, Felix Hearn, Gene Starbuck and Wilson rounding out the top 24, while Duart is 25th. And John Elliott, Colley Stearman, Kent and Lucy Smart rounding out the top 31 lap down, of course. Snowden and Klaus P31 and P32 after an epic weekend of racing. 23 races that we've enjoyed in the sunshine as well here at Croft. It's been incredible drama from start to finish. And well, luckily, we can hear a little roundup and all the reactions from the weekend as Ross is down in Park Fermi.
What a way to end the day and end the weekend here at Croft. The sun, well, it was out. I got the aviators back on and now it's behind a cloud. But crazy, crazy scenes for the No Limits 500 Championship. Let's speak to our race winners, maybe a couple others as well. We'll dive in first with James. A bit of luck at the end of that one, but you finally managed to get yourself on the top step of the podium at the end of the weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'll take that. A bit of luck my way. Max had already gone, so yeah. It is lucky, but I was there to take it, so yeah, that's one I'll take.
I mean, obviously, lady luck, sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't, but still, you were right there. This is the closest you were with him all race. It was around about 2 seconds and running very similar pace as well. So even though, yes, problems handed it to you, you still had to work hard for it. It's still very well deserved.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the first couple laps just missed a couple of gears, and then the bike was slow to get back into sort of its rev range. And that's when Max had pulled that gap, and you're not going to back that much time straight away. So yeah, good way to finish the weekend.
And absolutely well done. And again, look forward to Brands Hatch. I'm assuming you've shown great pace here. What can we expect from you down in Kent?
More of the same, I hope. Yeah, I'll try my best.
Awesome stuff. Well, congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Great to speak to our race. So we'll quickly run in and ask Max what's happened. I mean, once again, you were looking like you were going to get the race and really unfortunate. What actually happened there in the last couple of laps?
So basically, my bolt fell out my rear, so jamming my gear lever on, so I couldn't change gear. I had to wait for it to fall out, and then I could carry on. But I didn't want to press on it too hard just in case it all fell off.
That's a real shame. It was still a great ride and still able to hold on to fourth place at the end of it. I guess there is some consolation that George was able to slide onto the podium as a result, so it's not all bad from that perspective.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So we go again, Brands Hatch, so that's all we can hope for.
Still though, 2 race wins out of 3 this weekend. That's 5 now on the season, and you've I think it's really turned the championship. You might just be in second by a handful of points, so still very much up there as a result. And again, 5 race wins this season, so it has started pretty well overall.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll just go again and carry on.
Yeah, awesome stuff. A real shame there, but still congratulations for a great weekend.
Cheers, thanks. So I'd like to thank GR Moto for sending out an exhaust for me. That really helped out. Cheers.
Awesome stuff. Thanks a lot, Max. Looks like Gary Wilson, our race winner in the seniors, has disappeared. We'll try and see if we can slide in with George for a couple of questions. George, a little bit of luck going your way there with Max having issues, but onto the podium there in the final couple of laps. How are you feeling?
It weren't luck. I just beat him because I'm better. Well, let's hope he doesn't hear that. But yeah, it was a good race. I don't really like this track, but so I'll take that. 2 podiums, so...
We were seeing a real steady improvement across the whole weekend as well. Lap after lap, you were finding more confidence in yourself in the bike as well. So you must be, again, really happy overall.
Yeah, really happy. I'm 4 seconds quicker than last year. So just keep chipping away.
And are we expecting more of the same at Brands Hatch, few podiums, maybe a winning coming at the next round?
Hopefully. I've never been to Brands because I didn't do Brands last year. So we'll see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. But George, we'll let you and your brother go back and relax and review the data. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
Great stuff here. We'll at least get Tim Patterson in, our race winner, once again in the freshman class. Bit of a podium celebration going on here for the 3 riders before we jump in and grab a few words. We'll let some photos happen. Obviously, really well ridden from all of the riders in the freshman class. Once again, really competitive between the lot of them. We'll slide in and speak to our race winner. Before we do, we are hoping that Mark Neate, the main man, will make his way down to Park Fern. We can grab a few words out of him before we close the programme. But Tim, another fantastic ride, another race win for you as well. You must be delighted.
Yeah, great weekend. Yeah, these two pushed me hard, so yeah, happy days.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you guys, all three, you still got your orange bibs, as I said at the end of the race too. All three, you're bringing it to the elites, to the seniors, and having great runs and getting very, very solid finishing positions. Of course, winning in your own class as well has got to be pretty special, but, you can be very happy with all the performances.
Yeah. Can't fault the bike. It's worked really well today, so, yeah, and I've got my pit crew with me, so, yeah, happy days. And I've got my niece, Isla, watching at home, so, yeah, I can't ask for any more.
And again, looking forward to Brands Hatch. We're expecting same more battles from all three of you?
I hope so, yeah. Should be good, yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, guys, we'll let you get back and celebrate, but congratulations to all of you and well done, Tom and Winton.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff here. Not seeing Mark Neate at the moment. Let's see if we can get Sheepy Paul ready in for an interview. Maybe he's just giving out some trophies. We may as well grab somebody from the championship while we're here. And again, Gary is back actually. We'll grab our senior race winner, Gary Wilson. It looks like he's come back following that one. As it looks like he's been given the wrong trophy as well, just to make it a nice one, Sheepy. Well done.
Wrong one. I did try. You can only but try.
It's been a long weekend. I think we'll let you off on this one. But another race win for you there then. Really solid riding. Yourself and Carl swapping places a couple of times. A good battle between you, but you came up trumps in the end.
Yeah, he's a fast rider. He's hard to beat. He's fast at every circuit, so just to get one up on him is a good bonus to weekend. Yeah, I'm happy with that. All three trophies now. Third, second, first. Bosh.
Yeah, I mean, again, given the wrong trophy at the end of that one as well, but I'm sure we'll correct that one in a few short moments. But still, really solid Sunday from you. Some great battles as well. You must be really happy overall the weekend.
Yeah, really happy, yeah. I pulled along a little bit by number 56, Luke Hutchison. I think he were having something wrong with his motorbike, but that just dropped him into my lap time, so I'm happy with that. Cheers, Luke.
Nothing wrong with a bit of a helping hand from those in the other classes. And again, you could see that you and Cole were right there with him for most of the race as well. Even if there was one, there's the proper trophy. There you go. It's a little bit bigger, isn't it? So, yeah, so you can be a bit happier, I suppose.
Yeah, really happy, yeah. Thank you very much for everybody that's come to support this weekend. It's been mega.
It has been indeed. Go on, we'll let you go celebrate and, do all your things. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers for that.
Apparently you need to thank the awards man as well.
The awards and social media man's done a really good job. Thank you.
Oh, I've never seen a more barefaced lie in my entire life. For any of our social media @awards man officially. A big thank you to him for all his support here at No Limits, as we can just see very quiet down here in Park Ferme, and it looks like that's all we got time for. We're hoping to try and get a few works out of Mark Neate, but he's nowhere to be seen, so we'll have to wait for the next round. But what an amazing weekend it's been here at Croft. Of course, a big thank you to my commentary partner Lewis Rae for bringing the fun and the energy. A big thank you to you, whether you were joining us trackside or on NLR TV. It's always special when we get here at Croft. This is the premier bike racing event of the season at this circuit in North Yorkshire, so it's always special when No Limits comes to town. It's been fantastic. The racing has been superb. But we've got to look forward now. In a month's time, we'll be heading to Brands Hatch, the Grand Prix circuit, for round 4 of the 2026 season. Of course, you can catch that live here on No Limits TV, as with all the rest of the season. And we hope you could join us there in person down in Kent as well. We'll have some guest championships joining us in the endurance race, back to a lapped endurance race for the Bike Alloys Endurance Championship for the Brands Hatch Centenary race as well. So that's going to be exciting. But it's Brands Hatch, another fantastic circuit we are heading to, and we can't wait. So a big thank you from everyone here at NLR TV for joining us through this event. A big thank you to all the marshals, the medics, all the race support staff, everybody from No Limits who enables us to go racing, and for pulling off another cracking event. From us though here in NLR TV, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you in a month's time at Brands Hatch.
No Limits Racing. No Limits Racing.
No Limits. This is No Limits Racing.